Chapter 121. At this time, on the ruins of the castle, Nick looked around. Except for the place where the shadow dragon was and the ruins, various items were piled up in other places, as if there were more hills in the secret realm. That pile is the seeds of the magic plant, that pile is ores, that pile is daily necessities, that pile is furniture. Really well prepared. The corners of Nick's eyes jumped, and he suddenly felt the void in front of him, and Eli jumped in directly. "You're still back." Nick looked at Eli with a complicated expression. He might estimate the power of the shadow dragon and caused the current situation. At this time, his figure has become more and more blurred. At this time, the secret realm has become impossible to go out because of the competition between the shadow dragon and the chain of rules. At the same time, all connections between Eli and the outside world have been cut off, and there is no room for regret. "Eli, I still have a few hours left. If you have any questions, you can ask me." Looking at Eli in front of him, Nick said. "Really?" Eli's eyes lit up. "Nick? You are obviously going to be trapped here to death, how can you be so optimistic?" "Of course." Nick nodded. "Then I'm welcome." Eli took a small bench directly from a distance, then took out the crystal ball and started recording. "The first question is, what is the basic composition of the elements? Why can the spiritual force be drawn to the elements? Also, I have some doubts about some meditations." "Oh yes, and this." Nick had never imagined that he thought the last few hours of his true spirit should be spent in peace, but in fact, it passed through Eli's hundreds of questions. Down to basic common sense, up to the multiverse. In just a few hours, he answered thousands of questions. Therefore, when he was about to collapse at the end, his mood was not heavy, but relaxed. He looked at Eli, who was still making up the questions a few meters away, and couldn't understand why he was still so optimistic and eager to learn in such a story that could see the ending. This kind of attitude is rare even among wizards. "Eli, you are a real wizard." Nick's breath dissipated a little, and he said to Eli. "Okay." Eli replied perfunctorily, still busy recording. "Goodbye." Nick looked at this scene and smiled instead. In the next second, the true spirit instantly collapsed and disappeared completely. "Hey, what did he just say?" On the other side, Eli, who had been recording all the time, suddenly raised his head and saw the collapsed Nick, blinked and seemed to be a little too involved just now. "If he dies, you will die too." Right at the moment of Nick's death, not far away, Shadow Dragon Chris also opened his eyes, looked at Eli, and said mercilessly. "Humph." Eli curled his lips, then added a little magic to the chain of rules. "Waste it. Uncharted days are boring." In the first month of entering the secret realm, Eli sorted out the broken ground again, and sorted all the things that were brought in into categories. Open up new potion fields and farmland, cultivate monster farms, rebuild laboratories, set up a home for yourself, put your flower pots in place, and replant blood bamboo flowers. And these, Chris just watched silently, and soon, maybe in less than 100 years, he would be able to endure Eli. The thousands of years in prison had passed, and he was anxious to wait. Half a year. At this time, Eli has returned to normal daily life, but the materials still have to be used sparingly, not as generous as before. After all, some things are used a little less. The Tide of the Sea meditation is worthy of being an intermediate level meditation. Compared with the basic meditation, the effect is indeed much better, and the speed of meditation is at least 2 to 3 times faster. It's amazing. Eli shook his head. This is just one aspect. Eli hasn't started to learn the knowledge left by Nick, so he's not in a hurry anyway. "Hey, it seems it's time to replenish the magic power." As usual, Eli came to the place where Chris was trapped. At this time, Chris saw that Eli was still silent. He didn't even bother to say hello to Eli. Eli didn't bother to pay attention to him, anyway, as long as he boiled him to death. The bloodline and the secret realm are all his. "I just don't know what's going on outside." Eli shook his head. At this time, the outside world. In the palace. Anna held a document and sighed. "Teacher, where have you been?" Suddenly, the teacher seemed to evaporate, and there was no trace of him. "Maybe I won't live to see the teacher come back." Anna recalled her life, only to realize that she was 63 years old, and she had been following the teacher for decades. But the teacher is gone, and the empire has to continue. She sighed and sent out another document. Abolish the Imperial Relics Department. David, are we really leaving? Vivica looked at David and asked. Well, Her Royal Highness has told me that this time the teacher may go to a far place and will never come back. David sighed, with respect and nostalgia for the teacher in his heart. On the other side, Vivica's eyes were already full of tears. Why did the teacher leave without saying a word? Vivica said sadly, it was Eli who pulled her out of the abyss, but this person suddenly left. Forget it, leave the Empire, go to the east. The teacher said that there seems to be other places there, to the real wizarding world. Do you want to go with me? David sighed and asked. Okay. Vivica wiped her tears and said. In the 404th year of the Burn calendar, Vivica and David left King's Landing and headed east. No one knew what kind of future they would have. It's a pity that Rob died in the secret realm. 416 years of the Burn calendar. The death of Queen Anna of the Burn Empire is a national mourning. All the inhabitants of King's Landing came out of their homes to mourn the Great Queen, and with her death the army of demon knights disappeared again, and the method of how to make them disappeared completely. That's right, when Eli handed the solution to Anna, Anna directly destroyed it. On this day, Eli also took a day off. No way, since the imprint of Anna's soul in her consciousness is gone, Eli can naturally guess what happened. 12 years. Outside the potion field, a special rune flashed in Eli's hand, and a plant on the side slowly began to melt, and a little bit of extraordinary characteristics were extracted. This is Nick's extraordinary extraction. The source of the substance can be easily extracted, and it will be at least 40% to 50% better when used to configure the potion. You're practicing those useless skills again. It's been 13 years, how long can you support it? Not far away, Chris sneered with his eyes open. At this time, his other eye had recovered, and the other wounds were still recovering. At this time, he would occasionally taunt Eli. No, at least it will outlive you. Eli returned. Haha. Chris smiled. When Eli came in, he looked at least 40 or 50 years old, and now it is estimated that he is at least 50 or 60 years old, and at most 50 years, he thinks Eli will die. 50 years later. You guy, you're still alive. Chris looked at Eli, who was now full of white hair, with a hint of impatience in his eyes. This old guy is still alive. It's not up to you to worry about it. Eli glanced at him. For 50 years, Eli's only communication was with Chris. However, Eli's mentality is also good, so there is not much change. If Eli first came across, he would have gone crazy. After all, loneliness is sometimes more terrifying than death. Eli at this time. The degree of elementalization has reached the limit of 30, and the spiritual power has reached 45 due to the effect of the blood bamboo flower potion, but unfortunately, due to the limitation of elementalization, the spiritual power cannot be improved. So at this time, Eli, except for a little meditation every day, is doing research the rest of the time, and even started to teach him in front of Chris how to integrate his blood after his death. There are also deep-seated things in the study of blood bamboo flowers, and at this time, there has been a small harvest. It seems that he thinks that there is something very interesting about the blood bamboo flower. Eli named it the power of devouring, which is currently in the research phase. As for the seed, Eli also felt that he was really speechless. After coming to the secret realm, the seed only spread a dozen centimeters. At this time, it was a small sapling, but the breath was really extraordinary, and it was already a high-level plant with 0 ring. Another 30 years. Eli sighed. The research on the power of swallowing is very unclear and requires a larger laboratory, but Eli can't satisfy it at present, so he can only save it first and talk about it later. In fact, this is also normal. It is never easy to do research. It is normal to have no success for decades, and Eli will not be discouraged. Let's go out later. You guy, you're not dead yet. The same words entered Eli's ears, and Eli turned to look. Where was Chris trapped? All his injuries had already recovered at this time, but he was in a bad mood because Eli was not dead yet. 30 years ago, Eli was already gray-haired. 30 years later, there was no change, and it was still the same as before. But you look like you're going to die. Eli said to Chris after hearing this. Ha, you will definitely die before me. Chris screamed in disdain, but there was a deep puzzlement under the dragon's eyes. Should not be. How could a ring wizard live for so long? If it was before, he must be very clear that the life consumption of wizards is much higher than before. Forget it, and wait. Can I still be boiled to death by him? Chris said disdainfully. Another 50 years. At this time, Eli's knowledge of the first ring has been completely memorized, and all the knowledge left by Nick and Saren Meditlan has been completely digested. Even the wizard of the second ring can never be better than him. Research on ring wizards is deep. When will this old dragon die? Eli walked to the laboratory window and looked out. Normally, he should be able to see a large chain of lock rules in the sky in the distance. But today, in the sky, there is nothing. Eli was taken aback, as if he understood what was going on. To provide you with the fastest update of the Eternals in the wizarding world of the Blue and White Ocean, so that you can view the fastest update of this book next time, be sure to save your bookmarks. Chapter 121 Blink of an Eye Centennial Free Read. https:// Chapter 122. The fastest update to the latest chapter of the Eternals of the Wizarding World. Chris is dead. Its corpse just fell to the ground, its dark scales absorbed the light, its eyes were closed, and its huge body was like a hill, a dead hill. Looking at Chris's fallen body, Yin Lai was silent. 142 years. He finally boiled the shadow dragon to death. He once thought that the shadow dragon should be crazy when he died, and maybe he would gather all his strength to attack the chain of rules in the future, but when it died, Yin Lai didn't even notice it, and died silently like that. The shadow dragon with the fourth ring has a much longer life than normal wizards, and still dies. This is the time. Yin Lai sighed, and then silently returned to the laboratory. Since the dragon is dead, the materials cannot be wasted. Dissecting while it's hot. Nick said that the shadow dragon is the most hidden extraordinary creature, so his body material is not bad, so he also gave his faceless mask and wizard robes an upgrade. And the most important bloodline, Yin Lai also intends to fuse it. Guess it will take a while. I originally wanted to go out immediately, but I'd better go out after everything is ready. Yin Lai shook his head. He had waited for more than 100 years, do you still care about these 3 or 2 years? Time is with him. And there is no hurry. At this time, there are only 2 mental imprints in his mind at this time, David and Vivica, and the others have disappeared. It seems that the 2 of them should have their own opportunities, but I don't know. What happened? A month has passed in the blink of an eye. In the laboratory. It was rare for Yin Lai to take down the mask. This mask, which Yin Lai has brought for almost a lifetime, is still only a 0-ring item, and it looks ordinary, just like him. At this time, on the table in the laboratory, in addition to the mask, is the heart of the shadow dragon. The huge heart is the size of 2 basketballs, and the whole body is purple and black. There are dark blood vessels all over it, and a lot of mysterious power or shadow power is entangled. This is the most powerful thing after the death of Shadow Dragon Chris. It can only be said that it used to be a powerful creature with 4 rings, and even Yin Lai was shocked by the power contained in it, but this is indeed very suitable for masks. The invisible controlling hand slowly held the heart in the air in front of Yin Lai's eyes. The next second, Yin Lai picked up the experimental knife in his right hand and stabbed it in. In an instant, the blue-purple heart seemed to explode, and a burst of spiritual force swept around. Yin Lai took a deep breath. The mental shield in his mind was protecting his consciousness, and the laboratory's defense magic array had already been activated. Even if it is just a heart, it is not easy to deal with. The release lasted for 3 minutes. After the end, Yin Lai stretched out his left hand, and the densely packed warlocks slowly appeared, surrounding the heart, and a translucent shadow was slowly pulled out. This is what Yin Lai needs, belonging to the extraordinary essence of the shadow dragon, hiding. Without hesitation, I started work directly and incorporated this directly into the mask. The process was not difficult, and 3 hours later, Yin Lai looked at the mask and smiled. The mask still looks unchanged, but its level is directly raised, and even Yin Lai doesn't understand what level it is. Because the shadow dragon is the king of shadow, change, and concealment, not to mention Chris is a shadow dragon with 4 rings. This made the quality of this mask go beyond an unknown number of levels. If Yin Lai wore it, even if it was a true spirit, it would be almost impossible to discover it. If the mask of the faceless was useful in the wizarding world, it is equally useful in the wizarding world now. Yin Lai put the mask on his face, and the breath on his body dropped rapidly, directly to the level of an apprentice. Not bad. Yin Lai smiled. The mask thing is solved, then that's the rest. Yin Lai looked at the huge bucket of shadow dragon's blood not far away, and had already thought about how to integrate it. Oh, there is also the bloodline of the shadow dragon. The bloodline of Siwan, even among warlocks, is a very strong existence. Not to mention the shadow dragon's concealment and ability to control shadows, even if there is no talent for witchcraft, it is destined to be a very strong bloodline, especially in this dilapidated world where high-end wizards and warlocks have already left. What should the fusion blood vessels do? A bottle of magic blood medicine, a bottle of hemolysis medicine, and a bloodline. Yin Lai finally found out from the laboratory. It was configured by him 50 years ago, or in front of the shadow dragon Chris. The scene at that time was very interesting. It should be Chris's most scolding. Because blood has always been the direction of Yin Lai's research, Yin Lai also knows what to do. 5 days later, integration into the bloodline begins. With the injection of 2 bottles of medicine and blood, Yin Lai's body seemed to have something erupting. Large shadows poured out from Yin Lai's body, and then wrapped Yin Lai like a heart and liver. In his heart, Yin Lai also fell into a deep sleep, accepting everything in his blood. Puff puff. For a time, the entire secret territory fell silent again for a while. 1 year later, King's Landing outside the city. The space suddenly fluctuated, and a young man suddenly walked out of it. He has a handsome face, black hair, a black and gold ring on his right hand, a purple ring, a grey robe, and his boots, which seemed to be made of animal skin. As soon as he appeared, he glanced at the sky and took a deep breath of fresh air. It's finally out. Yin Lai looked at the unfamiliar forest in front of him and was in a good mood. After the fusion of blood in the secret realm, Yin Lai also practiced for a few months, integrating the skin of the magic dragon into the magic weapon, so that the magician robe and boots have reached the level of a ring. After everything was ready, Yin Lai chose it. However, the place where he came out at this time doesn't seem to be the place he used to be, but a place outside the city of Jun's Landing. Let's go back to King's Landing first. Yin Lai took a deep breath, then walked to a large road, called a carriage, and got on the carriage after paying a few copper tardis. Sitting by the carriage window, Yin Lai looked at the scenery on both sides, not to mention how good he was. At the same time, he also felt that the imprint of the soul that had never moved in his mind moved. A large piece of information, which was once unable to transmit information due to space reasons, rushed towards Yin Lai in an instant. Not David's, but Viveka. Teacher, David and I have left King's Landing. We went all the way east and decided to go to the real wizarding world. Oh, we've traveled to many cities and countries along the way, but we haven't found them, but recently, we seem to have a clue, as if the wizard camp is still further east. Teacher, we found it. We finally found a warlock camp at the end of Karina Kingdom. It is very difficult to find. It is near the Yukon Mountains. We decided to go together. Well, this is a scattered warlock camp, and David and I decided to get used to it for a while. It's very nice here, but unfortunately the teacher isn't here, it's just me and David seems to have made new friends and goes out a lot, so I'm a little scared. Hey, David took me to meet his friend, who is actually a wizard. You must know that wizards are strictly prohibited here, and David said that he wanted to be a wizard. I don't think so, and a warlock is also very good. David left, he followed the wizard, and I don't know where he went. Hey, maybe this is life. David is just the teacher's student. I can't stop him and I won't report him. It's a pity that the teacher is not here, otherwise he will definitely stop him. After all, he listens to the teacher's words. Hey, my god, I accidentally encountered the remains of the 3-ringed wind element beast. Damn, this is a great thing for me, I need to integrate into this bloodline. I joined the Tower of Bloodline, and it's time for me to leave here. Hey, the teacher hasn't replied. It seems that the teacher may really be dead. I'm really sad. Viveka seems to have taken the branding as a record since she left, reporting the situation to Yin Lai from time to time, and then actually let the two really find the wizard camp. And it seems that the two had a disagreement, and David left, but Viveka was also lucky to have a good bloodline, an advanced warlock, and left there. After that, she seemed to realize that the teacher might really be dead and never spoke again. Hey, it's so far away. Yin Lai looked at the messages and sighed a lot. It took so much effort to find the wizard's camp back then because it wasn't far enough. And from Viveka's information, Yin Lai also learned more about the warlock camp and had a better understanding of the real warlock world. The only pity is that many are not clear, Yin Lai does not know. So what Yin Lai should do next, he should also think about it. Whether to stay here or go there. In fact, there is nothing to say. Staying here, Yin Lai's strength can no longer be improved. He should go to the real wizarding world to have a look. In order to pursue stronger power to protect himself, after all, maybe one day there will be a more advanced warlock here, and it would be too sad to have no power to protect himself at that time. And for Yin Lai, other places are treasures. The legacy left by the wizards is still waiting for Yin Lai to take over. Just treat it as old trash and use the remnants of the wizarding world to strengthen yourself. It happens that all the high-level wizards have left. This is the best time. It's not too much to be an eternal garbage collector. What's wrong with him, but he just wants to strengthen himself to protect his immortality and the other side. The carriage has also arrived in King's Landing. After strolling around Yin Lai and discovering that there are almost no familiar places, and the current king is Burn X, Yin Lai sighed. All the way to the Imperial Mausoleum, Anna's cemetery. Looking at the tombstone, Yin Lai was silent for a long time. Put a bunch of freshly bought flowers in front of you and turn away. This is a farewell. After saying goodbye, Yin Lai went out of King's Landing all the way. In an instant, it turned into a shadow and set off into the distance. All the way east. To provide you with the fastest update of the Eternals in the wizarding world of the Blue and White Ocean, so that you can view the fastest update of this book next time, be sure to save your bookmarks. Chapter 122 All the Way to the East free to read. https:// Chapter 123 The fastest update to the latest chapter of the Eternals of the wizarding world. All the way east. Travel to a truly extraordinary world. Yin Lai's shadow appeared outside his body, and his figure flashed and flickered, but every time he appeared, it was tens of meters away, and there were shadows everywhere, as if jumping in the shadows, heading east. This is shadow jumping. Yin Lai developed a movement skill based on the ability of the shadow dragon. It is very fast. It must be used in shadowy places. It is best to use it at night. Speaking of blood. The integration of the shadow dragon bloodline not only made Yin Lai's body outrageous, but also allowed him to initially master the shadow, and master concealment and change. It was really just like what Nick said, a bloodline that was very suitable for Yin Lai. When the time comes, the shadow dragon's imitation ability, the mask, and the wizard's ability are really not a joke. Even if a true spirit warlock comes, it is absolutely impossible to see through him. Hey, after I leave, I may really not come back. At dusk, Yin Lai took one last look at King's Landing, then turned and left without looking back. There is nothing he misses here anymore. Half-year later. After a long journey, Yin Lai finally came to the kingdom of Karina. This is one side by the sea and the other side by another mountain range. It is about 20 countries away from the Burn Empire. Of course, they are all small countries, but they are also very far away. Yukon Mountains. Yin Lai remembered Viveka's words very clearly. After inquiring about the location of the Yukon Mountains, Yin Lai continued to head there, but at this time he was no longer in a hurry. Yin Lai put on another face for himself, covered the witchcraft, and his breath gradually dropped to the 3rd level. Apprentice, and then leisurely walked to a large road. This is the main road to the Yukon Mountains. It should be 50 or 60 kilometers away from there. The real world of wizards, no, what is the world of warlocks like? Yin Lai was really curious. Apart from his 3 apprentices, he hadn't really seen any other wizards or sorcerers. Hey, did you also go to the warlock camp in the Yukon Mountains? Yin Lai was walking on the road, but suddenly, he heard other voices. Yin Lai turned his head to look, and the oncoming one was a carriage. The carriage was very gorgeous, and there were many guards around the carriage, and there were people in front and back. But it was not the guards who called him, but the people in the carriage. A man stretched out his hand by the window and said hello. 3rd-class apprentice. Yin Lai was stunned. The man looked to be 20 years old, with a smile on his face, but judging from his breath, he was actually a 3rd-class apprentice. Dude, was the first wizard he met so outrageous? 20 years old is a 3rd-class apprentice. If Yin Lai remembers correctly, he is 20 years old, and he has just become a 1st-class apprentice for 2 or 3 years. It's a bit amazing. Yes. Yin Lai didn't deny it either. Judging from the man's words, he should have gone there too. If possible, Yin Lai might be able to get more information about the camp from him. Be thrown off balance. And there is only a third-class apprentice, and some knights, great night guards, if it is exposed, they will kill them all, but that should not happen. Hey, you're going to the camp too? Hearing Yin Lai's words, the man's eyes lit up and he got off the carriage. I also went there. At this time, you should be the same person as me, let's go together. The man, wearing a simple wizard robe, invited. Okay. Yin Lai nodded, the man in front of him was too enthusiastic. Not at all dangerous anyway. In this way, Yin Lai followed the man into the carriage. Hello, my name is Rock, the third prince of Karina Kingdom. As soon as he got into the carriage, the man was very enthusiastic. Hello, my name is Herman. After hesitating, Yin Lai changed his name. Hey, I thought you were a third-class apprentice, so I brought you here. Judging from your appearance, it should be gathered at the Yukon Warlock camp this time. Rock asked with a smile. Assembly. Yin Lai questioned. Don't you want to join the Shadow Monitor Lizard Warlock Academy? Rock was surprised when he heard the rhetorical question. He looked at the third-class apprentice in front of him. He looked like he was about 30 years old. Maybe his talent wasn't good enough, but he should be with him. No. Yin Lai shook his head. Hey, that's it. It seemed that hearing this sentence made the man very disappointed, and the enthusiasm just now decreased a lot, but it was only a few seconds before he asked again. Brother Herman, are you going to live in the camp, find someone, or buy something? I came from another kingdom, and I have been studying with the teacher. The teacher didn't tell me anything. The teacher died some time ago, so I left there. I heard that there is a warlock camp near the Yukon Mountains, so I went to take a look. Yin said. He really didn't lie about this. Saline was indeed his teacher to a certain extent, and he had been studying with his notes. He died for 500 or 600 years, and then he came out to sea and see. That's it. Rock nodded. I don't quite understand what you said. Can you explain it to me? Yin Lai asked with a studious expression, like an apprentice who had never seen the world. Okay. Rock looked at Yin Lai and couldn't help feeling pity for him, and said, do you want to hear about the camp, or something else? All right, okay. Certainly. Rock nodded and said, well, let me tell you about the Yukon camp first. This should be a medium-sized camp among the nearby warlock forces, and it belongs to the camp of the Shadow Monitor Lizard Warlock Academy. Shadow Monitor Lizard Warlock. Yin Lai remembered very clearly that it should be the force that Saren Meditlan provoked back then. I didn't expect it to be here, maybe there are wizard forces here. Well, are you going this time? Yin Lai asked. Of course I'm going to join the Shadow Monitor Lizard Warlock camp. The upper limit of the Shadow Monitor Lizard is the second ring, and it belongs to the Middle and Upper Warlock Academy on the entire East Coast. Rock replied. Upper middle class? Yin Lai blinked, but said nothing. After all, it's understandable not to know at all, and it would be a bit strange if you didn't know anything at all. Oh, what is that set? Yin Lai asked again. Assemble, that is, the Shadow Monitor Lizard Bloodline Academy invites newcomers to join the Wizarding Academy every once in a while. If there is a chance, you can also get the Bloodline reward and become a powerful Shadow Monitor Lizard Bloodline Warlock. Rock raised his hand, full of anticipation road. This time he came to join the Academy. That's it. Yin Lai nodded, if I read it right, you should already be a third-class apprentice. Is the Academy's threshold so high now? Of course not, but my family members are also from the Academy, and he is in charge of the Kingdom of Corona, so I followed him to study at home, and this time I came out to become a real warlock. After all, you also know that if we don't integrate bloodlines, we just meditate, learn some bloodline knowledge, do some experiments, and we don't have much power, and I'm not interested in those zero-ring witchcraft. Not interested. It seems that it is really like what Nick said, once the warlocks have begun to abandon the things of the wizards and start to specialize in blood, and naturally they need to learn some witchcraft. It seems that the situation in the current warlock world is even more serious. But this is better, the wizards' things are not valued, and Yin Lai can get more things. It was also a good opportunity to meet Nick this time, and Yin Lai also asked as much information as possible. Well, I also want to ask, are there any rules in the camp? The rules, it is said that it is an open camp, there will be inspections, unless you want to join there, but the inspections will not be very strict, as long as you follow the rules. After all, warlocks are affected by blood, but many have a very short temper. Look told Yin Lai some common sense and joked. It seems that brother He-Man, your teacher doesn't seem to be very responsible. Otherwise, you can go to the Shadow Monitor Lizard Warlock Academy with me. Anyway, you have nowhere to go. If you join the academy, you may be able to develop further objects. Rock invited. In fact, he met Yin Lai just now, and that was his plan. After all, although he has a ring of elders, after all, he has not been in the academy for a long time and has no acquaintances. The royal family's instinct allows him to know more people and expand his strength. If he can recruit a third-class apprentice here in advance, then nature is a very good thing. Academy of Warlocks. Yin Lai thought for a moment. The Warlock Academy is indeed a good place, but it is definitely not something Yin Lai should be worrying about now. He has no knowledge of the Warlock world at all. It is better to spend a few decades in the camp first, and then talk about joining forces. I'm sorry, I just wanted to go to the camp to have a look first. Yin Lai politely declined. Well, that's really a pity. Rock shook his head. That's right, you stay in the camp first, and if you need it in the future, you can come to me at any time. So you are also the first apprentice I met when I went out. Rock speaks very well. Okay. Yin Lai nodded. No one can tell what will happen in the future, maybe one day he will really go to Rock for help. His Royal Highness, it's almost here. The two were chatting, and suddenly the driver's voice came in from outside. Yin came to look like Rock. Relax, it's just that the camp does not allow apprentices to bring more than 2 servants, so we have to go on our own. Afraid that Yin Lai would think too much, Rock explained. That's it. Yin Lai nodded. He thought something was wrong. The two got out of the car directly. At this time, the place had already left the main road. Yin looked towards the front. The front was an area that was covered by fog, and there was another fog-locked witch formation. Let's go. The 2 big knights behind Rock followed them with 2 big boxes. Luo Ke glanced at Yin Lai and shook his head. He was really a poor apprentice. He was so poor that he didn't even have anything to go out. While the other drivers, including the knights, left, Rock walked side by side with Yin Lai. The two walked towards the mist. The fog has little influence on apprentices, just preventing ordinary people from coming in. 10 minutes later, they came to the camp. To provide you with the fastest update of the Eternals in the wizarding world of the Blue and White Ocean, so that you can view the fastest update of this book next time, be sure to save your bookmarks. Chapter 123 Rock Free to Read. https:// Chapter 124. The fastest update to the latest chapter of the Eternals of the Wizarding World. Warlock Camp. Yin looked at the area in front of him. The fog here has disappeared, and inside is the real camp. Different from the dilapidated camp that Yin Lai imagined, what caught my eye was a large area. Not far away was a large group of buildings with scattered heights and occasionally 1 or 2 tall towers. Outside the building complex, there is a large potion field. At this time, there are still many knights, and the slaves of the great knights work here, which is a bustling scene. Don't stay, go in and have a look. Seeing Yin Lai's never-before-seen look, Rock patted Yin Lai's shoulder together and said with a smile. Okay. Yin Lai was just seeing it for the first time, so he was very curious and walked in with Rock. Walking to the center of the road, there are fields of potions on both sides. Most of the plants here are silent crescents, a cherished magic plant. Rock introduced to him. Silent crescent. Yin Lai seldom heard of this kind of magic plant, there is no way, mainly because the orthodox wizards rarely use him. Yin Lai remembers that if it is correct, it should have a calming effect. Yin Lai guessed that it should be used by warlocks. Walking beside Rock, Yin Lai didn't say a word, just kept observing. At this time, there were not many people on the road, but they were basically apprentices, and their levels were first and second. There were occasionally a few third-class apprentices, but not many. After all, not everyone was a genius like Rock. Especially the formal warlocks, Yin Lai hardly saw a few. I walked all the way and saw one. It seems that the fusion is not knowing what bloodline, the whole body exudes an icy aura, even the eyes are all vertical children, and there are some scales on the right hand, and they walked in directly from the entrance not far away. There is one at the entrance, and 2 apprentices are sitting there. Stop! When Yin Lai and the 2 walked to the entrance, the 2 apprentices stopped them. Enter a low-quality magic stone in the camp. Magic stone. Yin Leu, in the ruins of the ruins, Yin Lai also found some magic stones, probably more than 30. He doesn't know how much purchasing power is, but there is only 1 magic stone in the camp, it doesn't seem to be many. Does Brother He-Man have a magic stone? If not, I'll give it to you. Rock said generously. No need, I'll just do it myself. Yin Lezong reached into his pocket and took out a magic stone from the secret realm. Okay, tell me the name and level, we need to record it. After taking the magic stone, the 2 apprentices were ready to register. Herman, 3rd class apprentice. Well, this is your identity card. Within a month, you can enter and leave the camp freely, and then you have to pay again, 1 magic stone per month. The apprentice handed over an iron card with a peculiar smell on it. A magic stone a month? Very expensive. When he first came to the wizarding world, Yin Lai seemed to have a faint feeling that he might have to fall into poverty again. After Yin Lai finished processing, Luo Ke also registered normally, and the 2 walked in directly. Herman, go shopping by yourself, I may go to their meeting place, goodbye. After passing through the door, Rock said goodbye. Goodbye. Yin Lai nodded. The 2 separate. Enter the camp. Everything is new to Yin Lai. Yin Lai also walked along the main road. Occasionally, he saw potion shops and alchemy shops on the street. He would go in and take a look. This also deeply made Yin Lai understand his poverty. In the potions shop. 5 magic stones in this bottle of blood refining potion. Yin Lai's eyes widened, looking at the potion in front of him. The conventional reagent bottle contains a bottle of blood-colored potion. This is a potion that can enhance physical strength during the apprenticeship period. Yin Lai has also prepared it before, and the cost is less than 1 magic stone. It is too dark to sell 5 here. Is it expensive? Look elsewhere, we are already cheap. The apprentice who sold the goods could not tolerate Yin Lai's slander. Go and see, there are not many pharmacists in the entire camp, and how many warlocks can practice magic medicine. This is a boutique from the manager's hands. 5 magic stones are already very cheap. The apprentice tried to tell Yin Lai that they were a conscience shop. Is that so? Yin Lai blinked. As if he had misunderstood something. Warlocks who have abandoned a considerable part of their knowledge are not sorcerers. Potions are a huge problem for warlocks with different spiritual power and element affinity. In fact, this is one of the disadvantages of warlocks. What about this magic blood potion? With this question, Yin Lai asked the potion on the side again. 30 magic stones. The cost is 5 or 6 magic stones, and 30 magic stones. This time Yin Lai stopped talking and turned to leave. For a while, he was still a little confused about his place in the world of warlocks. Poor ghost, have you seen the potion? The apprentice looked at Yin Lai's back as he left, and regarded him as a village elder. Alchemy shop. This warlock leather armor is absolutely worth the money, it only needs 30 low-grade magic stones, and this one only needs a warmer, and only needs 50 magic stones, or this wand, 20 magic stones. Sure enough, the price of alchemy commodities is similar. It seems that due to the pursuit of warlocks, most warlocks do not take the time to learn potions, alchemy, etc., which makes the prices of such items inflated. This is a way to make money. Yin Lai thought for a while. He still had 33 low-grade magic stones. If he didn't make some money later, it would be very difficult for him to survive here. Sometimes poverty can be hard to survive here. Especially today, when Yin Lai went into a restaurant today, he actually used magic stones to collect money. Although it was extraordinary food, Yin Lai still felt the season and turned to leave. No way, I'm still too poor. Am I going to rely on my private configuration of potions to survive now? Yin Lai thought about it, but quickly rejected the idea. He is currently not clear about the situation here. Doing something rashly may attract the attention of some people. He still stays here for a while before talking about other things. Be steady, don't waver. Therefore, Yin Lai is going to rent a house first, after all, he can't live in a secret realm all the time. The area of this camp is very large, like a small town. Asking for directions all the way, through complicated roads, Yin Lai quickly found what he needed. I want to rent a house. At the place in charge of the camp, Yin Lai explained his purpose. The one in charge today is a little girl with big eyes, a first-class apprentice. Any requests? The little girl asked. Be quiet, be a little more remote, be cheaper, and if possible, not be too expensive. Yin Lai deliberately emphasized the last two words. Okay, Cross, take him to see house number 536, 789, 213. The girl immediately called back when she heard the request, and a big knight walked out quickly. Master Warlock, let me show you the room. Cross, a middle-aged man, said flatteringly. Okay. Yin Lai nodded. Since he came here, he has found that the great knight here has no status, at least he is lower than the dog. Soon, the man took him to take a look at the three houses. Yin Lai finally hesitated and chose one of them. A house on the hillside of a hill outside the camp is not small, and it is also very remote. The only problem is that it is a few kilometers away from the camp. Of course, it's not that Yin Lai doesn't want to live in the camp or a higher place. The main reason is that he can't afford it. The first two are in the camp. One has 10 magic stones per month, and the other has 5 magic stones, but the area is only a dozen or so square meters. This made Yin Lai choose the one outside the camp. He only needed 20 magic stones a year, and the price was still not low. In fact, Yin Lai even planned to build a house by himself, but the camp was not allowed, so Yin Lai could only rent a very cheap one. Anyway, he had to go to the camp. After getting the key to the house, Yin Lai spent another 10 magic stones for himself to pay for the entry and exit of the camp for a year, and he got 2 magic stones for a full year at a time. In this way, Yin Lai reluctantly settled down here. Holding the key, Yin Lai walked towards his residence. 10 minutes later, Yin Lai arrived at his destination. This is a building on the hillside. The building is not big, but there are fences that block the view inside. To Yin Lai's surprise, the houses here also seem to have a defensive magic formation. Although it is average, it is not bad. Hey, are you a new wizard? Just as Yin Lai was about to go in, the door of another house on the side opened, and an old man walked out. The old man wore a simple wizard's robe, and his breath was a third-class apprentice. Hello, I'm Herman. Yin Lai nodded. My name is Victor, a third-class apprentice. I have lived here for more than 20 years. If you have any questions, you can come and ask me. Victor looked enthusiastic and said with a smile. Yin Lai nodded. Don't be embarrassed, after all, I'm much older than you, everyone around me knows me, and I won't hurt anyone. Victor said with a smile. I know a lot, but I don't care about age. Because of being trapped for 130 years, Yin Lai at this time has been 271 years old. Yin Lai smiled silently, and then said, then I'm welcome, and I'll nag you later. Okay. Victor rarely met such a warm neighbor and smiled. He was very old, and he didn't pursue any power, so he lived a leisurely life every day. After a few more chats with Victor, Yin Lai walked into the house. After checking that there is no means of detection, Yin Lai began to take some things out of the secret realm. After he was cleaned up, it was already midnight. Standing in the courtyard, Yin Lai felt the elements around him. It was 3 to 4 times the size of the area it used to be, and there was also a smile. Finally came to the real wizarding world. When he is familiar with the camp, that is, when he really starts to step into the wizarding world, there are other things to look for the wizard's legacy. Oh, and Viveka, I don't know what happened to her. Yin Lai sensed the state of Viveka and David, and was stunned. It's all one link, it seems to have surpassed Yin Lai. It seems that the two students do not mix well. Don't know where they are? Shaking his head, Yin Lai returned to the house. He won't contact the two for the time being, let's wait for him to settle down and talk about other things. Wait. To provide you with the fastest update of the Eternals in the wizarding world of the Blue and White Ocean, so that you can view the fastest update of this book next time, be sure to save your bookmarks. Chapter 124 Warlock Camp free to read. https:// Chapter 125. The fastest update to the latest chapter of the Eternals of the Wizarding World. 1 year later. In the yard of Victor's house. There was a stone table in the center, with various fruits and food placed on the stone table, and 2 reclining chairs on both sides. Yin Lai and Victor lay on it, basking in the sun comfortably. Herman, I didn't expect you and the old man to chat so well. Victor picked up a bunch of grapes and chatted with Yin Lai while eating. A year later, the two became very familiar with each other. What he didn't expect was that he thought his pace of life was slow enough, but he didn't expect Yin Lai to be slower, and he didn't look like a normal third-class apprentice at all. When everyone was busy studying, he was wandering, when everyone was busy meditating, he was doing experiments, and when everyone was busy discovering the bloodline of the promotion, Yin Lai was lying down and chatting with him. Sometimes, he even felt that Yin Lai was older than him. Yet, should this be considered a year-end friendship? Yin Lai laughed. Indeed. Victor smiled. Hey, but you still can't do it like this. After all, you can't sit on the mountain. I bought this house, so I can live in it forever. You have to pay, which should also be an expense. Victor worried for Yin Lai. It doesn't matter, I've been looking for it recently. Yin Lai also took a sip of wine. I have to say that the wine in the wizarding world is higher end and better. This year, he has also completely gained a deeper understanding of the warlock world and a deeper understanding of this camp. First of all, the person in charge of this camp should be a Shadow Monitor Lizard Warlock who has just advanced to the second ring. There are also a lot of first ring warlocks here, but not many. Of course, it's not that the camp is weak, but the place where he is currently seems to be called the East Coast. Even if it is placed in the wizarding world, it doesn't seem to be a prosperous place. Zhenling doesn't know, but the three rings are already very strong. The strength of the camp has been considered very good. Of course, this has nothing to do with Yin Lai. The main reason is that he found that there are still many wizards left in the camp, as well as some books and the like. Even this used to be a relatively prosperous area on the east coast of wizards. Yin Lai stayed here to develop, also a good choice. That's right, Yin Lai has decided to live here for a long time. As for Luoke, he has already left here and successfully joined the Shadow Monitor Lizard Wizarding Academy. He also invited Yin Lai for the second time, but was rejected by Yin Lai again. Therefore, Yin Lai's biggest problem at present is lack of money. With magic stones, he can directly buy some worthless wizard resources, but he already has an idea. That is to join the potions department at the camp and work for money. As for why you don't configure your own potions to make money, there are naturally reasons. A year of understanding, let Yin Lai know that there are almost no private sales of medicines here, and they are basically bought from the official, and even if it is private, either join them or not sell them. This is the important thing for the camp to make money. The way he puts it, he naturally won't be ironclad. Just joining the official organization can also make it easier for him to find some things. Well, then I'll go first. The potions department at the camp is recruiting people today. I'll go take a look. Seeing that the time was almost up, Yin Lai said goodbye to Victor. Goodbye. Victor raised his glass and watched Yin Lai leave. After leaving from Victor, Yin Lai walked directly towards the camp. After showing the token at the entrance, Yin Lai walked to the camp office very familiarly. Alice, I heard that the potions department at the camp is recruiting people these days. Yin Lai leaned against the counter and said, the little girl who was in the counter was the same girl from a year ago. Humph, Herman, do you still want to configure potions? Alice laughed, either maliciously or jokingly. The two knew each other. I'm so sad when you think about it this way. My potion level is very high. Yin Lai shook his head and sighed. Don't be poor, this time the potions department will be alone. The competition is fierce. I never heard that you can learn potions. Alice looked at Yin Lai with a smile. Potions is not a simple subject, it requires hundreds of thousands of exercises to come out again and again, not to mention that ordinary apprentices are simply unable to support, and related knowledge is not easy to obtain, especially in today's world of warlocks. Hey, then you can read the announcement when the time comes. Just tell me the place and time. Yin Lai said with a smile. Okay, the test place is next to the potions department on the west side of the camp. Alice cast a glance at Yin Lai and said. Okay, I'll invite you to eat after that. Knowing the place, Yin Lai turned around and left. Poor mouth. Alice looked at his back and snorted. After crossing a few roads, Yin Lai came to the place that Alice said. At this time, a huge tent was recruiting. The tent was very empty. Except for a fat man sitting at the front, there was a screen behind him. Although he couldn't see it, Yin Lai felt that there was another person behind him. Fatty should be the person in charge. He looks 50 or 60 years old, and seems to be a third-class apprentice. Hello, I heard that your potions department needs someone. Yin Lai walked over and asked. Indeed, do you have an idea? The fat man glanced at Yin Lai, who looked like he was in his 30s or 40s. Yes, my potion technique is still good. Yin Lai nodded. Well, then come tomorrow at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, we will choose someone. The fat man cast a glance at Yin Lai and said. Okay. Yin Lai nodded and turned to leave. The goal has been achieved, and there is no need to speak more. But as soon as he walked out of the door, with the powerful hearing of Shadow Dragon, he seemed to hear something wrong. Yin Lai frowned. Walking a little further behind the tent, the voice became clearer. Inside the tent at this time, an old man came out from behind the screen, looked at the fat man flatteringly, then took out a bag from behind and handed it over. Sir, these are 30 magic stones, which are considered filial piety to you. I heard that you are tomorrow's reviewer. I hope you can help me. I'm sorry, but I'm very upright. The fat man glanced at the magic stone, then shook his head. Seeing this scene, the old man scolded secretly, but still took out another bag and said, there are 20 magic stones in it, and there are 50 magic stones in total. Please invite the adults to drink tea. This time, Fatty did not refuse, and while holding the magic stone in his arms, he said leisurely. What to help or not, your level is good, as long as there is no accident, you can choose. Hearing this, the old man smiled. Isn't this just telling him that as long as he can configure it normally? Hehe, although his potion skills are average, this is still okay. Then thank you, sir. The old man quickly thanked. Then I'll go first. Looking at the magic stone in Fatty's arms, the old man's eyes twitched, he walked out of the tent, and then left in one direction. And after he left, Yin Lai stepped out from the shadow beside the tent. Glancing at the old man's back, he sighed. How can this be? Yin Lai shook his head and said a fair and just environment. He didn't want to do anything at first, but at this level, there is nothing to say. He has only two options, one is to interfere with him when configuring tomorrow, and the other is to cut off directly from the source. What else could he do? How to put it, it is rare for the potions department to be short of people. At least Yin Lai has been here for a year and has heard about this time. It is really a good opportunity. When you join the potions department, you can climb up slowly. When Yin Lai was in the Burn Empire, he understood a truth, that is, the higher your status, the easier things will actually be. For example, since Yin Lai took control of Anna, everything about Burn can be easily obtained. Although this is a warlock camp, many things are in common. Looking up at the rising moon, Yin Lai sensed the last direction the old man was heading, and walked over. The next afternoon, Yin Lai came to the tent according to the time. At this time, there were about 20 people here. Most of them didn't look very young, at least 50 or 60 years old. There were very few young people, only 7 or 8. Yin Lai's current age should be lower middle age. It seems that the age of the pharmacists here is generally too old. And with the gathering of people, the fat man from yesterday also came out. He stood at the front and looked around. Hey! Fatty blinked, where did the old man go yesterday? In fact, he knew the old man. Although he was not young, his skill in preparing potions was not weak. Otherwise, he would not have agreed. After all, the potions department would not be able to enter any rubbish. But the old man didn't come today, is he late? Everyone wait a while. Fatty said. Time passed little by little, and half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. What's the situation, why haven't we started yet? That's right, what's the point of letting us wait here at the agreed time? That's it. Others began to tell the truth and complained. Fatty also frowned, and was also a little angry. He immediately made a decision and didn't come, so he couldn't blame him. Everyone, come with me. Fatty waved his hand directly, and then walked towards the building next to him. Everyone followed, and Yin Lai was also among the crowd. Next comes the actual written test. I hope no one cheats in front of him, or Yin Lai doesn't mind doing a little trick. Just as they headed to the test site. At the same time, on a remote mountain more than 10 kilometers away from the camp, on a big tree, an old man slowly opened his eyes. He felt dizzy, and then seemed to be tortured all over his body. When he came back to his senses, he looked around and looked at himself. Unfamiliar environment, unfamiliar woods, and unfamiliar ropes. He was actually tied to a tree at this time. Who did it? The old man shouted, and then he remembered what it was, and was suddenly stunned. A few seconds later, in the quiet woods, accompanied by a few birds flying, there was a huge scream. My test! Who did it? Chapter 126. The fastest update to the latest chapter of the Eternals of the Wizarding World. Just when the old man was trying to struggle. On the other side, Yin Lai and the others had come to the building next to the tent and were led into a room on the second floor. The decoration was not luxurious, but the space was very large. At this time, there were nearly 30 tables in it. Put some materials. Do you want to configure potions? Yin Lai in the crowd saw this scene and understood what he was going to do. Hello everyone, I'm Rooney Fad, the person in charge of the potions department's recruitment this time. There are two contents in this competition. They are the potions test for everyone and the actual combat. Walking at the front, the fat man turned around and said. The members of the potions department naturally cannot be unfamiliar with potion materials and some things, so the first step is actually to screen out those bastards, and the second step is to select suitable apprentices. Well, let's find a spot first, Rooney said. Everyone immediately went to pick a suitable seat, and Yin Lai chose one at random. Everyone sat down, and soon a few more people came in to help invigilate the exam. Testing will start soon. Yin Lai and others got the test papers. Yin Lai took a look and found it was really simple. He had spent more than 200 years in the configuration of potions, and he also obtained a lot of potions from Saren Meditlan and Nick. Resources, this step is not difficult for Yin Lai. On the other hand, everyone else had a frowning expression on their faces, which was obviously difficult. Seeing this scene, Yin Lai couldn't help but think of the scene in the library back then. Really interesting. Yin Lai began to answer the questions, neither too fast nor too slow, and would deliberately miss some. That should be enough. Yin Lai and this group of people hardly know each other, and they are not very clear about their level. While Yin Lai was answering the question, some people had already been eliminated. Damn, you actually use your mental power perception directly, don't you think that you don't take me seriously? Wizard lenses, really good cheating tools, get out. Twisted, please don't imitate other people's actions, I really despise you at this level. Rooney scolded as he walked and threw 3 or 4 people out in the blink of an eye. Yin Lai wrote a little calmly, making sure that he was right about 70%, which should be enough. Soon, time passed, and Rooney took everyone's test papers. There were 27 people in total, 4 left, and 23 were left, and the grading ended soon. But when Rooney announced the result, Yin Lai frowned when he knew he was second. I know you can't do it, but I didn't expect you to be so incapable. It seems that he still underestimated the pursuit of knowledge in the warlock world. These warlocks, even compared with the warlocks in the real wizarding world, are still very poor. Yin Lai is the second, the first is an old man, he looks at least 50 or 60, with a big beard, and the right arm is clearly visible with traces of flesh and blood transformation, covered with fine fluff. The old man just glanced at Yin Lai confidently, without provocation. Everyone is not young anymore, so naturally they will not be so low-level provocation. Well, then let's start configuring potions. This time, the more common Silent Crescent potion and Zero Ring potion are prepared, which can relieve warlocks who are seriously affected by blood. You can try it. Rooney said. Although many wizards will only integrate into the bloodline when they reach the first stage, but once they have no hope of promotion, the apprentice will integrate into the apprentice. In this case, they will be affected by the bloodline far more than the official wizard, irritable, or calm and so on. Potions like Silent Crescent are the potions that save the state at critical moments. They are very practical, and they are also the most widely sold potions by the potions department. The first step is to screen out some people. This step is the real selection stage. After all, what we want is not a theoretician, but a real pharmacist. In this step, whoever has the best effect can be join the department. Rooney looked at the crowd and said. Soon, the material was delivered to the table before them. Yin Lai looked at the material in front of him and fell into deep thought. He had never prepared this medicine. But it's not a big problem. After all, it's just a zero-ring potion. If he can't configure it, then he's too useless. Considering that there is only one person, Yin Lai can only use some skills. Sometimes, when the limelight comes out, it's no big deal. Yin Lai began to process the material. Not far away, Rooney glanced at everyone, and there were others beside him. The quality of this batch is good, but unfortunately only one person is needed. Rooney, which one do you prefer? Asked a man beside Rooney. I think Maureen should be good. His right arm has been remodeled, and his control of mental power is very sensitive. If there is no accident, it should be him. Rooney looked at the middle position, the first in the previous round. Old man. Indeed, his potion skills are indeed very good, even if there are few apprentices in the potions department who are better than him. The man nodded in approval. At this point, Maureen had already processed the materials, and the others were only halfway through. To Rooney's surprise, the runner-up in the previous round only managed less than 1/3 of the time. He was obviously unskilled. Seeing this, Rooney shook his head and stopped paying attention. At first glance, Yin Lai is a theoretical school, and this person is always there. With the passage of time, everyone's materials have been processed, and the potion has been prepared. Soon, some people began to fail. Corner. A man solemnly poured the ingredients from the reagent bottle into the potion tumbling beside him. Drop. It seems that the strength may not be mastered, and the man accidentally poured a small half of the reagent bottle. Not good. Seeing this scene, the man's eyes widened. He turned and rushed behind him. The next second. Pang! In the next second, the crucible exploded instantly, and the tattered fragments flew around. A man who had been refining well, was caught off guard by the flying fragments and failed instantly. Damn it! The man yelled. This wave of influence directly caused many people to fail. Yin Lai was also starting to configure at this time. He sensed the flying fragments. While configuring the medicine, a shield slowly appeared on the other side to block the fragments. The old man farther away glanced at the flying debris, and blocked the debris directly with his body. 1 mind and 2 uses, not bad. In the distance, Rooney looked at Yin Lai's movements, a little surprised. While arranging potions and using witchcraft, this mental power control is very rare in the apprenticeship period. And it looks quite skilled. He may have seen it wrong. Soon, the man who caused the explosion just now was taken out of the venue, and the others who failed were also taken away, all looking at the man angrily, because everyone had only one chance. The next thing is normal, and the rest of the people continue to configure potions. 10 minutes passed, and the old man's potion was successfully configured. He was holding the potion in his right hand with a smug expression on his face, looking like he was winning. He is very confident. He has refined this potion dozens of times, and there is absolutely no problem. With the success of the old man, others also succeeded and failed one after another. Those who succeeded anxiously waited, and those who failed secretly left the stage. Yin Lai also successfully completed the configuration. After 10 minutes, there were only 7 or 8 people left in the field. Everyone take out the potion, and I'll test the level. Rooney glanced at the crowd and said. Potions naturally also have a level. According to their characteristics and effects, they are divided into 5 levels of strength, with level 5 being the lowest and level 1 being the highest. Soon, a man took the lead in handing over the potion. Rooney glanced at it, collected a bit directly, then took out an alchemy item, put it in it, and began to detect the level of the potion. After half a minute. Level 2, normal. Rooney shook his head and said. The man's whole body seemed to collapse in an instant. The second level is not a good level. It can only be said that it is above the qualified level. Today's competition is so fierce, he is probably gone. Next. I'm coming. This time it was a strong man with a red beard, holding a potion in his hand, with a nervous expression on his face. First class. The cruel figures made the corners of the strong man's mouth twitch, and he turned and left. There is no comparison. Soon, other people appeared one by one, but most of them were first and second level. In the end, only Yin Lai and the old man were the two. The old man didn't even look at Yin Lai, he just threw the potion on it. Soon, the results will come out. Level 3 is close to level 4. Rooney glanced at the result and announced that, in fact, this is the highest standard of ordinary wild warlocks. After all, they lack the practice of potions, and their skills are not very good. Therefore, although Yin Lai also has few resources in the Night Kingdom, the supply of materials from an empire to Yin Lai alone is enough for him to squander and connect, and it is a practice of hundreds of years. There's one more. Rooney looked at Yin Lai, but he was looking forward to Yin Lai. Yin Lai handed the medicine over, and Rooney put it into the instrument. The others were also ready to leave, and the old man was confidently waiting in place, ready to accept what happened next. After preparing for so long, it finally succeeded. The old man sighed that he had already tried 3 or 4 times, and this time was the only one that succeeded. There was only one left, and it should be stable. Level 4, no, level 5. Rooney's voice came. 4th, what, 4, 5th. The old man was still muttering, but the next second, he stayed where he was, and turned his head stiffly. I saw that the standard 4th level on the alchemy instrument was already lit, and the 5th level was slightly bright. The corners of the old man's eyes twitched, and there was something in the corner of his mouth that he wanted to scold but didn't know what to say. Level 4? Rooney also blinked his eyes. This level, but it is really not low. Of course, there are a lot of people like this in the potions department, but after all, they are often deployed, and practice makes perfect, but it is really rare that a wild apprentice can be deployed like this. But if you can recruit such a person, Rooney is still very happy. There are additional rewards. Immediately, the eyes he looked at Yin Lai were different, and he showed a bright smile, which was in sharp contrast to yesterday's cold tone. He walked over directly, looked at Yin Lai, and said with a smile, "Congratulations." The old man on the side had a black line on his face and closed his eyes. So sad. To provide you with the fastest update of the Eternals in the wizarding world of the Blue and White Ocean, so that you can view the fastest update of this book next time, be sure to save your bookmarks. Chapter 126 3-entry compilation freeread.https:// Chapter 127. The fastest update to the latest chapter of the Eternals of the Wizarding World. Yin Lai successfully joined the potions department. On the way to the authentication, the fat man was very enthusiastic. "My name is Rooney, or you can just call me Lu, we will be colleagues in the future," Rooney said enthusiastically. "Can you tell me about the specific treatment of the potions department?" Yin Lai asked. "Of course, the potions department doesn't need you to work for a long time every month, as long as you complete a certain share of the work. Of course, if you feel that you want to get more magic stones, you can naturally," Rooney replied with a smile. "What about the place? It can be at home or in the department, it's all up to you," Rooney replied. "Our department's basic salary is 10 magic stones a month, no more and no less. If you work harder, or your success rate is a little higher, even 20 or 30 is fine. My potions are average, and only 15 magic stones a month." "About? Well, that's fine." Yin Lai nodded. "Oh, and, by joining our potions department, you can view some of the potions knowledge left by the wizards in our department. Although many of them can't understand it, it is still very helpful to us. It's a pity, who would have thought that once so powerful wizards have now been replaced by warlocks." Rooney then sighed. "Nice." Yin Lai's eyes lit up. Sure enough, there are still a lot of official resources. Just joining a department has such benefits, which made Yin Lai feel a surprise. He currently accepts a lot of potions inheritance, but it is definitely not enough. After all, it is only the inheritance of a formal wizard and a sporadic thing. Unexpectedly, I have only been here for more than a year, and I will start a garbage old life. For a while, benefits are secondary. Oh, there are a lot of internal resources, you can also buy them, and 10% off. Rooney glanced at Yin Lai and laughed. At this point, Yin Lai has confirmed that he did not join in vain. "Okay, here we are." Suddenly, Rooney stopped, and in front of him was a 3-story circular building like a coliseum, neither big nor small. "Let's go, this is where we usually work." Rooney strode over and put on Yin Lai's shoulder. A gleam of light flashed in Yin Lai's eyes instantly, and his majestic mental power was instantly tense, and then he realized that Rooney should have no malice and was very weak, so he relaxed. In other places, Yin Lai might kill Rooney in an instant. "What's wrong?" Rooney asked, not knowing that he was on the brink of death. "It's okay." Yin Lai shook his head and followed him in. As soon as he entered, Yin Lai was overwhelmed by the overwhelming smell of materials. In the 3-story building, Yin Lai stood at the bottom and looked around. In addition to the first floor that seems to be a lot of office areas and storage areas for materials, The other 2 floors are one by one room, surrounded by a circle, and the smell of refining magic medicine can be heard inside. Pang! Suddenly, there was an explosion in one of the rooms, the door opened, and a pharmacist came out of it with a bewildered face. That's the pharmacist of the department. It looks like something happened. Rooney tilted his head and smiled. How many pharmacists are there currently? Yin Lai asked in confusion. It's about 30 people, many of them are at home, you can do whatever you want when you're down. Rooney replied as he walked. Here. Suddenly, the 2 walked to a room, and Rooney stopped. Give me your ID card and register it. You will be a permanent resident of the camp in the future, and you will be certified by the pharmacy department. Rooney stretched out his hand, and Yin Lai handed over his ID card. Does that mean you don't need a magic stone every month? Nonsense, we have all worked for the camp. Rooney said amusingly, took the token, turned and walked inside. Soon, Rooney came out again and handed the token to Yin Lai. Yin Lai took it and saw that there was a picture of a medicine bottle on the token, which was the picture of the pharmacy department. Yin Lai took the token and found that the token had been branded into a small witch formation, which should prove his identity. Okay, it's up to you to slowly understand what else is going on. Take it easy and enter the department. As long as you don't go too far, you will generally not be fired. That's why the opportunity to join is so precious. Yin Lai also understood the positioning of this department, a civil servant from another world. Rooney then brought Yin to several other places. Where to store materials, where to put potions knowledge, where to work, where to rest. Among them, Yin Lai's eyes really lit up when he saw the room where the knowledge of potions was kept, but fortunately he held back and was ready to take a look later. Also, go see the minister, she seems to be here today. Rooney said, as if he had remembered something. Okay. Yin Lai nodded, he hoped that the leader would not be too troublesome. The 2 came to the first floor again, and in front of a gate, Rooney knocked first. Come in. Rooney opens the door and reminds Yin Lai to go in with him. Open the door, and inside is a small room, full of the smell of magic plants, with a large table and some common furniture, a woman sitting behind the table. The woman looks pretty, with reddish eyes and long hair, but all white hair, and 2 white ears can be seen in the hair. Rabbit girl? Yin Lai's first reaction was this, and it took a second to realize that the woman should be a first-order warlock who fused the extraordinary rabbit class. Minister Yin Funa, this is a newcomer. I'll bring him to meet you. Hello, Minister, my name is Herman. Yin Lai said politely. Well, she looks good. Yin Funa glanced at Yin Lai, then nodded. At this time, Yin Lai's state should be around 30 years old. He used Yin Lai's appearance when he was around 30 years old. He looks very mature and attractive. No, is this the first time a minister should say something? Ahem, my name is Yin Funa, the head of the potions department of the camp, a bloodline warlock of the giant silver moon rabbit. Yin Funa seemed to realize that she had made a mistake and coughed. Relax, minister, I am a friendly person. As long as you don't violate the rules and regulations of the camp, you can tell me at any time if something goes wrong. Yin Funa said with a smile. Thank you, minister. Yin Lai nodded. It seemed that the minister was very good at talking, and his life would be easier. Well, that's it, I'm going to gamble today. No, I'm going to work, so you should leave first. Yin Funa took another sentence before finishing her sentence. Yet. Yin Lai nodded, it seems that this minister has some characteristics. If he heard correctly, the last one who didn't say it should be gambling money. After saying goodbye, Yin Lai and Rooney left, and after leaving, the 2 walked outside. Oh, by the way, don't say a single thing in front of the minister. Rooney said, as if he remembered something. Yin Lai? Don't say the word lose. Rooney leaned over and said mysteriously. Why? You'll know this later. Rooney smiled. Let's go, I'll be here today, just come here to work tomorrow, and the materials are also distributed by the camp. Behind the door, Rooney and Yin Lai said goodbye. Okay, thank you. Yin Lai expressed his gratitude. Along the way today, Rooney helped him solve a lot of doubts. Small problem. Rooney didn't care. Onboarding is over. The life of a migrant worker begins again. The potion configuration may be troublesome for ordinary apprentices, but for Yin Lai, it can really be done by sprinkling water. After receiving the materials, Yin Lai successfully completed the share after 2 or 3 times. And after the completion, Yin Lai discovered a benefit. That is to say, there are damages in the department. After all, they cannot succeed every time, but Yin Lai's success rate is ridiculously high, so all the saved materials have entered Yin Lai's pocket. The peaceful life goes on again. Yin Lai went to pick up the materials every few days, and then went to the place where the potion books were stored, which was very rewarding, but Yin Lai didn't get into it, so he still looked at it slowly and not too conspicuous. And about the word can't say lose, Yin Lai also understood later. It turned out that Minister Yin Funa likes to gamble on magic stones very much, but she almost never won, so there is this custom, and even Yin Lai found out that the minister also has a nickname called Big Fat Rabbit. Take the bamboo shoots. This also shows how much Yin Funa can lose and how much she can play, but it is true, Yin Lai can only see Yin Funa occasionally in the department every day, but occasionally sees her in gambling places. As for why you asked Yin Lai to go to those places, of course it was for entertainment. Don't think that warlocks have no entertainment, let alone gambling and normal entertainment. There are places like Luying Street, and some of them should be remodeled or even integrated into the bloodline. There are many more tricks than the mortal world. Yin Lai is amazed. With this job, Yin Lai finally settled down here. He didn't know how long he would stay here. Yin Lai's idea was to raise himself to the limit, for those advanced maps, or to wait until he became stronger. This is the best place for him right now. Having the resources and collecting the knowledge of wizards, Yin Lai can only say that it is really great. A month has passed in the blink of an eye. Yin Lai stayed at home as usual. Is it right here? It was night, and the bright moonlight shone down. Not far from Yin Lai's door, an old man stared at Yin Lai's house. Damn, he must have done it. He took my place. Damn, there are 50 magic stones. God damn it. 50 magic stones are all his magic stones, was counting on going in and earning it back, but it didn't go in after all, and the magic stone was gone. This made his life quite bad these days. So he inquired about Yin Lai's entry. Without money, he is also getting older, and he really has nowhere to go. Third-class apprentice, I'm going to kill you. The old man was a third-class limit apprentice, and there was no hope of promotion. He glanced at the wall, and then the figure gradually became invisible. He merged the blood of a chameleon, and gradually changed into a color with the environment, and then walked into Yin Lai's house. Losing everything had already driven him crazy, and he wanted to kill Yin Lai. Go to hell! He sneered and climbed over the wall. To provide you with the fastest update of the Eternals in the wizarding world of the Blue and White Ocean, so that you can view the fastest update of this book next time, be sure to save your bookmarks. Chapter 127 Potions Department Welfare Free Reading. https:// Chapter 128 The fastest update to the latest chapter of the Eternals of the Wizarding World. At this time, in secret, Yin Lai's hung closed his eyes tightly, doing his daily meditation work, and beside him, there was a small sapling. This is the sapling from which the seed sprouted. At this time, it was about 1 meter 5 in height, but it had been planted by Yin Lai in the secret realm, and as it grew up, it finally had a little different place. Around the sapling, the element concentration was obviously a little higher than the surrounding area, about 1.2 times. Yin Lai would often meditate next to him. After 3 hours, Yin Lai ended his meditation. Hey, it took almost 200 years to grow to this height, which is outrageous. Looking at the tree, Yin Lai shook his head. He knew that trees would grow slower, but not so slowly. I don't know, I thought he was being abused. After pouring some nutrient solution on the sapling, Yin Lai went to other places in the secret realm. Potions Field. Large areas of potion fields grow recklessly. These are all planted here by Yin Lai. Most of them are the materials of the Zero Ring, and there are also some of the One Ring demon plants that Yin Lai replaced later. Thanks to Yin Lai being able to grow it by himself, otherwise, he might encounter doubts when he often buys materials in the warlock camp. It is also his main property. Of course, the most eye-catching thing here is the blood bamboo flower field in the east. Compared with more than 100 years ago, the range of blood bamboo flowers at this time is larger. There are as many as several hundred plants, 4/5 are zero rings, and the rest are basically one ring. Basically the original yin to be trapped is to feed yourself out of boredom. Of course, none of these are important. What matters is the tallest plant in the center. It is a full 2 meters high, and it is much more ferocious than before. The flowers in it also have a radius of several tens of centimeters, like piranhas, and the breadth is also the highest among them. This is the one that was first promoted to the first ring. After Yin La's startling cultivation, it has reached the advanced level of the first ring, but it is limited by Yin La's own ability level and cannot be improved. But even so, the blood bamboo flowers it provided were enough for Yin Lai to use. Compared with the slowly growing elementalization process, Yin La's mental power is much faster. Unfortunately, the two restrict each other and cannot improve too much. Take your time. Yin Lai shook his head. He walked into the blood bamboo flower field, and all the blood bamboo flowers let their branches open one after another. This was because they sensed a familiar aura from Yin Lai. He ignored it and walked directly to the central blood bamboo flower. The tall blood bamboo flower also stretched out its tentacles, wanting to get close to Yin Lai. Yin Lai's backhand was a big push. Then directly take off the flower, turn around and leave. Blood bamboo flower. Take Hua all the way back to the laboratory. At this time, there is a simple device in the laboratory. A huge transparent device like a cultivation cabin floated in the air, with complex spiritual runes engraved on both sides, and at this time, a withered blood bamboo flower floated in the cultivation cabin. This is a device made of materials left by Nick to observe the blood bamboo flowers. Glancing at the withered blood bamboo flower, Yin Lai shook his head, then turned on the device, took it out, and put in a new one. Start the device. The runes on both sides began to shine, and in the next second, a hair-thin element hit the blood bamboo flower, and the blood bamboo flower began to shrink in an instant, and at the same time, a magical fluctuation quickly occurred. Yin Lai quickly ran to the experimental bench to observe. In the smashed blood bamboo flower, a trace of black power disappeared in a flash. If you look closely, you can see that it absorbs the blood in the surrounding blood bamboo flower instantly. This is the unique swallowing power of the blood bamboo flower. Devour blood, or the power to devour life force. It's a pity that this fluctuation is only for 1 second, and it spreads very slowly, which makes Yin Lai unable to observe it at all. It's still too bad, I need more money. Yin Lai shook his head. Doing experiments is another kind of money burner in a way. What burns is money, and what is gained is experience and knowledge. But not every time it works. Slowly save money, or see if there are other ways. Yin Lai shook his head, different from when he was in Bern, he was too poor at this time. Magic stones are much harder to earn than hintar. After recording some data, Yin Lai started other normal experiments and studies, constantly reviewing the new knowledge of potions learned these days. Unfortunately, not all of the knowledge base can be viewed, and his authority can only read a part of it. In this way, the ordinary night was spent in the experiment. In fact, Yin Lai sleeps for about 4 hours every day. For normal wizards, this time is enough, and there is no need to waste too much. The next day, Yin Lai walked out of the laboratory. I stretched my body, and then I sensed that there was no one outside, and went straight out of the secret realm. Simply pack up and walk out the door. Hey! As soon as he went out, Yin Lai saw a corpse lying under the thorns of the fence. Thorns belonged to Bern before. At this time, he was also trained to the limit of 0 ring. He was responsible for looking after Yin's home and nursing the hospital for Yin to match up with the witch formation. If Yin Lai saw the body correctly, it was the old man he kidnapped before. Needless to say, just by looking at the old man, you can tell what happened. How can you trespass into other people's houses? Yin Lai shook his head, and then began to search for the old man's relics. Only 5 magic stones. Poor. After complaining, Yin Lai left the house. Herman, are you going to the potions department again? Victor was standing in front of his house, greeting Yin Lai. Yeah. Yin Lai nodded. Let's have a drink in the bar at night. I got some good wine this time, brewed with a ring of ingredients. Victor was always enthusiastic. Of course. Yin Lai did not refuse. 10 minutes later, Yin Lai arrived at the potions department. Before entering, I heard a whimper from inside. Did something happen? Yin Lai walked in and saw Minister Yin Funa in the center of the hall turning around and walking into a room not far away, and there were many scattered pharmacists in the hall. Rooney, what's wrong? Yin Lai asked when he saw the familiar Rooney. Hey, don't mention it. Rooney shook his head when he saw that it was Yin Lai. Our potion department has not been doing very well recently, especially the Silent Crescent potion. Recently, the camp has introduced a new potion from outside, which is 20% better and 10% cheaper. The main interest of the department is the Silent Crescent potion, so we have less money in the department recently, so our base salary has been reduced a lot. Rooney sighed. That's it. Yin Lai was a little numb. Is there a solution now? Yin Lai asked. Of course not. Rooney glanced at Yin Lai and said. However, a bounty has been issued within the department. If you can improve the potion, or provide a new, cheaper and more effective potion, then not only can you become a deputy minister, but you can also get 1/20th of the benefits of the new potion. 30 years. Deputy minister? There is still a deputy minister in the department. Yin Lai was puzzled. He has been here for more than a month, but he has not heard of any deputy minister. There should have been, but Minister Yin Funa has been here for 5 or 6 years, and it has not been set. Rooney glanced at Yin Lai. Forget it, I won't tell you, I haven't finished my mission today. Rooney sighed and turned to leave. The efficiency of the department is not good, and it affects everyone in the department. All right. Yin Lai shook his head, ready to fetch the materials. What? The materials are received at most 3 times a month. From receiving the materials, Yin Lai became even more numb. Herman pharmacist, I'm sorry, it's mainly because it's a little difficult to start directly. An apprentice who sent the materials said apologetically. Yes. Yin Lai waved his hand. It seems that the business of prostitution materials can't be done. Go home. Time passed little by little. And within 3 months, Yin Lai also knew the specific situation. It turned out that the new medicine was called Sun Kerala medicine. It was the product of a new force in the manager's cooperation, so it was allowed to enter the market. But what he didn't seem to think about was that the effect of Sunflower Crown's medicine seemed to be much better than that of Silent Crescent, which made the potions department suddenly defeated and fell into an unfavorable environment. Anyway, in the past 3 months, the potions of the Silent Crescent industry have been sold less and less by the potions department, which directly leads to less and less of Yin Lai's life. This is not a good thing, at least what Yin Lai got this month. The money is a third less than last month. In this regard, several members even resigned directly and joined the shop opposite the Sunflower Potion, which made the situation in the potions department even more miserable. Yin Lai had no idea of quitting. The shop called Sunflower Crown also contacted him, but the monthly tasks given were far more than the current one, and they had to work together, so Yin Lai had no interest at all. There is only one way for Yin Lai. He wants to improve the new potion. In fact, after joining, he found that this group of pharmacists did not conduct research on medicines at all, and used the calibrated formula and seldom improved. They had never done any detailed research on the plant like the Moon Kerala, but at that time Yin Lai asked, "Good guy, this potion was actually found by a ring wizard who was caught decades ago. Since a ring wizard can configure this potion, Yin Lai has no reason not to improve it." Just kidding, Yin Lai's level is not high in the first ring, but when it comes to potions, there are few first ring wizards who have studied for more than 200 years. In fact, a first ring warlock can live to 200 years. There are many, but the wizard can't live more than 200 at all. It's time for this group of knowledge-agnostic warlocks to feel a dimensional blow. Just do it. After taking time to complete the task for a month, Yin Lai bought a large amount of potions and began to experiment. For nothing else, just for the 1/20th profit. To provide you with the fastest update of the Eternals in the wizarding world of the Blue and White Ocean, so that you can view the fastest update of this book next time, be sure to save your bookmarks. Chapter 128 The Power of Devouring Free Read. https:// Chapter 129 The fastest update to the latest chapter of the Eternals of the Wizarding World. For Yin Lai, improving the potion was already a familiar path. Generally speaking, the first step is to analyze the material, but this time Yin Lai did not intend to do so. Yin Lai's first step was to directly extract the extraordinary elements of the extraordinary materials of all the potions, using the inheritance left by Nick, and then began to directly configure the extraordinary elements according to the potion formula. Soon, a potion appeared. After a test, the potion's potency was at least 1.7 times normal. But Yin Lai is definitely impossible to hand over this, because ordinary pharmacists do not have this knowledge, and it is impossible to configure it to this level. As for handing over the knowledge, it is even more outrageous. Yin Lai just wants to introduce new ones from it. Pharmacy formula. Each material is destined to have some different and useless things, but if it is configured normally, it may be used, but Yin Lai's direct extraction of extraordinary elements will not. What Yin Lai has to do is to get rid of those bad ones, and then make a new potion to remove impurities, so that even if it is really handed over to Yin Funa at that time, it will not cause too much impact. After all, adding and deleting materials directly is a huge difference from changing the proportions slightly. The former will make you instantly attract huge attention, the magic medicine genius, and the latter is just average. Start. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. For Yin Lai, the experiment went well. Soon, he removed some impurities, and the effect of the medicine was slightly improved, but this was not enough. Yin Lai was still working hard. The other side. Affected by the Sunflower Crown shop, the Silent Crescent potion is now almost sold out. After all, there is a better alternative. The potions department's economy mainly comes from other potions, but its competitiveness is also average, which makes the potions department look bad recently, and the atmosphere is very sluggish. Yin Funa saw it, but there was nothing she could do. There are very few warlocks who are good at potions. If they are masters, they are usually among the various major forces. If she wants to change this situation, she can only start from the manager. But when she went to seek help, she realized that the manager who signed the contract was helpless. And Yin Lai, this little transparent, naturally no one cares, everyone is thinking about their own way out. In the blink of an eye, another 2 months passed. Inside the secret lab, Yin Lai took a deep breath as he looked at the potion that had just been made in front of him. The potion improvement work is finally over. At this time, there was a new bottle of potion on the table. The potion was different from the light blue of the Silent Crescent before. This potion was dark blue and looked very similar. In fact, the two potions were originally one, but the current potions are much simpler than before. This potion has discarded some materials, such as Silent Crescent Moon. It turned out that all of this plant can be used, but this new bottle can only use the sprouts, which avoids other parts from damaging the potency of the potion. After Yin Lai's general inspection, the effect of this medicine was 1.4 times that of the previous one, and the maintenance time was also increased from the previous 3 hours to 12 hours. The only regret is that the cost has not been greatly reduced. At best, there will be some leftover scraps, but not much. But Yin Lai already thinks it's okay. After all, it's impossible for everything to be perfect. He's not at that level yet. Holding the potion, Yin Lai walked out of the secret realm and prepared to go to the potions department. Herman, I heard that there is a problem with your potions department. At the door, Victor asked curiously. Small question. Yin Lai replied with a smile. Soon, Yin Lai came to the potions department. But before entering the door, I saw 3 familiar pharmacists walking out with things. Where are you going? Yin Lai wondered. These people are all old people from the potions department. Why are you ready to leave today? Hey, Herman, sorry, we don't want to leave either, but the department's effectiveness is getting worse and worse, and we can't do anything about it. A pharmacist spread his hands and said helplessly. Indeed, I can't afford to live. I can only go to the Sunflower Crown. They also need a pharmacist there. Or else you can go with us. The 3 persuaded. Then let's go. Yin Lai shook his head and walked 3 more. At this time, the department estimated that there were only half of the people left. Who would have thought that the department that was hot a year ago would be half left in the blink of an eye? Well, then you come on. It was a polite sentence, and the 3 of them left. Looking at the backs of the 3, Yin Lai shook his head. It's over when it's over, it doesn't matter. He glanced at the empty building, then walked towards Yin Funa's office. Hey! In the room, Yin Funa sighed. This period was the most difficult stage for her to take over the department. The intervention of Sun Kerala Pharmacy has reduced the department's income by at least half. After removing the department's operations and wages, there is really almost no money, which makes her regret choosing here. Lord Phil probably didn't expect this to happen. Yin Funa shook her head. If it goes on like this, the Sun Kerala of the camp will sooner or later occupy the camp's industry, which is often the case. This kind of small profits but quick turnover is the competitiveness. But transforming the potion is a long way off. In fact, there is not even a pharmacist in the current camp, which is also related to the disadvantages of the warlock. Many warlocks will subconsciously choose stronger bloodlines when they choose to advance. These bloodlines have their own attributes. Although they will strengthen some attributes, they will also reduce some aspects. This makes it difficult for most apprentice pharmacists to prepare some pharmacies after they are promoted. This still does not consider the influence of the mental instability that the bloodline itself may bring. In fact, this is one of the disadvantages of warlocks. Once in the wizarding world, potions were originally made by wizards, and warlocks basically did not touch them. Now, this has become one of the factors limiting the development of warlocks. Hey! Thinking of this, Yinfuna sighed deeply again. Bang bang bang! Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Yinfuna raised her head suspiciously. Who would come to him at this time? Please come in. Master Minister, I'm Herman. Yin Lai walked in. He-man, what's the matter? Why, do you want to leave too? Yinfuna asked. In fact, most of the people knocking on the door these days are for this purpose. No. Yin Lai shook his head. Oh, what's the matter with you? Yinfuna was even more puzzled. I made the improved potion. Yin Lai replied. Oh, the improved potion, what did I think? What, the improved potion? Yinfuna jumped up suddenly, her two rabbit ears stood up instantly, and her reddish eyes widened. She stared at Yin Lai. This new member, can he improve the medicine? You sure? You sure? Yes. After confirming it twice, Yinfuna sat on the chair and slowly pulled down her raised ears. Then have you brought the potion? Yinfuna asked. Master Minister, this is a potion. Yin Lai took out the potion prepared in advance. Looking at the dark blue potion, Yinfuna blinked, and then took it over. It seemed normal. Forget it, let's test it directly. Yinfuna thought for a while and pulled a bell. Soon, there was a knock on the door. Come in. An old acquaintance walked in, Rooney. Rooney was at work, but suddenly received a call from Yinfuna and rushed over in a hurry. Herman. As soon as he came in, he saw Yin Lai beside him, a little puzzled. What's wrong? Rooney, go and test this potion. Facing the doubtful Rooney, Yinfuna didn't give him time to think, and handed the potion to Rooney. Okay. Rooney took the potion. Although he was puzzled, he glanced at Herman and walked out. Wait. Next was the waiting time. Yinfuna and Yin Lai were silent. Yinfuna was anxious in her heart. If it succeeded, it would be a good thing for the potions department. If it was a fake, it would be a waste of joy. Look at the results. Time passed little by little. After half an hour, there was a knock on the door. Come in. Yinfuna stood up. Rooney walked in, but it was different from the previous state. At this time, his face had a ghost-like expression, and the hand holding the potion even trembled. Before Yinfuna spoke, Rooney said in a trembling voice, Master Minister, the ingredients of this potion are almost the same as the Silent Crescent potion. Is this an improved potion? Yet. Yinfuna glanced at Yin Lai, then nodded. Yin Lai stood silently by the side and did not speak. What's the effect? Yinfuna asked directly. Master Minister, this should be improved by which master you found. The effect of the potion is simply too powerful. The effect of the potion is 1.42 before. What's more outrageous is that the time is also extended by 3 times. Rooney gasped. Unable to remain calm. Yinfuna was stunned when she heard the result, and the rabbit ears stood up again. Real. The medicine is real. Yinfuna looked at Yin Lai. She couldn't believe that the members recruited a few months ago might actually want to save the potions department. No, you have to ask about the cost. If the cost is too high, it is useless. Herman, what is the cost of this potion? Yinfuna looked at Yin Lai seriously. It is about the previous and the steps are similar to the previous ones, except that it may be a little more troublesome to process the materials. Yin Lai replied. Yinfuna closed her eyes and took a deep breath. If so, then this potion is really the savior of the pharmacy department. When she opened her eyes again, she looked at Yin Lai and said sternly. If everything is true, then you will be the deputy head of the potions department in the future. Rooney. At this time, Rooney looked stunned, but after hearing the words of the deputy minister, his body instantly stiffened. Looking at Yin Lai on the side, his mouth gradually opened wide. No way. Herman, you? To provide you with the fastest update of the Eternals in the wizarding world of the Blue and White Ocean, so that you can view the fastest update of this book next time. Be sure to save your bookmarks. Chapter 129 Improved Potions Silent Moon Spring Free Read. https:// Chapter 130 Herman walked out with a confused look. He couldn't imagine that it was Yin Lai who improved the potion, which was too strong. Hey, but that's fine, at least the department is saved. Rooney shook his head, looking forward to the next thing. A week passed in the blink of an eye. This day, without warning, the potions department requested some cooperative stores to put on a new potion, Silent Moon Spring. At first, everyone was very reluctant. After all, the Sunflower Kerala pharmacy has now crowded out a large amount of the market, which makes them also very reluctant. It was difficult, but the department's request could not be refused, and everyone could only ask for a small amount of medicine. Everyone thinks that this is the struggle of the potions department. After all, it is not an easy thing to make a potion that surpasses the Sunflower Crown in a short period of time. Suresh Pharmacy. On this day, Clerk John looked at the goods in the store boredly, and with a glance, he saw a bottle of Silent Moon Spring that was not for sale next to him. The price is the same as that of the Silent Crescent, or a little more expensive than the Sun Kerala, and it doesn't tell the specific effect, really. John shook his head. At this moment, someone came in from outside the door. Lord Chuck, what do you want to buy? The person John knew was an old customer of their shop and a member of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs is a department of the camp, but it does not belong to the camp entirely. He only issues some tasks, and then the favorite warlocks will accept and complete the tasks and get paid. They are generally free warlocks. A bottle of sunflower potion. Chuck said. Okay. John smiled and went to pick it up for Chuck, but returned a few minutes later with an apologetic expression. Sir, I'm sorry, it's sold out, you can go to the pharmacy in the Sunflower Crown to buy it. No more. Chuck frowned. I'm really sorry, sir, you also know how popular this kind of potion is recently, but recently the potions department also has a new potion, the price is the same as before, do you want to try it? John looked apologetic. Forget it, I'll go somewhere else. Chuck shook his head and prepared to leave. Chuck, the mission suddenly changed, we have to rush over in half an hour, and the captain called to assemble. Suddenly, a woman ran out of the door and said to Chuck. What? Chuck exclaimed, frowned, and turned to John behind him, then give me a bottle of that new potion, Camp, can't the mission give an exact time? John immediately handed a bottle of Silent Moon Spring to Chuck. John took it directly, didn't even look at it, pretended to be, and then hurried out with the woman. The left John and the woman ran all the way, and soon came to the gate of the camp. At this time, there were already 3 or 4 apprentices waiting for them outside the camp. Captain! Chuck said as he walked to the leader. Chuck, Carly, this mission is that a group of human-faced spiders appeared in the distant forest. We need to deal with them and collect their venom glands. The captain said directly. Let's go now. Soon, the camp's exclusive carriage was pulled over, and the group quickly got on the bus. On the way, everyone was silent. Suddenly, the captain opened his mouth and said to Chuck, who was not far away, Is your medicine ready? Ready. Chuck said carelessly. Knowing that there is no hope of promotion, many apprentices will integrate into the low-level bloodline during the apprenticeship stage. The same is true for Chuck, but he integrates the bloodline of the explosive monitor lizard, which is considered strong in the zero-ring bloodline. The only bad thing is, if the battle is too intense, it will fall into a state of excitement and frenzy, and potions like sedatives are indispensable. That's fine. After hearing the exact answer, the captain nodded. Soon, they arrived at their destination, next to a grotto on the edge of a mountain range. Is it inside? The captain asked. Yes. Let's start then. The captain nodded, then took out a bottle of potion from behind with his right hand, motioned for a few people to avoid, and then threw pengs into the grotto. Immediately, the stench. The smell came out, and in the grotto, it seemed that something was coming out. The few people who had been hiding for a long time were looking at the cave and waiting. Soon, the purpose of their trip, Warcraft, came out. A human-faced spider with 0 ring limit. The huge body is more than 1 meter high, but the legs are more than 2 meters long. They are inserted into the ground one by one, shining with dark light, like long knives. Go! The captain made a secret signal with his right hand, and everyone started at the same time. In an instant, a group of 6 shot at the same time. One person took out the witchcraft, and a large piece of vines drilled out from under the spider in an instant, entangling the spider. The human face spider was also confused, but instinctively, he still wanted to break free. His sharp limbs cut off the vines and jumped to the side. But at this time, a fireball of Chuck, who was in ambush on the other side, flew over directly. Pang! The bursting flame made the spider let out a long hiss, and at this time, 3 other attacks had arrived, a wind blade, an acid jet, and a sound wave attack. Pang! The spider was directly seriously injured. Everyone pursues the victory and resolves the battle within 5 minutes. The captain looked at the injured human-faced spider and said loudly. The battle begins. The human-faced spider retreated steadily under the attack of the 6 people, and soon retreated to the bottom of the cliff. Just when everyone thought that the battle would go smoothly, suddenly, the spider let out a long hiss, and in the forest in the distance, huge spiders appeared, and at the same time, there were 2 middle-stage demon spiders. Damn, doesn't the camp say there is only one? The captain gritted his teeth, and then immediately said to Chuck, who was not far away, it looks like there will be a long battle, take medicine. The battle is already very difficult, but we can't let Chuck backstab. Yet. After Chuck heard it, he nodded, and the power of blood was instantly activated. The bursting flame appeared in his hand, and Chuck's eyes were slightly red, but he remained calm. This potion doesn't seem right. As usual, at this time, he should feel particularly belligerent, but at this time, it doesn't seem to be so obvious. How can the effect of the potion be better than that of the sunflower crown? Weird. But now is not the time to think about it, let's fight. A large number of human-faced spiders had already rushed over at this time, making bursts of neighs, and the injured zero-ring limit human-faced spiders were also directly sprayed with venom, and everyone ducked. A single spider isn't scary, but a swarm is troublesome. In the spider group, everyone fought with all their strength, and Chuck's side was even more flaming, burning the spiders to death directly. There were many spiders, and the battle continued until the night before it was over. Damn it, Chuck! During the battle, the captain seemed to suddenly remember something and turned his head to look at Chuck, because according to normal times, Chuck should be in a state of excitement at this time. But at this time, Chuck still looked very calm. Team leader? The captain was surprised. What kind of medicine did Chuck take today, and he still found a solution? But when I didn't think about it, I continued to fight. After 2 hours, the battle was over. Looking at the corpses all over the floor, Chuck smiled. It was too dangerous today. However, when he raised his head, he found that several of his team members were looking at him covered in blood. Chuck blinked and wondered, what happened? Your state. The captain spoke at this time. My status. Chuck's brows furrowed, but he immediately stretched out, even with his mouth wide open. Damn it! There is something wrong with this potion, there is definitely something wrong with it. Chuck understood that he could keep calm during such a long battle. What's the name of the medicine you bought? The captain asked. Chuck didn't know either, so he took out the previous potion bottle and showed it. Silent Moon Spring, produced by the pharmacy department. Looking at the words on the potion bottle, everyone fell silent. What about the price? The captain asked again, the effect was so good. It must be expensive. It's the same as the silent crescent moon before. Silent, everyone was silent again. After a few seconds, the captain suddenly said, quick, after collecting the poison glands, we will return to the camp immediately. Don't need anything else. A team member looked at the other corpses. No, you want a ghost. Now we have a huge extra money in front of us. Go back immediately and buy Silent Moon Spring. The price of this potion will definitely increase. The captain said excitedly. Everyone finally understood at this time. So after collecting the poison glands, he quickly returned to the camp. Silent Moon Spring potion exploded. It really exploded. In just 2 days, everyone knew that the pharmacy department had improved the potion, and the effect was very good. Not only the effect is 1.4 times the previous one, but the duration is 3 times longer, and more importantly, the price is the same as the previous Silent Crescent Moon, which is simply conscience. As for the Sun Kerala pharmacy, although it is not bad, it is still a lot worse than it. You are not fools. Although it is slightly cheaper, the effect is really bad, and they have become customers of the pharmacy department again. As for the Sun Kerala pharmacy, sales plummeted. When asked about the reformers, the pharmacy department stated that it was jointly transformed by the pharmacy department, but one of them, Herman, played a certain role. This made Herman a little famous to a certain extent, but the operation of the pharmacy department also greatly reduced it, and the main firepower was all taken away by Minister Yin Funa. And Yin Lai also smiled after knowing this. The benefit is greater than the cost. And he is also a wizard of the first ring. Although he is currently hidden as an apprentice of the Zero Ring, there are few who can crush Yin Lai in this camp, which is why he dares to do it. 1/20th of the benefits, and the right to view the potions department's formula. Yin Lai felt that this was enough for him to digest for a long time. There is still a lot to dig in this camp. Take your time, don't rush. Chapter 131. Just as Yin Lai waited patiently, some people were not very calm. Sunflower crown. Who can tell me what's going on with this potion? An old man held Silent Moon Spring in his right hand, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Boss, we don't know either. It seems that they developed it suddenly, and we have no news at all. A man looked confused. Damn, there are only a few people left in this group of potions department, and they actually made a mess. The old man sighed, and then asked again, then how is the sales of our potions currently? Except for the sales of Sun Kerala pharmacy, which has almost halved, others have also been affected to varying degrees, and this impact will gradually increase over time. The man sighed and replied. Is that so? The old man was a little unwilling. Have you checked that, Herman? I checked, but there is no news. It looks very ordinary, but I still sent someone to contact him, but he has not known where he is recently, and he can't find it at all. The man sighed. Hey! The old man seemed to want to say something, but in the end it all turned into a sigh. At this point, there is no benefit at all in dealing with Yin Lai, and they will not do this meaningless thing, mainly because they are too unwilling. After half an hourglass, he said again, what if I want to improve the sunflower corona potion? It may be difficult, there are very few masters of pharmacy. He shook his head. Forget it, it seems that there are capable people here. The old man shook his head and said. You go first. It is good. At the same time. In the camp, the most central building, in a room. What, the potions department developed it by itself? A man's eyes widened, as if he couldn't believe it. He is the current head of the camp, Kratos, the second ring shadow monitor lizard bloodline warlock. Originally this time, he wanted to introduce a chamber of commerce to increase the vitality of the camp, but it seemed to be counterproductive. The foreign invasion severely hit the camp's industry, but made him industries have been affected. How could he endure this? He immediately found a magician who was good at potions and wanted to improve the potion, but there was no progress yet. Not bad. Kratos laughed, which saved a fortune. With a big wave of his hand, he said, tell the pharmacist that he is no longer needed, and there is still one more ring, but that's all. Yes. The reporter turned to leave. Minister Yin Funa, really, we really love the department. In Yin Funa's office, the three apprentices bent over and smiled flatteringly. They were one of the apprentices who left without mercy. I heard that the benefits on the side of the sunflower crown are also good. Yin Funa looked like she was in a good mood with Erlang's legs up and her ears up and down. The three apprentices were a little speechless, because as the profits of the sunflower crown decreased, they began to lay off people, and they were the first batch to be discarded. This is not without work, so he licked his face and returned. You can go back, but there is one condition. Suddenly, Yin Funa said with a smile. Sir Minister, you said. Their eyes lit up, and there was still drama. That means you will have no salary in the future. Yin Funa said with a smile. Minister, stop joking. The corners of the apprentices' mouths twitched. It was you who joked with me first, who gave you the courage to stand in front of me. Yin Funa suddenly changed her face, her rabbit ears pricked up, and at the same time, the aura belonging to a ring of warlocks came out. The three apprentices shivered suddenly, and cold sweat broke out on their backs. Yes, Yin Funa is a one-ring warlock, they must be crazy. Naturally, you have your own reasons for quitting. I don't want to hear it. If you leave, don't think about coming back. I don't care about the others, but if you three, if any chamber of commerce dares to ask for it, I will make them look good. Yin Funa was also angry. Roll. The 3 apprentices were already extremely regretful at this time, but they did not dare to say more, and then left quickly. On the way out, they met Yin Lai who just arrived. Same encounter, same location. But at this time Yin Lai looked very good, but the 3 of them looked very embarrassed. Yin Lai ignored the 3 and walked directly inside. He came to see Minister Yin Fu Na today. Knock lightly on the door. Come in. Yin Lai walked in and saw Yin Funa who had recovered. She glanced at it and said with a smile, "It's Yin Lai, sit down. You have helped a lot this time, don't worry, 1/20th of the benefits will not be lost to you." Yin Funa assured. 1/20th is really a huge profit. If it is put on a bottle, it is not much, but if it is a department, how can it give Yin Lai a profit of dozens of magic stones a month, which is enough to make Yin Lai live a good life? Well, Yin Lai is for this today. Well, there is also the deputy minister, this is your new token. Then Yin Funa took out a new token, which was also engraved with the logo of the potions department, but the material was completely different from the previous one. With this, Yin Lai reluctantly entered the power level here. There are other rights, you know it yourself, such as checking the potion formula, working less, and you can usually apply for materials from the department, or housing, etc. Yin Funa explained to Yin Lai one by one. Yin Lai also listened silently. Well, that's all. The reason why there is no deputy minister is that our department has almost no work. Generally speaking, managers are in charge of transactions, so it is actually very leisurely. After explaining, Yin Funa said easily. The fact is, if she is really busy, Yin Funa doesn't have time to gamble often. I'll take you to gamble today, but it's fun. Yin Funa smiled, looking really good. Sorry, Minister, let's forget it, I still have something to do today. Then tomorrow. There will be something to do tomorrow. It's worth it, forget it, I'll go by myself. In the end, Yin Lai rejected Yin Funa. After all, it's okay to follow a one-ring warlock to gamble for money, and I still don't know what will happen. Although Yin Lai's gambling skills are good, let's forget it, and that's fine. Just become a deputy minister, so don't be too ostentatious. This is his years of experience. If it weren't for this opportunity, Yin Lai wouldn't even take the initiative to improve the potion, and he would be much more stable in the future. The first step is often the most troublesome. Saying goodbye to Yin Funa, Yin Lai returned home. From today onwards, his wallet will be much richer, and it is time to start slowly collecting the wizard's things, and slowly modifying the experimental device to study the power of devouring. And most importantly, grow slowly. Yin Lai has never forgotten that strength is the foundation of everything, and there is no strength. If one day he is really exposed, he also hopes to have enough strength to protect eternal life. Yin Lai returned home all the way. After quickly finishing today's work, he began to continue to do experiments, just like he was in the library back then, and he also expected that such days would continue forever. When I came out the next day, Yin Lai found an extra letter in the mailbox. At first glance, it seemed to be the sunflower crown, and Yin Lai opened it. Dear Herman, I'm Lai Yin, the owner of the Sunflower Crown store. I would like to invite you to discuss at Silver Moon Restaurant at 6 o'clock this evening. Please rest assured that no third person will know. It turned out to be the person in charge of the Sunflower Crown Chamber of Commerce. Yin Lai thought about it and threw him directly into the secret realm. It is impossible to go. Anyway, he has inquired about it. The person in charge is also an old man with 0 ring limit. If he wants to do something, Yin Lai doesn't mind hitting him directly, it's very relaxed. In this camp, with Yin Lai's strength, there is still a certain guarantee, at least it is much better than accepting Rock's invitation to go to the Shadow Monitor Lizard Academy together. After finishing the letter, Yin Lai was about to leave, the door on the side opened, and Victor saw Yin Lai. Congratulations, I heard that you became the deputy head of the potions department, congratulations. Victor said with a smile. Thank you. Yin Lai nodded. Yin Lai, it's like this, I need some medicine, can it be cheaper? Victor asked, seeming to have been waiting for Yin Lai for a long time. Of course. Yin Lai nodded. In the potions department, many potions can be purchased at a discount, and Yin Lai, as the deputy minister, can even take away a batch of potions at the original price. Of course, the quantity should not be too much. Victor and Yin Lai have a good relationship, so naturally he will not refuse. Thank you, it's not much. Victor knew what to do and handed Yin Lai a list with a smile. Yin took a look. Antidote potion, Axix shield potion, heal potion. Most of these medicines should be brought out only when going out. How could Victor need it, but this is Victor's business, and Yin Lai will not pay attention to it. Putting away the list, Yin Lai set off towards the camp. Soon, Yin Lai felt the difference of becoming a deputy minister. The apprentices who used to be at the entrance of the camp would not greet him when they saw him, but at this time they made him slow down on the road. When entering the department, some pharmacists who were not familiar with him would also take the initiative to say hello. This is the change of status. Of course, after going through everything by burn, Yin Lai has been very peaceful about it all, just working the same as before. Seeing that Yin Lai hadn't intervened too much, the people from the potions department were relieved. That's the best way. And just like that, a peaceful life begins again. In addition to work every day, Yin Lai often goes to the potions department where wizard books are kept, and has also learned a lot of new skills and methods, which has improved Yin Lai's potion skills again. At least in the potions department, Yin Lai feels that his potion skills should already be top-notch. Yin Lai also bought the potion and gave it to Victor. Yin Lai didn't ask him what he was going to do, but in recent days, he often saw Victor going out, as if he was looking for someone. In this regard, Yin Lai just shook his head. It seems that Victor should have encountered something, otherwise he would not be so busy at ordinary times, but he didn't care, it was Victor's own business. A month later. Victor is out. Chapter 132. It's been a month since I saw Victor again. This evening. Yin Lai had just returned from the potions department, had just walked to the mountain where the house was located, had just walked near the door, and then saw Victor lying outside the door next to him. I knew something must have happened. Yin Lai's eyes widened and he walked over quickly. At this time, Victor's eyes were closed, his lips were a little black, and his mental state seemed a little sluggish. He seemed to be seriously injured, and he didn't know what he had experienced. After checking for a few minutes and confirming that there was nothing else on Victor's body, Yin Lai helped him back to his home and took a ring of healing potion. After all, this is also a friend, and a little help is nothing. Of course, his help was limited to that. After treating him, Yin Lai returned to the yard to water the vines. Cough cough. Half an hour later, there was a sudden coughing sound from the door. Yin Lai turned and looked back. Victor woke up on the bed in the door. Cough cough. Victor coughed and opened his eyes with a pained expression, seeing an unfamiliar place. Where is this place? Victor frowned. He remembered that he was seriously injured and wanted to go home, but fell down at the door of his house. At this moment, Yin Lai walked in. Herman. Seeing Yin Lai, Victor naturally understood what happened. Thank you, if it weren't for you, I might have lost everything in my body. Victor thanked him, sensing that there was no shortage of things in his body. Small question, we are friends. Yin Lai shook his head. Well, thank you anyway. Victor coughed twice and said with difficulty. Well, I haven't seen you for more than a month, it looks like you must have experienced something. Looking at Victor, Yin Lai asked. Hey, don't mention it. Victor sighed, but didn't say anything. I should have taken the potion. I will give it back to you when the time comes, and you can rest assured that my injury has nothing to do with other warlocks and will not cause you trouble. Victor seemed unwilling to give the answer. Got up to leave. Well, then be careful. Yin Lai nodded. He has so many secrets, how can he force others to tell his story, and what happened to Victor has nothing to do with him. It's mainly because I'm also in a mess. If I have a chance, I'll tell you what happened. Victor got out of bed and walked towards the door. Yin Lai closed the house and entered the secret realm as if nothing had happened. It's been half a year. In the past 6 months, a lot of things have happened. For example, the direct sales of Sun Kerala has plummeted due to Silent Moon Spring, and they not only did not choose to leave, but chose to cooperate with the potions department and join the camp. This step Yin Lai can only say is that the world is bustling, all for the benefit, and the world is busy, all for the benefit. And Yin Lai was unknown in this process. Except for Yin Funa and Rooney, everyone else still thought that Yin Lai played a key role in the transformation of the potion, and they didn't know that it was Yin Lai who transformed the potion. Even on the day of the cooperation, Yin Lai met the owner of the Sunflower Crown shop. The two shook hands amicably, and even offered to cooperate in person, but Yin Lai politely refused. Hey, I thought the normal script would be that the shop owner sent someone to kill me. At that time, Yin Lai thought the thought in his head was funny. In fact, according to the external news, it was the department that transformed the potion under the leadership of Yin Funa. Only Yin Funa knew what the potion was, so naturally, she would not attack Yin Lai thankfully. There may have been some ideas before, but after the cooperation, the idea is completely nonsense. Therefore, although Yin Lai has become the management, he is still a little transparent, but he is very satisfied. And Rock, this guy also sent a letter to Yin Lai, telling him that he had joined the Shadow Monitor Lizard Warlock Academy, and that a second ring warlock had accepted him as a student. Yin Lai wrote back to express his blessings. After everything was over, another half-month passed. Victor finds Yin Lai. You mean, you want to invite me to join you's adventure? Yin Lai asked with a puzzled face. Yes. Victor nodded, and then said, actually, when I went out more than half a year ago, a friend of mine stumbled upon the remains of a small school of dark wizards and invited me to explore together. As a result, due to insufficient preparation half a year ago, we not only it failed, and the losses were heavy. After half a year of cultivation, we were ready again, but we were missing a pharmacist, so we found you. Victor said sincerely. Hearing this, Yin Lai frowned and asked suspiciously, Victor, how could you be involved in this kind of thing? Victor was not like this before. My grandson is about to break through, but there are still a lot of magic stones. Although most of the wizard ruins are worthless, there are still good things occasionally. I need magic stones. Victor looked sincere. Help me, Yin Lai. Victor knew that Yin Lai's potions level was very high. Ruins? Yin Lai thought about it and asked, what configuration do you have? At present, there are 6 people in total, a newly promoted first ring warlock, 5 ring apprentices, plus you, there are 7 people, don't worry, it is very stable, nothing will happen. Victor said, I'm sorry, I refuse. After thinking about it, Yin Lai still refuses. Ruins or something, it is very dangerous to hear. He was like that last time, and he was almost affected. If there is another accident this time, Yin Lai doesn't want it. Take it. That's it. Victor sighed. However, I can provide you with potions, on the condition that what you get back from the ruins, I can participate in it, of course I will pay money. Yin Lai said. The ruins may not be involved, but Yin Lai is a little jealous of the wizard knowledge in the ruins. Is that so? Victor hesitated after hearing this, and then said, yes, but I have to ask the team leader, maybe we have to meet. Sure. Yin Lai nodded happily. As long as he doesn't go directly, he can do whatever he wants. 3 days later. In a bar, Yin Lai met Victor's team leader. It was a man with red hair, but he looked very old, Tong the color is blue, and the body is exuding a slightly scorching aura. It seems that the blood in the body cannot be fully controlled not long after the promotion. Hello, Herman. Hi, my name is Gino, and I know you, deputy head of the potions department. Gino looked at Yin Lai and said with a smile. Let's talk inside, everyone else is still waiting. Victor on the side looked at the atmosphere and said with a smile. Yin Lai was brought by him. If the cooperation is successful, he can get an extra copy. Okay. The two walked into the room on the side together, and there were 5 other people waiting in it. Yin Lai glanced at it, and they were indeed apprentices. Let's talk, I heard that you want to participate in it, but you don't go to the ruins, but want to participate in the division. Gino sat on the main seat with his signature smile, but Yin Lai felt it was fake. Well, but I will provide all of your potions, and if everyone knows, most of the wizard's things are useless to the warlock. Yes, you should sell them when the time comes. I can buy them at the market price, and I can also buy knowledge-based things. Yin Lai Chen replied. In fact, his purpose is to participate in the purchase firsthand. To buy those useless knowledge for warlocks. That's it. Other apprentices were angry when they heard it at first, but after hearing about Yin Lai's contribution, they seemed to think it was quite reasonable. After all, they didn't lose anything, and they even bought potions for nothing. Is that so? Gino thought about it for a while, and was also a little moved, but he still tried to invite, well, if you join in, I can give you a little more from my share. A pharmacist is sometimes very important in expeditions. Because of some poisonous mist or some abnormal conditions, targeted medicines need to be made on the spot. I'm sorry, I'm just a pharmacist. Perfect for me, but I can put the potion. The best batch of potions for you, these potions are enough for you. Yin Lai gave a positive answer again. It is impossible to go. You can sit in the camp and fish for fish. Gino frowned, then stood up and stretched out towards Yin Lai a few minutes later. Hand, pleasant cooperation. It's a pleasure to work with. In this way, Yin Lai obtained the right to purchase and view the spoils in advance after the exploration of the ruins at the price of providing the potion. It seemed that he was losing money, but Yin Lai felt that he had made a profit. He made a rough estimate, and the potion was based on the price on the market should be close to 200 low-quality magic stones. According to the cost, there are 70 magic stones, which is only equivalent to the money Yin Lai shared from Silent Moon Spring for 2 months. Therefore, Yin Lai only spent 2 months of money, and then eliminates the risk of possible ruins exploration, as for the purchase later. It is a bit of a loss from the perspective of Victor, Gino, and others, but from the perspective of an immortal, not only is there no loss, but there may be a small profit. You may make a small profit, but I will never lose. Farewell to Gino, Yin Lai, and Vic return. Herman, if I have a problem, you will help me when the time comes. Money sent to my grandson who is a student at the Shadow Monitor Wizarding Academy, contact details are on the way, Victor said suddenly. Relax, you'll be fine. No, Herman, I'm serious, I'm not young anymore, my son died many years ago, there will only be such a grandson, he has difficulty advancing to the first stage, I can't help this. Victor said with such a stern face. I have already told everyone else that if I really have an accident, you can ask them directly. Okay, I promise you. Yin Lai agreed. Thank you, Herman. Victor thanked him. Half a month later, Victor and the others set off with Yin Lai's potion, targeting the ruins of the Dark Wizard. Yin Lai watched the group leave. Yin Lai didn't know how it was going, but a month later, he received the news that Gino and others had returned. Chapter 133. We have returned, and we are currently dividing things up at my house. You can come here and bring enough magic stones. The address is House 386. Looking at the letter written by Gino, Yin Lai was a little happy. It seems that the exploration of the ruins should be completed, but I don't know what to gain. I don't seem to know much about the witchcraft that dark wizards are good at. Yin Lai thought with interest. As far as the knowledge he got from Saren and Nick, it should be mainly based on elemental witchcraft, which is inherited from the white wizards who used to be in the wizarding world. According to Yin Lai's understanding of this place these days, the area where Yin Lai is currently located should be the area near the Kleins Mountains, but in the former wizarding world, this place was called the West Coast, where dark wizards gathered. Therefore, there are a lot of dark wizards here, which is why Yin Lai is so looking forward to it. With more magic stones, it seems that I have gained a lot. Yin Lai checked and found that he still has more than 300 magic stones, which is still a large amount of profit after deducting the total number of magic stones that supported them before. It can only be said that Yin Lai underestimated the demand for Silent Moon Spring in a camp. With the magic stone, Yin Lai set off. Gino was in a relatively remote residential area, far away from the camp. After about 20 minutes, Yin Lai arrived at the target area. Behind a big tree, Yin Lai stopped. After all, it's Gino's territory, so be careful. A little shadow gradually appeared in Yin Lai's palm. In the shadow, a translucent eye gradually appeared, and then fled towards the distance. The goal was Gino's yard. A ring of self-created witchcraft eye of shadow. A sorcery with shadow as its main body and spiritual power as its main body, it can create eyes that have been hidden in the dark, and pass the eyes to Yin Lai. It is also one of the uses of the Shadow Dragon bloodline. Be cautious. Soon, the eye of shadow jumped along the shadow, and soon came to the outside of Gino's house, looked at the high wall, and moved his eyes directly to another big tree not far away. Condescending. Everything in the house yard came into Yin Lai's sight. Gino stood in the center with scars on his face. Not far away stood 2 people, both of whom were the apprentices he had seen before, who were also injured. On the side of the yard, there were a lot of things piled up, it looked like they were them. Harvest. Where's Victor? There was nothing wrong in the yard, but Yin Lai didn't see Victor. It won't happen, will it? Yin Lai blinked, and then the shadow suddenly collapsed. Since there are no ambush and traps, let's go in, and what can a newly promoted first ring warlock do? When he walked to Gino's door, Yin Lai knocked on the door. The door is unlocked. Yin Lai pushed open the door and walked in. Are you injured? What happened? Yin Lai looked surprised when he saw this scene. Herman, you're here. Seeing Yin Lai's expression, Gino's face immediately pulled down, showing a sad expression, and said, Victor is dead. Died? Yin Lai was stunned for a second. He was surprised to see Victor's absence just now. It seemed that he was really gone. Then the other 3 apprentices are also dead? Yin Lai asked again. Yet. Gino nodded, regretting, there have been many accidents in the ruins, you don't know how dangerous it is, there is a powerful ring of extreme undead inside the ruins, if it weren't for Victor's introduction we couldn't even get out after he left, and we never saw him again, and it looked like he was dead too. That's it. Yin Lai shook his head, not to mention sadness, just a little regret. Having gone through everything of Bern, the separation of life and death is no longer so important to Yin Lai, and he knows that the ruins may be in trouble, and this evil spirit with different limits, even him, may encounter danger. Still, be cautious. Well, I called you here today, there are 2 things in total. One is that according to our previous contract, you can give priority to buying these dark wizard relics, and the other is what was promised before. The reason why Victor agreed to lead the evil spirits away, just for a fleshy flower. Then Gino spoke again, stepping aside to show what was behind him. These are all things, let me make a classification. There are a total of 7 things of value, 4 of them are former witches, 1 is a ring, 3 are 0 rings, and the 1 is a pendant that can send out a mental shock. I will not say about the 0 ring. Always sold. There is another one that is 10 grams of elemental crystals, and it is also something of a wizard, which is useless. 1 is a sophisticated observation instrument, and the last is a low-quality magic stone of more than 100. Gino took out the piled-up valuable items and displayed them one by one, while the others were left in place. There seemed to be books or something underneath, as if he didn't care. After Yin Lai heard it, he was quite interested to be honest, but he was most interested in a ring of witchcraft, elemental crystals, books, and instruments. Needless to say, wizards are definitely good, but elemental crystals are really good things. This thing can greatly increase the speed of wizards' elementalization. It is one of the things wizards need very much, but it is complicated to make. Very. There is also the last book, although I don't know what it is, as long as it is a wizard, he is interested in it, and there are instruments, which may be helpful to his experiments. What do you want? Say it, but I'm going to keep this ring of witchcraft. The rest are useless to us and I'm going to sell it. Gino asked. Well, witchcraft can be used by sorcerers after all. Then I want this crystallization, as well as the instruments. Oh, I'm studying the magic potion knowledge of wizards these days, and I have encountered a lot of difficulties. I will also brand a copy of those books, maybe they can give me some inspiration. Yin Lejuo thought for a moment, said. Hearing that Yin Lai wanted something useless, Gino nodded. Well, although we can't use the elemental crystals, their value is not low. The market price is 10 magic stones per gram, and there are instruments. This may be used by your pharmacist, but the precision is quite good. A magic stone, the last book, garbage, you can copy it as you like, as long as you don't spread it out. Gino thought for a while and gave the price. Hearing Gino's words, Yin Lai's mouth twitched, he wanted to hit someone. What is garbage? That's called knowledge. If you put it in the wizarding period, you are lucky if you don't get beaten for this kind of behavior. Okay, a total of 150 magic stones. But Yin Lai was fine, but he was a little upset. Well, that's it, take these away. Nick saw the magic stone's eyes lit up and put it away. Yin Lai took the bottle containing the elemental crystals, took away the small observation instrument, and then took out all the books, and then prepared to start branding. On the other hand, Gino began to distribute items to the 2 wizard apprentices. The 2 of them took about 40 magic stones each, but if Yin Lai was right in his estimation, the remaining items were also worth 300 or 400 magic stones, especially a ring of witchcraft. Yin Lai didn't say anything, capitalists exist everywhere. While flipping through the branding, Yin Lai quickly learned that these books were about necromancer sorcery. That's right, it is black witchcraft based on the manufacture of bones and the manufacture of undead. The representative is the natural disaster of the undead, one of the famous wonders of the wizarding world. It is a very characteristic black witchcraft system. Yin Lai is also very happy, this is the knowledge of witchcraft he has never been exposed to. In his heart, the value of this data has surpassed everything here, but unfortunately some people do not know the goods. Soon, half an hour later, Yin Lai was finished. Packed everything up, then looked at Gino, and asked, "My things have all been disposed of." "Well, then I won't send it," Gino said generously. What about Victor's fleshy flowers?" Yin Lai didn't forget that this was also what he promised Victor. "Meat flour, or I'll give it to you tomorrow, it's not very convenient today." Gino began to shirk. "No, just today, I have something to do tomorrow." Yin Lai refused. In fact, carnivorous flowers are not simple things. With some means, this thing can make human cells regenerate new limbs. It is a very precious material. Even if it is a zero ring, the value of 70 or 80 magic stones is very easy, but Gino can't be lost. "Okay then." Gino smiled awkwardly, then returned to the house and took out a small box, which was a little inconvenient. When the box was opened, there was a blood-colored plant that looked like Ganoderma lucidum. No wonder Gino was reluctant to give up, to know that a ring of fleshy flowers can be used even by a ring of warlocks, which is enough to explain its value, generally at least 500 low-grade magic stones. Yin Lai was stunned when he saw that it was a ring, no wonder. But Yin Lai had no idea. When the time comes, he will sell it and send it to Victor's grandson. Since he agreed, he will not break his promise, just a fleshy flower. "Here." Gino closed his eyes and hesitated. Although this was obtained by Victor desperately, Gino still subconsciously regarded it as his own. There were hundreds of magic stones. He had just advanced, and it was when he needed money. A few seconds later, Gino seemed to remember something and handed it to Yin Lai. Yin Lai took the box and brought his own things, and was about to leave. The other two apprentices also left. At the door, the three moved in different directions. "Yard." Gino looked at the backs of the three, and then locked onto Yin Lai's figure. He hesitated for a moment, then sneaked up. He didn't want to do this either, but who made the value of the meat planting flowers too high, he really didn't want to give up just like that. The promotion spent all his savings, and he was very short of money now. "I'm very euphemistic, can't you be more interesting? As an apprentice, if you don't look down on me as a one-ring warlock, you should teach him a lesson." "That's right, that's it." Gino's will gradually became firmer, and his eyes gradually became fierce. Apprentice and warlock are two stages. The new revision and upgrade address of the mobile station, https:// data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station, no ads, and fresh reading. Chapter 134. Because Gino's address was relatively remote and far from the camp, there was no one else except Yin Lai on the way to the camp. The other two apprentices took other paths. Necromancer sorcery, it's interesting. Walking on the road, Yin Lai was thinking about the new knowledge he had acquired. After all, it only cost a little money, which is really worth it. However, when Yin Lai walked around a corner, his pace suddenly stopped for a moment, and a strange expression appeared on his face. In perception, Gino's figure is getting closer and closer to Yin Lai. "Hey, it looks like he is going to kill people and steal money. Why do you even care about the property that the old man gave to his grandson?" Yin Lai sighed and walked towards the path. There is no doubt that the moment Gino appeared, he was already Yin Lai's enemy and had no other choice. As for why he was sure that Gino was in a bad mood, Yin Lai had never seen anyone chasing someone and hiding his figure. His mind was very clear. Not far at this time. Gino looked at Yin Lai's figure and walked into the path, and also showed a grin. "This is just right, the path is more hidden." Seeing that there was no one else around, he walked directly towards the path, but soon, he found that Yin Lai's route had deviated from the path, and was walking towards the mountain forest. Has it been discovered? Gino wondered. Forget it, it's better this way, it's more hidden outside. In his consciousness, he was crushing Yin Lai, he was a first-ring warlock, and Yin Lai was only an apprentice of the Zero Ring, and he was not a latitude at all. As he chased, he was getting closer and closer to Yin Lai. Soon, he stopped in front of a valley, and Yin Lai was inside. He strode directly into the valley, and then, when he walked into the valley, he suddenly felt that the entrances behind him appeared one by one, instantly blocking the valley, and Yin Lai's figure also appeared not far away. This is... Gino ignored Yin Lai, but looked at the rune behind him curiously. This can hide the fluctuations here, and there will be no sound coming out. Not far away, Yin Lai replied. Is that so? That's even better. Gino was not surprised but happy, looking at Yin Lai with a sinister smile. By now, he was too lazy to pretend. Give me the blood plants. No, this is Victor's property left for his grandson. I have already agreed. Yin Lai shook his head and refused. Then die. Gino didn't talk nonsense at all, the power of the blood was aroused, and a trace of flames wrapped around him, while the skin grew fluffy and rushed towards Yin Lai. This is the bloodline he merged into, a ring of lava fire lions. When Yin Lai saw this scene, large shadows poured out from his body, and the child's whole gradually turned into a golden vertical child. There were also looming scales on the outside of the skin, and an icy feeling instantly radiated. Since he was integrated into the bloodline, he has not fought yet. Today, the newly promoted Gino is just right. And Gino, who was charging at this time, also widened his eyes at this time, because at this time, he felt this terrifying sense of oppression and extreme sense of danger from Yin Lai. Cannot fight. Run. Gino didn't know why Yin Lai in front of him became so terrifying and wanted to change his direction. But the next second, Yin Lai had already rushed over. One claw. Don't want. Gino's eyes stared, his right hand blocked subconsciously, and in the next second, he felt the huge power and the pervasive shadow, but in an instant, the skin began to crack, and his body flew out directly behind him. Pang! Gino's figure entered the rock wall like a cannonball, making a loud noise, but because of the effect of the rune, it couldn't get out. When the smoke cleared, Gino's figure embedded in the mountain was also revealed. At this time, he was covered in blood, several bones were distorted, and his eyes were full of fear. Who are you? Gino struggled. This TM is obviously a one-ring warlock, how could it be an apprentice? He didn't see it at all, but looking at Yin Lai who rushed over again, he knew it was too late. Immediately, he stretched out his pocket and used the previous witchcraft in an instant. An attack of spiritual power instantly moved towards Yin Lai. Gino struggled to climb out of the mountain. In his impression, except for a small number of bloodlines, most of the bloodlines had little resistance to spiritual power witchcraft, not to mention that Yin Lai looked like an extremely violent bloodline. But when he looked at Yin Lai out of the corner of his eye, he was stunned. The mental attack passed through Yin Lai, and Yin Lai seemed to be unaffected at all, his speed was even faster, and he had come to him in the blink of an eye. Do not! Before begging for mercy, the attack has come, and in an instant, Gino's head instantly turned into minced meat, Peng fell to the ground with a bang, and the spiritual power pendant also fell to the ground, making a crisp sound. That's it. In front of the corpse, Yin Lai shook his head. So weak. This ring warlock is too rubbish, he thought he would let him fight. But it's normal. The bloodline is a strange path. When there is no level gap, the high-level bloodline has the crushing power over the low-level bloodline. Not to mention that Yin Lai has been promoted to a wizard for a long time, and has been integrated into the bloodline for several years. It is reasonable to easily defeat a wizard who has just integrated into the bloodline. There is also the mental attack just now, thanks to the fact that he chose the mind shield, otherwise it might make Gino delay for a while. It seems that choosing this solidification witchcraft is the right choice. It's a miserable death, people still can't be too greedy. Looking at Gino's dead figure, Yin Lai shook his head, extracted his broken spirit, and burned it directly, so as to ensure that he would not turn into an undead. After confirming that Gino was dead, Yin Lai began to touch the corpse. Because it was a sudden pursuit, he didn't take many things, only that one ring of witch tools and more than 100 other magic stones. After cleaning up the traces, Yin Lai continued to leave the road. As for what might be left in the house, Yin Lai thought about it and let it go. After all, he got everything he wanted, so there was no need to cause other things for those 3 melons and 2 dates. When he returned, everything went well, but when Yin Lai returned to the door of his house and looked at the person lying in front of the door next to him, he was stunned again. Yin Lai's mouth twitched. If he wasn't blind, Victor should be lying in front of the door. Almost the same position as last time, the same serious injury. If it weren't for the different wounds, Yin Lai would have thought that he had dreamed back more than half a year ago. I don't know what Victor experienced, but he came back alive in front of the undead in the ring. But still alive. Like last time, after checking that there were no other traces, Yin Lai dragged Victor into the house and performed simple treatment. Just like that, 2 days passed. No one has found out about Gino's death so far, and Victor's injuries seem to have healed, but his mental power seems to be damaged. Just got better. 2 more days. Victor finally woke up from his sleep. Herman, you saved me again. Victor opened his eyes weakly, and then felt that his wounds and injuries had healed. It's nothing, a small problem. Yin Lai shook his head, he didn't lack this potion. Why, I heard that you took the initiative to lure away a ring of undead, you are really brave. Yin Lai joked. Don't mention it. When Victor heard this, he looked indignant and said, actually, Gino forced me to go, and even took out the blood plants as a temptation, so I reluctantly agreed. Hey, is Gino back? Did he mention the blood sprigs? Suddenly, he realized something and asked Yin Lai. Here, your blood sprout flower. Yin Lai smiled and went to another room to retrieve the wooden box of the blood sprout flower and handed it to Victor. Since Victor is still alive, it is natural to return it to the original owner. Call. Looking at the blood sprouts in the box, Victor took a deep breath, but immediately became suspicious. Gino actually gave it to you, I thought he would refuse it. No, it was going well at the time, and it felt pretty good. I didn't expect that he would force you to seduce the undead. I saw the wrong person. Yin Lai thought about it and slapped Gino to death. Okay. Is that so? Victor was surprised, this was not the same as Gino in his impression. Then how did you escape? Yin Lai changed the subject. I was chased by the undead at the time. I was about to die, but suddenly I arrived at an exit early, and then ran out. After I went out, the undead didn't chase me and ran to other places. Victor recalled that nightmarish memory. Is that so? Yin Lai nodded, it seemed that Victor took his life. I'm almost there, then I'll leave. Victor was as unwilling to trouble Yin Lai as last time. Watching Victor leave, Yin Lai did not stop him. Yin Lai, thank you for helping me keep the blood plant flowers. Suddenly, Victor turned his head and thanked him. It's just what it should do. Yin Lai replied with a smile. 3 days later. Yin Lai's door was knocked suddenly, and it was Victor when the door opened. Yin Lai, something happened, Gino is dead. Victor said in disbelief. Dead? How did you die? Yin Lai was also surprised. I don't know, Gino's friends all went to him last night. Not only did they not find out where Gino went, but also found that his soul slaves were all dead, so he should be dead. Victor gasped, feeling happy. That's a pity, then find out who killed it. Yin Lai asked again. No, they searched the neighborhood and finally found some traces in the valley, but the treatment was so clean that there was no clue at all. It's a pity. He sighed. It's really a pity. Yin Lai nodded in agreement. A one-ring wizard just died. No one even knows who killed it, which is a pity. The new revision and upgrade address of the mobile station, https:// data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station, no ads, and fresh reading. Chapter 135. Gino's death soon dissipated with time. After Victor's grandson received Victor's magic stone, he successfully advanced to the first round. He also returned to the lazy days he once had, but Yin Lai was a little busier. Whether it is high-precision observation instruments or knowledge of witchcraft, Yin Lai's life is once again pleasantly surprised. A month later. Laboratory. Yin Lai carefully removed the crystal of the spiritual necklace, placed it in another earring that had long been engraved with runes, and then began to assemble it. Soon, a sorcerer was born again. The appearance of this sorcerer is in the shape of an earring, with 3 small circles surrounding the gemstone in the center. This is the result of Yin Lai's transformation of the previous sorcerer in order to avoid being discovered. Moreover, Yin Lai also spent a lot of money for the composition of this external witchcraft, mainly because his main attack direction is still potions, and alchemy may not be that good. It's called ocean tears. Yin looked at the earrings and put them on. After all, it is not bad to be able to issue a mental attack one by one at any time. After making this, Yin Lai turned to look at another place. In the huge experimental equipment, the blood bamboo flower was constantly passed through by the element particles, showing its specific internal structure and changes, and with the change of time, Yin Lai was also waiting for the emergence of the power of devouring. Soon, just when the blood bamboo flower was about to be completely shattered, the mysterious power of devouring appeared again for a moment. And this scene was recorded by an observation instrument at the end of the instrument. It was the instrument that Yin Lai bought from Gino at a high price. Looking at the end of the record, Yin Lai walked over. Through close observation, this time Yin Lai finally found something. At the moment when the blood bamboo flower shattered, a magical wave emanated, followed by the emergence of the power of devouring, and then the next scene. Is this the external manifestation of the power of swallowing? Yin Lai looked at this scene and smiled. As long as this fluctuation is completely simulated, he may be able to grasp the power of this devouring. However, the instrument still can't fully observe this scene. Yin Lai shook his head. This kind of fluctuation level is quite high-end. It is still impossible for this instrument to record it completely. If it can record a little bit every time, it is very powerful. It's not enough, it needs more time. Yin Lai shook his head. Just to this extent, it may take decades to truly perceive the structure of fluctuations, and to materialize it, it is estimated that it will take a long time. In other words, this is another long-term project. Take your time. Yin Lai is helpless. It's only a few decades, it's just one of his experiments anyway, it doesn't matter. After fiddling with the experiment for a while, Yin Lai walked out of the laboratory and came to the laboratory next door. Compared with the next door, this place is very simple, basically all experimental materials. In the corner, there is a huge white skeleton, occupying almost a small half of the room. It is the skeleton left by the shadow dragon Chris before. But even though it was just a skeleton, you could still feel a lot of shadow power remaining on it. Yin Lai was always reluctant to let it go, so he didn't throw it away. Didn't you learn necromancer recently, so you just wanted to give it a try? But when Yin Lai hadn't walked a few steps, he stopped again and patted his head. Really, this is the shadow dragon of the fourth ring. Isn't it a waste to use the level of my ring now? Shaking his head, Yin Lai turned around and left. Let's buy some by himself. Buying the corpse was easier than Yin Lai had imagined. If the warlock was integrated into the bloodline during his lifetime, then the corpse after death also has a certain value, and can squeeze out part of the value, so this market exists. After spending dozens of magic stones, Yin Lai purchased 9 apprentices of the Zero Ring, and the corpses of 1 ring left the market. A month later. An empty space in the secret realm. Yin Lai was standing aside, and not far away were a dozen corpses. Yin Lai waved his right hand, and a witchcraft model slowly reappeared in his mind, and the thin gossamer's mental power instantly stabbed at a dozen corpses, entwining them tightly. And the muscles on the surface of the corpse slowly began to dissolve, and above the pale bones, runes slowly appeared one by one, and finally turned into a simple but not crude witch formation in the skull. This is necromancer sorcery undead making. And with the appearance of the witch formation. Whoa whoa whoa! In the next second, a mysterious flame emerged from the heads of these skeletons, the fire of the undead, which is the flame that the undead will form during the formation period. With the appearance of the fire of the undead, all the skeletons also climbed up from the ground, and then instinctively looked towards Yin, knelt down and offered their loyalty. Yin Lai made them, so his should belong to Yin Lai. Not bad. Looking at the skeleton in front of him, Yin Lai smiled. It seems that his sorcery talent is really good, and he succeeded the first time. Moreover, compared with human intrigue, the undead are much simpler. They declare allegiance, which is permanent allegiance, and there is no need to worry about betrayal. After all, the fire of their souls is in the hands of Yin Lai, as long as Yin Lai is willing, ready to crush their undead fire. However, they are all undead of the Zero Ring, and their combat power is quite average, so Yin Lai has other arrangements for them. Soon, under Yin Lai's instructions, the undead picked up tools and began to help Yin Lai organize the secret realm, water the magic plants, and feed the raised beasts. Looking at this scene, Yin Lai showed a satisfied smile. This is the correct way to start the undead. Although the undead's spiritual intelligence is not so high, some small damage will be caused in the process, but compared to the whole, the advantages must outweigh the disadvantages, especially for Yin Lai. With such a big secret realm, Yin Lai has to do so many things every day, which is also very troublesome. Now that the undead help him deal with it, he will have more time to do other things in the future. I just don't know that the brutal dark wizards who once knew about this matter will not return from the multiverse driving the Sky City and knock Yin Lai's head off. Of course, skeleton control is only one part of necromancer sorcery. The inheritance of witchcraft that Yin Lai has obtained is mainly below the third ring, which is also very new to Yin Lai. In such a short period of time, he has only studied the skin. After all, the legendary necromancer is also a war machine in the Dark Wizard, but it is not that simple. Although Yin did not go to the ruins of this expedition, he became the biggest winner, which can only be said to be too wonderful. Another month has passed. Yin Lai received another interesting thing. That is, in an area dozens of kilometers away from the camp found an undead. At first, the camp left and sent people to capture the undead, but they found that it was a ring of undead, and the capture plan failed. After the failure, even the camp joined forces to arrest them together, and even Kratos, the head of the camp, sent people out to arrest them, but in the end, unfortunately, by the time everyone went there, the undead had already left. And Yin Lai knew from Victor that that direction was the area where the undead were. This makes Yin Lai very interesting. And at the same time, in a deep mountain, an undead is hiding here. Ha ha ha, I actually survived. The undead Nikolai showed ecstasy. He used to be a warlock of the third ring. In the face of that huge cataclysm, because of some accidents, he didn't get to the Sky City in time, and he was left here. Perhaps because of this, in order to survive, he gave up his body, transformed himself into an undead, and finally had no choice but to seal himself. Some time ago, someone broke into the ruins and woke him up again. However, a long period of time has already degenerated his strength to a point. GGG, I finally survived, but my soul power is still too weak. I have to find a place to slowly recover, and wait until I recover and the second ring will show up. And my soul core, which is also in that shaman tool, lacks that point, and the fourth ring level is hopeless. I will take it back when I have the second ring, which is almost 30 years. He heard that these people seem to be from a wizard camp. Generally, the wizard camp on the west coast, the second ring is in the sky. When that time comes, he will go there, and by the way, he can kill and collect some souls. GGG, this area will be replaced by the nourishment for my promotion. The undead cast a glance around, and then entered the deep mountain. Now that he is not strong enough, he still has to develop. 20 years later. For Yin Lai, 20 years is just a short period of time. He clocks in at the camp every day, and then studies undead sorcery. At this time, he has hundreds of undead, and he has collected more than a dozen warlocks in one ring, all of which have been refined into undead. The fluctuation of the blood bamboo flower is also developing rapidly, and it has developed to about 2/3 at this time, which makes Yin Lai very happy. Of course, these are normal daily routines, and the only thing that makes Yin Lai feel is that Victor is dead. That's right, this guy is dead, this time for real. Last time, Victor suffered irreversible damage in the ruins, which damaged his mental power to a certain extent, and then he was old, and he died a few days after the time. After Victor died, Yin Lai buried it himself. Then he also met Victor's grandson, a one-ring warlock. And from his mouth Yin Lai got the news of Rock. This guy actually died, 3 years ago. It is outrageous. It is said that it is because he is too talented. 8 years after breaking through the first ring, he has a new encounter, and he will break through the second ring in the blink of an eye. As a result, one night, someone found his body in his room. The wood is beautiful in the forest, and the wind will destroy it. This guy, Rock, is a real genius. He is about to break through the second ring in his 30s. Such talent is a dimensional blow to Yin Lai, but his life is not even a fraction of Yin Lai's. What about a genius? If he is not careful, he will die. He stayed in the camp every day, without any threat. Sure enough, I can't be in the limelight. Yin Lai exclaimed. The new revision and upgrade address of the mobile station, https:// data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station, no ads and fresh reading. Chapter 136. The death of Victor had no effect on Yin Lai. A month later. Deputy Minister Herman, good morning. As soon as he walked out the door in the morning, Yin Lai heard a crisp greeting. Turning to look, there was a strange woman standing outside Victor's yard. It was the new tenant after the yard was taken away by the camp, Tig. A sorceress with 0 ring, with long red hair, wearing a leather jacket wrapped around the chest on the upper body, and the same leather pants on the lower body, which outlines a pair of long legs. Good morning. Yin Lai nodded calmly and turned to leave. It's better to stay away from such a beautiful woman. This woman just moved in a few days ago, but it always makes Yin Lai feel a little strange and incongruous. Yin Lai didn't know where this feeling came from, but decided to go further. Looking at the back who walked away quickly, Tig's mouth twitched, and she touched her face, doubting her own charm. According to the information, the deputy head of the potions department should be in pink places often, and she should be very sensual. She specially dressed up so beautifully, just to seduce Yin Lai, but looking at it now, it's a bit of a failure. Forget it, try to get close to Herman first, and approach other targets at the same time. Tigi shook her head. This time someone contacted their organization and wanted to make a scene together here. She was the first to spy on intelligence. She took a sip, then turned and walked into the room. Just after she entered the room, in the shadow not far away, a black eye also disappeared like a bubble. There is indeed a problem. On the other side, Yin Lai, who had already walked several kilometers, frowned. Since he felt something was wrong, it was impossible for him not to investigate this factor clearly, so although Tig didn't know it, Yin Lai had already spread all kinds of detection methods around her house. After leaving just now, Tig's expression was thoughtful and meaningful. It was hard for Yin Lai to feel normal. Looks like I'll have to pay attention to this neighbor for a while. Shaking his head, Yin Lai continued to walk towards the camp. Maintaining the eye of shadow a few kilometers away is not a problem for him now. At this time, he has made great progress compared with 20 years ago. His mental power has reached 58, and elementalization is due to the help of elemental crystals. Has also reached 50%. Of course, this progress is not fast, especially compared to a top genius like Rock, but Yin Lai is very satisfied. His own qualifications are too poor, and he can only rely on time to grind. This is still him using the intermediate meditation method, or it will be slower. 10 minutes later, Yin Lai came to the potions department. At the door, Yin Lai met Yin Funa. Minister Yin Funa. In 20 years, Yin Funa's appearance has not changed much, and she still looks beautiful. Herman. Looking at Yin Lai's figure, Yin Funa smiled. No matter who has an employee who has been working hard for decades, she will not say much. And at this time Yin Lai has been fully recognized by Yin Funa in the camp. After all, even an undercover agent or a spy will not spend so much time. Time is the best way to test loyalty. Oh, by the way, Herman, this is the bloodline you purchased through internal channels some time ago. As if remembering something, Yin Funa took out a bottle of blood from her pocket. The whole body is green, with a hint of red, exuding a ring of energy activity. This is a ring of bloodline that Yin Lai purchased some time ago, called the Thorns Tree Demon, a kind of plant-type monster. The main reason is that Yin Lai, an apprentice, is not too young, and it is not polite to be alive, so Yin Lai plans to promote to the first ring warlock. After the promotion, Yin Lai can also access higher circles and items in the camp. In the current circle, the things that can be obtained are really limited, it is time to climb up. Well, thank you Minister. Looking at the bloodline, Yin Lai took it with a smile. After working hard for more than 20 years, and then getting the bloodline of the camp, he is simply a person with the right roots in the camp. Well, the camp is currently short of people. When you become a first-tier warlock, the battalion commander will definitely arrange a higher position for you, and there will be other benefits at that time. It is a pity that the positions of the minister are all full, otherwise you can be a minister too. Yin Funa said with a look of relief. With Yin Lai to help with auxiliary work, she has more time. Well, I must live up to the high hopes of the camp. Well, that's all I've said. I suddenly remembered the little trick you told me about gambling last time. It's really easy to use. Can you teach me both? After dealing with this matter, Yin Funa suddenly came over and said with a smile. Speaking of this, Yin Lai regretted a little. Occasionally, he and Rooney talked about some casino skills, and then happened to be met by Yin Funa. As a result, the minister joined in with excitement, and then often asked Yin Lai some questions. No, the minister's technology is no longer a problem. Yin Lai found an excuse to leave quickly. Yin Funa pricked her ears with anger, but still said loudly. I wish you success in integrating into the bloodline. I know the minister. A distant echo came. The bloodline has already been obtained, and Yin Lai is already thinking about when to integrate into the bloodline. In fact, it is completely impossible for him to integrate, but he is only going to use the blood of the shadow dragon to simulate this bloodline. As for this blood, it is used to strengthen the camouflage. It will take a while, but not long. Moreover, Yin Lai is more concerned about who is his beautiful neighbor. For what purpose? Watch him pull her out little by little. Another half-month has passed. After investigation, Yin Lai did find that something was wrong with his female neighbor. First of all, whenever Yin Lai came out, he would deliberately get close to Yin Lai, but whenever Yin Lai left, he would go to other places in the camp to meet various people. Secondly, although this woman is integrated into the bloodline, the strength of the bloodline is not high, and it is obvious that the bloodline is rarely tempered, which is not in line with the habits of ordinary warlocks. In the end, it was Yin Lai who sometimes felt magical fluctuations of spiritual power next door. Although it disappeared in a flash, Yin Lai guessed that it was some kind of communication tool, possibly to connect with the outside world. The most important thing is that this kind of spiritual power volatility is generally used by wizards. To sum up, there is something wrong with his female neighbor, and there is a certain possibility that he is a disguised wizard apprentice. The sorcerer camp actually had a wizard apprentice infiltrated, and it had bad intentions. This may affect the stability of the camp, and Yin Lai is also very confused about what to do. But after thinking about it, Yin Lai felt that he should ask first. So, Yin Lai sneaked into Tig's house one night when he could not see his fingers. Night. Tig was lying on the bed wearing a light gauze. Through the moonlight, she could see her beautiful figure. At this moment, she closed her eyes and was resting. Sudden. A huge mental force instantly suppressed her, and Tig also sensed this, and opened her eyes instantly, but her body was completely suppressed, and a few vines had already entangled her tightly. She wanted to break free, but couldn't do it at all. What frightened her even more was that she didn't even know what happened when all this happened, but due to the suppression of her huge mental power, she couldn't even breathe and couldn't make a sound at all. Tell me, a wizard apprentice, what are you doing at the warlock camp? When the voice came out, Tig's body was also pulled up by the vines, and sank into a large shape. On the stool not far away, there was a man in a black wizard's robe sitting. Woo! The action was too shameful, and Tig blushed. She knew that she had been exposed, but she couldn't figure out how she would be found out. She didn't do anything out of the ordinary. I'm afraid normal people wouldn't think that it was just because she was close to Yin Lai. I felt that something was wrong and investigated her. Sir, I don't understand what you are talking about. I'm just a little warlock. If you offend your lord, please forgive me. Tig said quickly, sensing the gradual disappearance of the mental suppression. Humph! With just a cold snort, the vines outside Tig slowly began to entangle Tig, and gradually increased their strength, as if to strangle her directly. Tig only felt that it was difficult to breathe. At the same time, the vines scratched her body with wounds, and a little bit of blood flowed out and was absorbed by the vines. Soon, Tig's gauze was dyed red. I have seen all your actions in the camp these days. Tell me, which wizard force's apprentice are you? Yin Lai asked calmly again. And Tig, who was enduring the pain, also widened her eyes. How could it be possible? She slowly raised her head and looked at Yin Lai. At this time, Yin Lai also slowly stood up, took off her wizard robe, and said, My name is Roland, a ring wizard, and I am temporarily living here. Wizard? Tig blinked. But the next second, he saw a skeleton coming out of the shadows, and the burning undead flames slightly illuminated Yin Lai's face. He was a very handsome young man. Skeleton? Or a necromancer? Seeing this scene, Tig suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it was not from the warlock camp, there was still hope for survival. As for necromancers, so far, no warlock can achieve the same effect. The one in front of me is definitely an official wizard, and only a full-fledged wizard can suppress her with mental power so easily. The only thing that made her uneasy was that the method of the wizard in front of her was a bit rough, but she could barely understand it. After all, she was a necromancer. My lord, I'm a wizard from the Iris Wizard Camp. My real name is Tig. I can tell your lord anything you want to know. Will you let me go first? Tig spoke slowly. She knew that she was completely in the hands of this wizard named Roland. Seeing the gradual stabilization, Yin Lai also nodded, put Tig down gradually, and then threw a bottle of medicine. This is a therapeutic potion, Yin said. Yet. Tig nodded, but didn't take it. Tell me, what is the purpose of your coming here? Seeing Tig stabilized, Yin Lai also asked his curious question. The new revision and upgrade address of the mobile station, https:// data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station, no ads, and fresh reading. Chapter 137. In a dark house. Yin Lai was sitting on a chair, and Tig was standing on the ground wearing a red gauze. I am a wizard apprentice with 0 ring, and this time I was sent here to collect as much information as possible, including where there are high-value items, the composition of warlocks, how many high-level warlocks there are, etc. A raid will be organized. Tig explained this matter succinctly. Yin Lai? Is the wizarding camp here so strong? Doesn't it mean that wizards are weak? How dare you attack the warlock camp? Is the wizard camp you belong to strong? Yin Lai asked curiously. There are about 3 official wizards and 20 or so apprentices. Tig replied. That's it? Are you ready to attack the warlock camp? Yin Lai looked like he had seen a ghost. The warlock camp didn't say anything else, there were at least 2 rings, and there were always 10 of the first ring, and even more so for apprentices. Say, about 100. With such a big gap, you told me you were going to hit the camp? Well, it's not an attack. Our purpose is to destroy and loot some resources at the same time. Tig replied. Destroy and loot resources? That does make it easier, but it shouldn't be enough. As if seeing Yin Lai's thoughts, Tig added, we are not the main force. We are only responsible for sabotage and looting in the camp when the time comes. The main force is another force. Oh. That makes sense. What is that force? I don't know about this, I only know that it seems to be the power of a warlock. Tig took out a bottle of her own potion and took it, and the wounds outside her body healed little by little. Yet. Yin Lai nodded. It's really stupid. I thought I just found an apprentice, but I didn't expect to know such a conspiracy suddenly. Yin Lai said that he was a little caught off guard. So should I report to the camp, or should I just pretend that nothing happened? Yin Lai frowned. Reporting at this time, he made sure to eliminate his own danger from danger, but how to explain it is another problem. Even if it is hidden and reported, there is a risk of being discovered. So reporting may not be a good idea, so you can only hide it. He concealed everything he knew, and then left here temporarily, waiting for the end of the matter to return. It just so happened that Yin Lai could temporarily leave the camp on the grounds of a breakthrough, and then return after everything was over. After thinking about this, Yin Lai felt a lot more relaxed and continued to ask. Then when are you going to start? I don't know, we have just started to infiltrate and search, and we are just starting to prepare. We are restrained by that force. When they say to do it, we will do it. This time may be half a month, or it may be a year. 2 years, it all depends on when they need it, and it is estimated that it will not exceed 2 years at most. Tig thought for a while and answered seriously. Yin Lai understood. Let's go tomorrow, the camp is in danger. After all the dust settles, Yin Lai will return at that time. Anyway, there is a high probability that the camp will still exist at that time, and Yin Lai may be taken seriously because of the loss of personnel. 3 birds with 1 stone. And how to leave, Yin Lai also had an idea. But before that, Tig's problem has to be resolved. Yin Lai looked at the little apprentice with a kind smile and asked. Do you want to live or die? Silence. The room fell into silence. The next day. Yin Lai came to the hall early in the morning. Deputy Minister Herman, why are you here today? Alice, a familiar teller, said with a smile. Unlike the mortal world, the magician's face-saving medicine is actually quite common and easy to configure, so many times you see it. There is only one face. I'm going to be promoted recently, but I still lack 1 material and money, so I'm going to take a mission to earn some money. Yin Lai replied. Yin Lai was planning to leave here on a mission. Is Lord Herman also short of money? But I heard that Lord He-Man is quite cool in the camp. Alice joked with a smile. It's because he's too chic, so he has no money. Yin Lai replied with a smile. Your lord is really free and easy. Alice was speechless, and then took out a photo stone. It is a task to put out a clear picture. Does your lord need any tasks? Alice asked. Don't have too little money, don't be too close to the camp, the time can be longer. Yin said his conditions. That's it. Alice nodded, and quickly chose a task. Lord Herman, what do you think? Go to the royal palace in Karina Kingdom for 5 years. During this period, you will maintain the peace of the kingdom. The reward is 200 low-quality magic stones. 50. Alice looked at a task and introduced it to Yin. 5 years? Yin Lai was a little hesitant. 5 years is a bit long. After all, this destruction is estimated to end within 3 years at most. But it is indeed a very suitable task for him. If your lord is worried about safety, you don't need it. There is still a first-ring warlock in the kingdom at this time. Your lord hardly needs to do anything, and no one dares to be presumptuous. Alice explained. Okay, that's it. Yin Lai nodded. Soon, Alice handed over the task to Yin Lai. Yin Lai also found Yin Funa after taking the certificate. Minister, I have a mission, it may take a while. After all, it is a long time, so it is necessary to say something. Yin Funa nodded, indicating she knew. Taking a mission is a personal choice, and they have no right to interfere. And it's just a mission. It is estimated that Yin Lai also took a short trip and will be back soon. She never thought that Yin Lai would take on the task for too long. That's it. Yin Lai knew in the early morning that the camp might be in danger for a period of time in the future, and the time was uncertain. At noon, Yin Lai was already packing up and preparing to leave. Outside Tig's door, Tig looked at Yin Lai, who was about to leave, with a look of surprise, a little confused. As one of her goals, she actually left like this, wasting her so much effort. With a sigh, she returned to the house and launched a new message towards a soul imprint in her mental power. Master, Herman, the deputy head of the potions department of the camp, is about to leave the camp. It seems to be a long-term mission. Everything else is normal. It is currently uncertain when to invade. On the other hand, Yin Lai received the message and smiled playfully. Good guy, it's really a different feeling to see your news from others. Last night, in order to easily know the specific information and the location of the future wizard camp, Yin Lai also planted a soul slave on Tig and became Yin Lai's person. It's just that Tig thought his master was Roland, who changed into Roland. Let's go. Yin Lai said to the driver of the big knight he bought after confirming that he had taken all that he should take away. In this way, the carriage quickly left the wizard camp and set off towards Karina Kingdom all the way. 3 days later, Yin Lai arrived at the capital of Karina Kingdom, Karina City. Sitting in the camp's carriage, Yin Lai also went all the way to the palace. In the palace, Yin Lai directly met the Queen of Karina Kingdom. Hello, Her Royal Highness. Yin Lai greeted respectfully. There's no need to be cautious. The Queen smiled. She is about 50 years old, with a very temperamental appearance, wearing a long red dress and luxurious jewelry, and judging from her breath, she is actually an apprentice, or may have been an apprentice. It is different from the situation where there are no wizards on the side of Bern, because Karina is closer to the wizarding power, so there is actually a wizarding family on this side, and the Karina royal family is a wizarding family, and Yin Lai used to have only one side. The fate of Rock is also from here. My lady queen, just tell me what I need to do. Yin Lai asked directly, not wanting to talk nonsense. Your mission is to protect Rose, Rock's son. The queen thought for a while and said. Yin Lai? How is it related to Rock, and this guy actually has a son? Seeing Yin Lai's expression, the queen also asked suspiciously, do you know Rock? I used to be friends with Rock. Yin Lai said without denying it. Well, that's better. Rock's son is called Ross. He is about 6 years old now. He may have inherited Rock's talent. His talent is also very good, but he is still young. He is currently studying in the royal family. All he has to do is keep him safe for these 5 years, after which he will be sent to the Wizarding Academy. The Queen nodded and said. Okay. Yin Lai nodded. Although he had some doubts, he didn't plan to ask any more. Anyway, some things would be known gradually. Well, someone will take you to see him later, I'll leave first. 10 minutes after the Queen left, someone came and took Yin Lai to a small castle in the palace, where they met Rock's son, a little guy who was always full of arrogance. Are you the one sent to protect me? Ross looked up at Yin Lai with a lump of baby fat on his face. Well, I will protect your safety from now on. Yin Lai nodded. The little boy was still very sensible. He chatted with Yin Lai stupidly, and then went to play the game of knight and princess. Yin Lai smiled and was taken to a room in the castle. UU reading www.youcanshu.com. Sir, this is your room. A servant opened a room. Yin Lai walked in, and it was a very luxurious room. After all, Yin Lai was also a third-class apprentice, and the hospitality couldn't be too bad. He was a protection, not a nanny. If the adults need anything, you can tell us at any time. Okay. After dispersing the maid, Yin Lai entered the room, checked the inside and outside of the room, and then arranged several witch formations before he began to breathe a sigh of relief. Finally left the camp. Although I don't know when the attack will take place, I still run first. As for the existence of the camp after the camp, it is naturally the best. Without Yin Lai, I don't feel distressed. It's a big deal to go to other places, and then slowly go up. It's a small matter. The new revision and upgrade address of the mobile station, https:// data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station, no ads, and fresh reading. Chapter 138. A year has passed in the blink of an eye. Yin Lai usually stayed in the castle and rarely went out. As for Ross, Yin Lai also had a clear understanding. It turned out that Ross was born exactly 2 years before Rock was killed. Rock was born with an apprentice, so he was sent back. At first, when Ross was sent back, he was naturally very popular. After all, Rock was already a warlock in the first ring, and he was about to advance to the second ring. But with the death of Rock, the situation changed suddenly, and Ross' status plummeted. Even because Rock had provoked too many people before, the current situation of the Elena wizard family was also greatly affected. Ross, there is also discrimination in the family. The funny thing is, things may really be impermanent. Last year, the family normally tested wizard talents, and Ross, who was 6 years old for a long time, was also among them. The results detected extremely high talents, even surpassing the previous Rock. So Ross is in a good position right now. During the day, he went to learn knowledge from his grandfather, a formal warlock, and returned to the castle at night. What Yin Lai had to do was to protect his safety at this time. Of course, Yin Lai is not alone in this job. There are 2 other apprentices in this castle who share this task, so Yin Lai usually takes it easy. On the other hand, Yin Lai finally got new news from Tig. Master, it has been a month since we last probed the news. This time we have a deep understanding of this place, and it is estimated that we will definitely do it within a year. This is Tig's news. As Yin Lai's eyeliner and servant, she kept sending him news. For a full year, he reported information to Yin Lai twice a month on average, which allowed Yin Lai to know a lot of information, such as where some resources in the camp were placed, how some resources were dispatched, and of course there were also some interesting, for example, the battalion commander Kratos likes the fox girl. Yin Funa scolds Yin Lai every day recently, because with his departure, Yin Funa only realizes why there are so many more jobs. All in all, this makes Yin Lai look at the camp from another angle at once, which is very interesting. However, it seems that a battle is about to break out, but I don't know how it will be. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Come in. A small head suddenly popped out of the crack of the door, the dripping black eyes rolled, and when he saw Yin Lai, his eyes lit up. Ross ran in with a smile and said, Grandpa Herman, can I ask you a question about potions? Children are always full of innocence and spontaneity. Since he found out that Yin Lai is very good at potions, he will often come to ask some questions. On the one hand, Yin Lai is a task staff, and on the other hand, he is also facing a 6 or 7-year-old child. Nothing to say no to, so answer often too. Of course. Yin Lai nodded. Thank you, Grandpa, I want to ask why Chris Threadgrass can't be extracted. With a small head, a big question. Because the extraordinary properties of this flower, to a certain extent, are not the plant itself, but the special substance on its surface. It was easy to answer the question. That's it, thank you Grandpa. Ross nodded in understanding, and then ran out. Hey, it's really a child. Yin Lai looked at his back and smiled, just a little doubt, this question doesn't seem to be how he should ask at this stage, could it be someone else? That's it. On the other side, an old man suddenly realized when he heard the news from Ross. He looks very old, and the skin on his entire body seems to stick to his bones, but he exudes a strong bloodline power. It was only some time ago that he found out that Herman was actually the deputy head of the potions department. He happened to be studying potions recently, so there were many questions. But I'm also embarrassed to ask him directly, so that's all I can do. Grandpa, why don't you ask yourself? At this time, Ross's tender voice sounded. Cough, don't ask too much, child, don't tell your mother about this. Eiffel coughed twice. He couldn't say that his level was too low. But he didn't blame him, mainly because Yin Lai was too strong. He even thought that the pharmacist in Erhuan he had seen in the academy was far inferior to Yin Lai, which surprised him. Okay, then I'll go find my mother. Ross smiled, turned, and ran away from the palace. Although he has been neglected before, how can the child understand what happened? And Yin Lai didn't know that there was an official wizard who prostituted for nothing. For him, it was nothing more than a long-paid vacation. On the other hand, with the development of time, Yin Lai gradually came to know who was cooperating with the wizard camp. It was actually another warlock force, the 10,000 Blood Alliance. A force composed of about a dozen bloodline warlock clans. The overall size is much larger than the Shadow Monitor Lizard Wizarding Academy. This time it is one of the Frost Wolf clans. What is this? A test of the Shadow Monitor Lizard. Yin Lai frowned. Yin Lai didn't know much about the situation of the 10,000 Blood Alliance, nor did he know their purpose. But it's not important, as long as Yin Lai doesn't participate. As for the truth of the matter, I don't know now, it should not be a secret in 10 or 20 years. Now it's time to see when it will explode. 1 year later. The attack broke out. The sudden attack stunned the entire camp. The subordinate camp of the Shadow Monitor Lizard Warlock Academy was suddenly attacked by an unknown warlock, and the entire camp suddenly fell into chaos. In the camp, Kratos was stunned. Standing on the highest tower in the camp, he could feel the enemies suddenly appearing around the camp. The number and quality were also high. And they attacked the weak areas of the camp as if they had a purpose. Damn, a bunch of scumbags. Looking at the destroyed camp, Kratos' mouth twitched, and a large shadow appeared outside his body, directly pounced on a ring of warlocks who had just come in not far away. In just an instant, he has come to the surrounding of a ring of warlocks, and a shadow drowned it in an instant. Just when he was about to continue to attack the other link, suddenly, 2 figures appeared not far away, both wearing grey wizard robes and hoods. 2 rings? Kratos sensed the breath and was stunned. Kratos, we want to talk to you. One of them took off the mask, revealing the silver grey wolf head mask underneath. We have nothing to talk about. Kratos exploded with anger, a little bloodshot in his eyes. What if it's your sister? A calm voice came, and Kratos' face changed instantly. My sister? Kratos was stunned. If there is one person she regrets in her life, it is the sister he once loved. Unfortunately, due to an accident, the two separated, leaving him alone. Impossible, I personally watched her fall into the Endless Sea vortex. Kratos shook his head and couldn't believe it. The Endless Sea is the sea next to the west coast. There are many extraordinary monsters in it, and there are many dangers. They were separated during another island exploration. She is still alive, and we have evidence to know where she is. Under the Frost Wolf mask, the man spoke again. Really? Kratos was suddenly a little uncertain. Well, we know that you were once a student of the headmaster of the Shadow Monitor Lizard Wizarding Academy, and we wanted to talk to you about this academy. Okay, I hope you don't lie to me. Kratos frowned, then gritted his teeth. So, the three started to fight, and they fought farther and farther, leaving the camp. As for the chaotic camp, it began to improve in the organization of a ring of warlocks. Peng! Suddenly, Peng's voice came from one part of the camp, and all the warlocks were stunned, but then there were more explosions, which caught them by surprise, and the situation that had just turned was chaotic again. The fighting continued, and it was unknown how many warlocks died in this war. On the other hand, Yin Lai also sighed when he got the news. Fortunately, he left the camp, otherwise it would be quite troublesome if he was really in a melee. According to TIG, the second ring does not know, but there are more than a dozen people in the first ring, and the number of the zero ring is even more. Even the warlocks of the first ring, 5 or 6 people died. It's too dangerous. The raid lasted only 4 hours. 4 hours later, Kratos returned and led the people in the camp to organize a counterattack, which soon ended the riot and foiled the conspiracy of the unknown forces. As for what happened in the hours after Kratos disappeared, no one knows. However, although the raid was over, after the raid, whether it was the pursuit of the escaped personnel or the management of the camp, it was a big problem, so the camp at this time was even more chaotic than it was during the raid. But things are looking up under Kratos. The camp was in ruins, but Yin Lai did not return to the camp. Mainly because he was still on the mission, which was somewhat inappropriate, and he preferred to wait for everything to stabilize before going back. The attack on the camp was much bigger than Yin Lai imagined, and the Academy of Shadow Warlocks was furious. After all, this was equivalent to pulling hairs on their heads, and no force could bear it. As a result, they sent a large number of warlocks to investigate the matter, and Eiffel from the Karina family was also selected to leave to participate in the investigation. I don't know how many people will suffer. And one of the central figures in this matter, Kratos, was not affected much, as before. This made Yin Lai curious about the background of this guy, and there was no such thing as such a big thing. Just when Yin Lai thought everything would end smoothly. On the 5th day of the search of the Academy of Shadow Monitor Warlocks. Night. In the palace, Yin Lai suddenly opened his eyes. Someone's here. Yin Lai frowned, and dozens of eyes set in advance told that someone had entered the palace, and there were quite a few people. The target is the palace. The new revision and upgrade address of the mobile station, https:// data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station, no ads, and fresh reading. Chapter 139. Heinz, are you sure that old guy Eiffel is not here? In the shadows outside the palace, a dozen people looked at a gloomy man in the center, and someone asked in a low voice. Well, that was drawn to another area by me using small means. Otherwise, although we have 4 first-ring warlocks, he is a first-ring limit warlock after all. If we really work hard, we have to keep a few here. I'm not that stupid. Heinz grinned. That's good. Upon hearing this, everyone else also showed a happy smile. However, if we destroy the Karina family, it's still a bit out of line. Another sighed. Humph, have you forgotten that day? Heinz just glanced at the man. Okay, just kill. The man seemed to remember some bad memories and changed his mind. Well, we are now grasshoppers on a rope. Don't worry, as long as everyone doesn't publicize it, my family will accept the industry here, and then everyone will have something to eat, and it will be considered revenge. In the next few words, Heinz said every word with hatred. 10 years ago. In the chaos of the academy, Rock alone defeated them, and it was completely crushed. What's even more annoying is that someone made up this story and circulated it in the academy, which made everyone who was supposed to be a genius also much ridicule. But Rock was really too strong. Not only did he quickly advance to the first ring, but the second ring even seemed to break through. They could only sigh helplessly and grit their teeth angrily. But the funny thing is, Rock is dead, and this guy is actually dead. So, under the leadership of Heinz, a group of 4 one-ring Shadow Monitor Lizard Bloodline Warlocks and 15 third-class Apprentice Warlock apprentices jointly prepared to slaughter the family. At first, everyone was not very interested, but the Heinz family always wanted to annex this family, and then in the name of revenge, they would distribute 1/3 of the benefits to everyone, so they would do it. After all, more than 10 years have passed, and the hatred has long been less profound, but the interests are eternal. Well, I have purchased a large witch formation in advance, and 4 people have already arranged it. As soon as Heinz finished speaking, there were waves of fluctuations in the 4 corners of the palace. In an instant, a huge translucent film enveloped the palace. This is the 4 Seasons Elemental Wizard Formation. As long as the time is short, it is almost impossible for even a second-ring wizard to break through, and the voices and pictures inside cannot be heard from outside, and this time is our killing time. Heinz grinned and walked in first. The others also laughed and strode in. On one side is the Karina family, which has no one-ring warlock, but only a group of apprentices. Everyone has already begun to imagine what happened next. The Karina family is not a wizard family, not to mention other things, there are still many good things in it, which can also make them a fortune. Cannot go out. Yin glanced at the translucent witch formation in front of him and frowned. This group of people from outside moved too fast, it should have been premeditated, they blocked the place in an instant, and they used the very powerful witch formation in front of them. The strength of the witch formation in front of me is probably very difficult to break the second ring, unless it is a lasting violent blow to see if the witch formation here can be destroyed. It is not slow, but it will definitely attract the attention of the group of people. Hey, what's this called? Yin Lai shook his head. The crisis in the camp was avoided, and the sudden attack here was not avoided. Fortunately, this group of foreigners did not seem to be too strong. Yin Lai might have a chance to deal with it, but the situation was much better. Well, I need to hurry up to arrange it. Yin Lai thought for a while and quickly returned to the area where Ross was. It's not to save him, but the terrain there is the best, and it's more suitable to arrange some means, but unfortunately the switch formation can't be broken, or Yin Lai will run away directly, and these troubles will be avoided. As for the lives of Ross and others, and what does he have to do with it? No one really thinks that he has a great friendship with Rock, who has a relationship with him. Soon, he came to the castle. At this time, Heinz and others were scattered in the four directions, fighting all the way towards the center. The only two wizard apprentices in the castle were also surprised that they had already wanted to run away, without any intention of taking Ross away. So when Yin came to the castle, only Rose was left. Grandpa Herman. Seeing Yin Lai returning, Ross immediately ran over and hugged Yin Lai's leg. The apprentice who protected me said that someone was invading. Let me stay here, Grandpa. What is the intrusion? What happened to my mother and them? Rose asked. Yin Lai couldn't bear to answer. Judging from his perception, nearly 20 warlocks were slaughtering non-stop, and almost all members of the Karina family were here at this time. Yin Lai can go to save, but if he saves, he can't arrange it properly, and even if he saves, it will only be a few people at most, so it doesn't make much sense. So Yin Lai thought for a while, but gave up. Ross, don't worry, it'll be fine. Yin Lai didn't say it explicitly, but said it vaguely. Well. As if he understood something, Ross ran back to the castle, tears streaming down his face. Yin Lai shook his head and continued to start the arrangement. A well-prepared wizard, his combat power can far exceed his own strength. At the same time, Heinz brutally pulled a woman out of the bedroom. You are Rock's mother, right? Heinz said violently, and the ferocity belonging to the bloodline was inspired. Please, let it go. The queen pleaded as she was dragged to the ground in her pajamas. Hat. Heinz smiled and killed her directly. This time, it was originally planned to cut the weeds. He glanced here, and then continued to shrink towards the palace. The fighting continues. This day, the Karina family will simply disappear. After an hour, I'll meet again. Heinz looked at everyone's scarlet and tyrannical eyes and smiled. By now, almost all of them have died, only a few sporadic people in the castle. Heinz, Rock's son is still in the castle. A man said fiercely. Shadow monitor lizards were originally tyrannical creatures, even more so after seeing blood. Oh, is it? That's great. Heinz smiled. Tonight's slaughter went very smoothly. Everyone started slaughtering from all around, and not a single person was missed. Although there was a little accident, they also died a few people, but it was insignificant. Soon, everyone came to the outside of the castle. But after arriving, everyone looked at the scene in front of them and was stunned. A dozen witch formations surrounded the castle, and a man was in the middle, wearing a wizard robe, holding a staff, and watching them fully armed. This is... Heinz frowned as he looked at these witch formations. This seems to be arranged on the spot, right? Who are you? Heinz asked. If you leave now, I can pretend that nothing happened. Yin Lai looked at the 14 people in front of him with a serious expression. 4 first-ring warlocks, and 10 third-class apprentices, such combat power is not weak. Leave? Ha 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 ha. When Heinz heard this, he laughed and laughed again the next second. What about the witch formation? You don't think your apprentice can resist for a long time, and we have more than a dozen people here, and there is only one on your side. We are superior in strength and number. Is it really necessary to fight? Yin Lai sighed. He always thought of the worst situation. Just like now, as long as the situation allows, he usually rarely chooses to solve it. It seems that he has to kill people today. However, compared to the number of... Although he is a half-assed necromancer, it is also very stupid to compare the number of people. Open the witch formation now, hand over Ross, and I'll let you go. Heinz tried to solve it in a simpler way. If you can really do it, I will naturally leave, but obviously that is impossible. Yin Lai shook his head and said, there is one more thing, the strength is not necessarily, but the number is always me. Dominant. Heinz? This warlock is frightened. Some apprentices looked at Yin Lai like a fool. At this time, their mentality is already close to the game, so they are so leisurely. But the next second, everyone was speechless. As soon as Yin La's voice fell, shadows suddenly appeared around him. Everyone was stunned and saw skeletons walking out of the shadows. Just 3 seconds. A dozen people looked at the 200 or 300 skeletons around and fell silent. What's the matter? It seems that there is something wrong with it. What makes them even more troublesome is that there are still 10 skeletons with 1 ring in them. Even them, it is estimated that it is very troublesome. You must know that these skeletons will be much weaker than those in front of them, but there are a lot of them. It's also a huge problem for them. This is not a warlock apprentice at all, this is a one-ring necromancer. Suddenly, someone shouted. Heinz also understood at this time who their opponent was. The fact that there are necromancers hidden in the Karina family is big news. But before that, they had to deal with these undead first. Don't be afraid, we can solve these, and the necromancer's combat power is basically on the undead, and other aspects are very weak. As long as we solve the undead, we can easily solve him. Heinz encouraged. At the same time, the undead skeletons also attacked the warlocks for a while. The battle began. Looking at the people fighting, Yin Lai took out the small bench and watched the battle. Controlling so many undead at the same time is already his limit, and he can't use other means. 3 hours later. With the last skeleton falling. Heinz smiled, but looking at the only 1 ring and 3 0 rings left, the corners of his mouth twitched. He admitted that he underestimated this necromancer. But, now that the skeletons are over, it's their turn after so long. Heinz turned his head, looked at Yin Lai, gritted his teeth and said. Damn you, I'll rush in and unplug your head in a moment. The new revision and upgrade address of the mobile station, https:// data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station, no ads and fresh reading. Chapter 140. At this time, Heinz and the others were completely half-blooded, with black scales all over the body, a little shadow lingering, and the eyes were cruel black vertical children. Attack! With an order from Heinz, the remaining 5 people began to attack. Pang! Pumbat! The black flames and sharp claws touched the shield, sparking sparks, and with a hideous smile, Heinz kept breaking the shields one by one. The necromancer is physically weaker than the warlock. As long as he enters, Yin Lai will be dead. Looking at Heinz and the others who were constantly attacking outside, Yin Lai naturally couldn't ignore them, and began to display sorcery one by one, attacking several people. The 2 one-ring warlocks resisted with their tyrannical bodies, but the remaining apprentices died quickly, and Heinz ignored this scene and just kept bombarding the shield. A powerful attack slammed into the shield, and Yin Lai looked at the remaining 2 while attacking. One person is in the middle stage of the first stage, and Heinz is in the late stage of the first stage. Compared with Yin Lai, the level is a little higher, but at this time, the 2 of them consume a lot of money, and the power of blood is also wilting. Unlike wizards, warlocks mainly rely on the power of digging bloodlines, and the first part is also mainly digging bloodline compatibility. Both of them have at least 60% compatibility, which should be regarded as the late stage of the first stage. Less than 30% is the early stage, 30% 60% is the middle stage, 60% 90% is the late stage, so is the elementalization of wizards, and the same is true for the bloodline of warlocks. Of course, the general upper limit is 90%, because after all, human beings, complete elementalization and vascularization is almost impossible. In terms of spiritual power, Yin Lai is currently a wizard in the middle stage of the first ring, but if it is blood, it is much worse. Yin Lai has tested it, and only about 34% of the fit. There is no way to do this. Who made him choose the path of the wizard? He has just started the bloodline journey. In fact, this is the status quo of most wizards integrating into the bloodline. They rarely increase the power of the bloodline, mainly relying on the identity of the wizard. Learning and progressing, naturally it is impossible to leave too much time for the blood. Yin Lai has time, but he hasn't had time to do it yet. And across the shield, Yin Lai couldn't use the powerful witchcraft, and could only watch the shield get destroyed a little bit, but Yin Lai's original intention was to consume the 2 of them. As the shield disappeared little by little, the 2 of Heinz couldn't help showing some tired expressions on their faces, and the power of blood in their bodies even decreased to a low point. Heinz, we can't continue, we have to rest. Another warlock said with a tired face. Well. Heinz nodded, he turned to look at Yin Lai, and said viciously. Damn wizard, we'll go in and pull your head out in a minute. Ha ha. You bastard, there is something for you to come out. A simple awe made Heinz angry again and scolded. It is good. Heinz was about to scold when he suddenly heard this, his body froze, and then he saw Yin Lai slowly walk out of the shield. He looked at the two of Heinz, and then a large thick shadow appeared on the body, and dragon scales spread all over the body, and the dark eyes gradually turned into golden vertical children. Come on, let me see the bloodline of the shadow monitor lizard. Yin Lai smiled. After the consumption is over, it is natural for him to do it. You still fused blood. Heinz's eyes widened. This wizard has learned too much. It's necromantic sorcery, elemental sorcery, and bloodline. Can you learn it? But these are not the most important, the important thing is that when he looked at Yin Lai, he always felt a kind of terrifying suppression on the bloodline, not only the more advanced bloodline, but also the suppression of the source. Does this bloodline exist on the west coast? Heinz's throat moved slightly, this feeling, he wouldn't be a dragon warlock, a wizard who fused the blood of a giant dragon, you must know that the shadow monitor lizard also contains a trace of the blood of a giant dragon. Heinz, something is wrong. Another warlock on the side also felt a pressure. At this time, they, who had consumed most of their energy, looked at Yin Lai and felt a great fear. Why, I came out, why didn't you come? Yin Lai smiled. It took a few hours, isn't it just for now? Come. Heinz, come on. On the other side, Heinz looked at each other and shot at the same time. At this time, they no longer had any regret medicine, and as they approached Yin Lai, they felt the suppression of their bloodline even more, which made their already weak physical strength drain faster. The battle begins. Go to hell. Heinz cursed, controlling the shadows around him and attacking Yin Lai. But in the next second, he was stunned. Although the shadow appeared, it did not attack Yin Lai, but jumped directly at the two of them, drowning them directly. Compared with the shadow monitor lizard, the shadow dragon is the ancestor. In the shadows, the corners of Heinz's mouth twitched. He never expected to become like this. In front of Yin Lai, their ability to control the shadows was almost deprived. In the darkness, he could only constantly resist the shadows coming from all around him. Damn it! Heinz cursed. Suddenly, feeling the wind in his ear, his eyes widened, and he immediately ducked aside, while a dragon claw had passed by his ear, tearing a hole in his face. Damn! Heinz's throat moved slightly, and he had begun to regret it, and the dragon claw missed a hit, and immediately returned to the shadows again, waiting for an opportunity. In this way, Heinz kept observing, and Yin Lai kept looking for opportunities. Finally, 10 minutes later, with Heinz's exhausting resistance, a dragon claw penetrated directly into his chest, directly breaking through the heart scales, and crushing his heart. Heinz died. With the death of Heinz, the shadows gradually began to dissipate. Yin Lai, who was standing on the ground, and Heinz, who had died, were exposed, as well as another warlock who was dealt with in the gap. This shadow area created based on the blood of the shadow dragon and other witchcraft models is still very useful, but it is a bit expensive and a bit difficult to manipulate. This is a skill he developed when he was free, and the first show was not bad. And this is a great potential sorcery that has the potential to improve all the time. Hey, I almost got injured. If there are dozens more of them, and the strength is stronger, maybe it will be dangerous. Yin Lai shook his head and looked at the only wound on his arm. This was Hein just now. Created in the shadows. No one saw it this time, which is really good. No, Yin Lai turned his head to look at the castle. At this moment, in a window of the castle, Ross was stunned. Is his grandpa Herman so good at protecting him? Yin Lai sighed, he should have fainted just now, and now he can only use Soul Brand Slave. 3 hours later. Outside the royal city of Karina, a figure came running wildly. His whole body was covered with dark scales, and Shutong's eyes were full of anger and anxiety, until he saw the king's city, his speed was even faster, and he went directly towards the palace. Damn, damn, damn! Eiffel looked angry. Originally, he was on duty outside, but suddenly he received news that his family was attacked, and it was his old rival family who told him the news, which made him pale and ran towards here immediately. Enter the palace. He smelled the blood, and suddenly felt a thump in his heart. There was blood everywhere, corpses. Eiffel gritted his teeth and went to almost all places. There was no one alive, and there was almost nothing in the family. So the family he had run all his life, just disappeared. No, no more. Eiffel said tragically, tears streaming down his tough skin. Except for some outsiders of the family, no one of the immediate family members was alive except him. He was 200 years old, and he was injured when he was young, and he didn't have a good life for a few years. Today, all his relatives left directly, which made him feel a little painful. Hey! All the pain turned into sadness, and Eiffel took out a dagger. He picked it up with one hand and placed it on his chest. Eyes closed. Your Excellency Eiffel, what are you doing? Suddenly, a voice came. Among the thorns of the big tree not far away, a large piece of thorns not far away slowly spread out, revealing Yin Lai and Ross, who was blinking. Eiffel opened his eyes and looked at each other, and the atmosphere suddenly became awkward. The corners of old Eiffel's mouth twitched. He didn't expect that someone was still alive. He didn't feel it just now, but when he saw Ross on the side, his eyes widened. He ran over quickly, hugged Ross, and confirmed that he was really his great-grandson. Your Excellency Eiffel, someone raided here a few hours ago. I merged the blood of the thorn tree demon, so I immediately took Ross and hid here until the adults came. Yin Lai said with a look of horror, as if he remembered it again. Horrible scene before. Who did it? Although he didn't know when Herman was promoted, he didn't have time to care about that. I don't know. Yin Lai shook his head. Forget it, I'll investigate. Originally, he had already died, but suddenly he found out that he still had relatives alive, and he cheered up again. Thank you, Herman. Eiffel said solemnly. It's nothing, I just protect myself. Yin Lai shook his head and sighed. Hey, it's a pity that I have nothing left now. My collection room and the magic stones stored in the family have been looted, so I can't give you a reward. Eiffel sighed. It doesn't matter, sir, I also got the reward for the task. Yin Lai showed a reluctant smile on his face. Well, I'm still sorry, don't worry, I'll give it to you if I have a chance, but now I'm going to take my grandson to the academy, and I have to ask for an explanation, and it's also the safest place, why don't you go first? Go back to the camp, I heard that it is quite serious there. Eiffel said apologetically. Okay, my lord. Yin Lai nodded. The two chatted for a while and then Eiffel took Rose away. On the way, Eiffel took Ross towards the academy. He glanced at Ross and said. Herman not only saved you, but also didn't ask for compensation. He is a good man, don't forget it in the future. Ross blinked. Nice guy? Although he is still young. The other side. Yin Lai sensed that Ross's soul was in a normal state, glanced at the legacy of the Karina family in the secret realm, and quickly left Karina city. The Karina family is also a good family. The new revision and upgrade address of the mobile station, https:// data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station, no ads, and fresh reading. Chapter 141. Leaving Karina city, Yin Lai did not return to the camp directly, but entered the mountain forest on the way, chased away the bear in the tree hole, and entered the secret realm. In the secret realm, Yin Lai looked at the hill formed by magic stones and other miscellaneous objects in front of him. He felt a little short of breath. He hadn't seen so much money in a long time. Inventory: there are 3,000 low-grade magic stones in total, there are also 3 zero-ring wizards, 1 one-ring wizard, and 2 bloodlines of 1 ring, more than a dozen bloodlines commonly used by blood wizards, and some rare ones. Strange things, one of the black boxes caught Yin Lai's attention. The box is dark black, with red patterns like blood vessels all over the body, and there are witch formations under it, which looks very strange and strange. Pang! At this time, the box was stained with blood, which should have come by accident during Karina's time. This is actually nothing at all, but with the blood contamination, the box emits a bright light at this time, and the strange and evil aura slowly radiates out. Yin Lai silently retreated a few kilometers. In the next second, all the witch formations in the secret realm were called, and the box was suddenly wrapped in various forbidden packages, and an undead was ordered by Yin Lai to open the box. Kaka! The pale bones slowly touched the box, and a wave of darkness and shadows slowly climbed up, but the box slowly opened at a firm speed, revealing a purple-black heart inside. The heart is about the size of a basketball, its surface is black and purple, with strips of blue-black blood vessels clinging to it, while a shadow and dark aura emanate from it. Heart of the Shadow Monitor Lizard. When he saw the heart, Yin Lai relaxed. It was just the heart of a shadow monitor lizard. However, looking at the breath, there should be the second ring in front of him, so there was such a strong breath. The restrictions were lifted layer by layer, and Yin Lai walked over slowly, letting the undead hold the heart. How to deal with it? Yin Lai frowned. It stands to reason that the blood of the second ring is quite valuable, especially if it was taken from the second ring creature, whether it is fusion or other purposes, it is worth at least 1,000 magic stones. The best deal should be to sell it, but Yin Lai didn't plan to do that. Shadow Monitor Lizards are almost the standard configuration of the Shadow Monitor Lizard Warlock Academy. If they are sold privately, they will definitely attract their attention. That's right, thanks to the fact that the Shadow Monitor Lizard and the Shadow Dragon are actually very compatible, so Yin Lai can use some means to improve his bloodline compatibility. Anyway, the magic stone he currently lacks is limited, so he might as well use it to improve his combat effectiveness as a warlock. Just do it. Yin Lai took it to the laboratory and began to deal with it. Half a day later, Yin came to see a bottle of black and purple blood in his hand, and then drank it. At the same time, the fit of the Shadow Dragon bloodline was also rapidly improving. 34%. 35%. 3 days later, Yin Lai opened his eyes and smiled after sensing the 49% fit. Although it seems a bit of a loss, I am very happy to see my strength improve. At the same time, Yin Lai suddenly sensed that the sign belonging to the camp had moved on his body and sensed the information. The Karina family has terminated the mission ahead of schedule, and the camp has now returned to stability. You can also come back, Herman. When I saw the signature, it was Yin Funa. Yin Lai looked at the information, stood up, hid outside for more than 2 years, and it was time to go back. And if Yin Lai remembers correctly, many ministers died this time, deputy ministers. Going back this time may be very different. 5 days later. After Yin Lai simply adapted to the ascended bloodline, he returned to the camp. At the same time, his aura has gradually risen to the level of the first stage, and at the same time, the gentle aura of a plant blood is also exuding from his body. I have to say that it is worthy of being a shadow dragon. The camouflage ability is very good, and with the help of the faceless mask, even the 3 rings are absolutely impossible to find. As for the true spirit, with Yin Lai's improvement and insight, I can't say for sure, it would be bad if I slapped my face. The only pity is that although his things are of good quality, they are all at one level, mainly because his ability is not enough. After the alchemy and level are enough, they can be directly improved. 5 days later, Yin Lai came to the edge of the camp. Walking on the road, there are traces of battle everywhere, and there are even a lot of blood and magic left in some places, and the house has collapsed a lot. It seems that the battle should be quite fierce. Yin Lai did not return to the camp directly, but went home first, and there was no damage, and his warlock neighbor Tig had already left. Judging from the news that Tig gave Yin Lai, she had already left here with the wizards and was going to re-establish a camp somewhere, but Yin Lai told her to tell Yin Lai the location when she settled down. After all, maybe one day he will have to take refuge again, and it would be good to visit the wizard camp at that time. As for Tiji, if it is convenient, he will also give some help to make her a higher status. After setting things up, Yin Lai went directly to the camp. The further you go inside, the more buildings you can see destroyed, and there are very few people on the street. Compared with the previous prosperity, the degree of prosperity has dropped by more than 1 level. It will take time to recover. At the gate of the camp, Yin Lai actually met an acquaintance. Lord Herman, long time no see. Alice looks sad. Well, it looks like you're in a bad mood, what happened? Yin Lai asked. It's just that I grew up here. It's very sad to see this place become like this. Alice sighed, then looked at Yin Lai, and said in surprise, Sir, are you in the loop? Yes, there was a breakthrough from outside. Congratulations, sir. Alice congratulated. Well, then I'll go first. If you encounter big trouble, if you encounter small trouble, you can come to me at any time. Yin Lai originally wanted to talk about all the trouble, but after thinking about it, let it go. Ripe, but not that ripe. Alice nodded, watching Yin Lai leave. Potions department. Bang bang bang. Come in. Yin Lai walked into Yin Funa's office. You've advanced. Yin Funa looked at Yin Lai who came in and was surprised. Well, the blood is integrated outside. Yin Lai nodded and smiled. Looking at Yin Funa at this time, the appearance has not changed much, but the power of blood is obviously much weaker. It seems that he should have suffered a lot of injuries in the battle at that time. I knew you could do it. Yin Funa smiled. Right now, the camp is in ruins, and it's the time when you need people. You will definitely be valued if you advance to the first stage. I'll take you to see the battalion commander then, Yin Funa said. At that time, you should be able to get a good position, and if you enter the first ring, you will be one of the best in the camp, but only by entering higher management can you bring more. As Yin Lai expected, the first link will bring new changes. I really didn't expect you to be successful, tisk tisk tisk. Yin Funa stood up, shook her head and sighed, her two rabbit ears wiggling. Yin Lai. I am so disrespected. Well, tomorrow, I'll take you to see the battalion commander tomorrow. I've been really busy recently, Yin Funa said. He was already looking forward to tomorrow. The next day, under the leadership of Yin Funa, Yin Lai followed her to find battalion commander Kratos. On the way, Yin Lai looked at Yin Funa, the rabbit-eared girl in front, and asked, Minister, can you tell me about the battalion commander? Although he has been here for many years, he has no contact with the battalion commander. Battalion commander, he's actually quite a good person. He treats others gently, but he looks cold and is very protective of his opponents. Anyway, he's a strong but tender man. Yin Funa thought for a while and said arrive. Well, then. Don't ask, I'll know when I see you. Yin Lai wanted to ask, but was stopped by Yin Funa. At this time, they have come to a wizard tower. The reason why the wizard tower is not the warlock tower is that it is simply called that. After entering and reporting to the guards, Yin Lai was taken to a room. I won't go in. Yin Funa said with a smile. Nodding, Yin Lai knocked on the door. Come in. A hearty voice came out. Yin Lai opened the door and walked in. Inside is a small room, but the layout is quite distinctive, basically brown, with magic lamps like oil lamps hanging on the walls on both sides, a bookshelf full of books on one side, and a shelf on the other. There is a devil wolf specimen. In the center is a large table, and a man is looking at him at this time. Short brown hair, dark boy holes, his face looks very comfortable, but there is a transverse scar at the eye, but the overall look is very friendly. Hello, Mr. Kratos, I'm Herman. Yin Lai introduced while observing secretly. Yin Funa, who was in the first ring, didn't respond to his disguise. Let's see how the battalion commander reacted. Not bad, I heard Yin Funa's introduction, but you are qualified in the camp. After all, you have been here for more than 20 years, and you are conscientious. Kratos said with a smile. With the power of the second ring warlock. It's all adults who managed the camp well, otherwise I wouldn't have such an environment. Yin Lai said. Ha 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 ha. Hearing this, Kratos smiled, after all, everyone is willing to listen to good things. Well, I'm not here for other things. The main reason is that a lot of first-ring warlocks have died in the camp, and there are a lot of vacancies. I've been very troubled recently. I am willing to relieve the worries of adults. Yin Lai said. Well, I have prepared 2 positions for you here. One of them is an important department. I don't worry about leaving it to others. You have been with Yin Funa for decades, and Yin Funa is my confidant, so I believe in you. Kratos admired. Which 2? The head of the magic planting department, and the head of the wizard's legacy disposal department. The new revision and upgrade address of the mobile station, https:// data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station, no ads, and fresh reading. Chapter 142. Magic Planting Department, Wizard Legacy Processing Department. Yin Lai blinked. Yes. Kratos nodded. The Magic Plant Department is one of the most important departments in the camp, along with the Potions Department and the Alchemy Department are the most important departments in the camp. They are responsible for the cultivation of magic plants in the camp. Managed, but died in battle, so it had to be rearranged, Kratos said. What about the Wizard's Relic Disposal Department? This is what Yin Lai was curious about. What does this department say? Kratos frowned and said, even as you know, there are occasionally some wizard relics in our area, and then the camp will send people to collect them, so there are this department. This department is mainly responsible for managing and storing the unsellable sundries, such as those that no one wants. In fact, there is no job. You just need to take care of them at that time. The main reason is that the camp is currently too short of manpower. Kratos shook his head and said apologetically. I'm a little embarrassed, but it's really troublesome to have two positions. It's okay, this is what I should do. Yin Lai nodded. Just kidding, trouble? It's too late for him to be happy. Forget the magic plant department. Yin Lai also has a lot of magic plants planted in his secret realm, but he has never been able to find a suitable reason to shoot. Now he can mix it up. Of course, this is not bad, mainly because of the wizard's legacy processing department. What does a warlock need? It's nothing more than those things that can't be used, or some useless knowledge, but these are what Yin Lai needs. It's like sending him to the Golden Room. In the future, Yin Lai doesn't need to spend money to buy wizard knowledge, he just collects it in the department silently, whereas he still needs so much. Well, but don't worry, the Ministry of Magic Planting should be too big, so it has always been handled by two people, half of each side, and I also called the other person today. Kratos replied with a smile. It was said that CAO was coming. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. He's here. Kratos smiled at Yin Lai and said, Come in, Rawls. Yin Lai turned his head. The door opened and a man walked in. He has blonde hair, reddish eyes, a slight smile on his face, a tall and well-proportioned body, and looks very elegant in a black top and trousers. This is Rawls. Just like you, he has just advanced to the first ring. He is fused with the blood of the second ring of the Balar Flame Demon. He will have the opportunity to break through to the second ring in the future. But was rejected by him. Kratos introduced with a smile. This is He-Man, a bloodline of the Thorn Tree Demon. In the future, I will manage half of the demon planting department with you. He is very good at potions. Similarly, Kratos also introduced Yin Lai to Yin Lai. Nice to meet you. Rawls smiled and held out his hand. Yin Lai did the same, and the two shook hands. It seems that it is very polite to work with him in the future. Well, it seems that you guys feel pretty good. Kratos laughed heartily when he saw this scene. Then I'll assign your tasks. The potion field is currently on the east and west sides. Because the wizard's relic processing department is in the east, then Yin Lai is in charge of the east, and Rawls is in charge of the west. What do you think? Kratos assigned. Yes, I will definitely not live up to the expectations of adults. Rawls said. I can too. Glancing at Rawls, Yin Lai also nodded. He suddenly felt that there might be something wrong with this colleague. Well, then Rawls, please leave first, and I will arrange other work for Herman. Now that he was done, Kratos waved directly to Rawls to leave. Herman, you also know Rawls, but I have to remind you that although Rawls looks good, there is still a small problem. I hope you will not be affected. Kratos said. Yin Lai? Well, that is, Rawls is probably very competitive in everything and wants to beat his opponent, so he is always serious and does a lot of work, which is good, but I hope you don't get too affected and be yourself. That's all right, and he's still a little cautious, you try your best to bear it. Kratos explained politely. That's it. Yin Lai understood, this is a small eye-roll king. However, if he wanted to affect his 300-year-old salted fish, he still thought too much. Well, I see. Yin Lai nodded. Okay, that's all I have to say. You and Rawls will get to know each other slowly. In fact, he is good in other aspects. Hey, you can just do your best. Kratos hesitated, and finally said nothing. Leave Yin Lai with a cheering expression. Yin Lai was inexplicable. Then Kratos told Yin some things to pay attention to, and then Yin Lai left. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Yin Lai has not yet begun to take over the position, but through the promotion stage, he was brought by Yin Funa and also met many new first-stage warlocks, and the level of the people he knew was raised again. Yin Lai also understood why Kratos looked complicated at the end. The principle is that although Rawls is always personable and polite outside, he is actually a person who likes power, is a little cautious, and works extremely hard. If you mess with him, you should be careful about being reported by him. Gotta be pua often. But fortunately, Rawls is very disciplined and will not make up out of thin air or slander, so many people have mixed emotions about him, but the general public is still good. Knowing that was the case, Yin Lai also relaxed. What did he think? He is such a conscientious, law-abiding and good person, what does it have to do with him breaking the law? Just like that, another half-month passed in the blink of an eye. Yin Lai took office. He first came to the magic plant department. The magic plant department is located outside the camp. Next to the large potion field, there is a 3-story building that looks very simple and has a plant similar to a creeper attached to it. What Yin Lai didn't expect was that he happened to meet Rawls. "Rawls, long time no see." Yin Lai greeted. "Well, I remember your name is Herman, I hope the work together goes well in the future." Rawls gave Ti a standard smile and walked over. The two met at the door, and at this time there were 2 deputy ministers at the door. "Minister Herman, I'm Roan, and I'll help you with your work from now on." "Minister Rawls, I'm Erdo, I'll handle it for you in the future." Because the area of the magic planting department is too large, it is almost equivalent to 2 departments together, so almost everything is 2, the only thing may only be public property and the buildings of this department. In this way, Yin Lai and Rawls were invited in by everyone. And the 2 people's office is a large room, each occupying half. "Rona, tell me about my current job." Yin Lai glanced at Rawls, who was not far away, and said to Rona. "Master Minister, the current potion field in the east has a total area of 100 acres, mainly planting more than a dozen kinds of magic plants, including silent crescent moon, dragon blood grass, cross flowers, etc. These are our jobs, in fact, as long as the quality and output are guaranteed, that's it," said Rona cautiously, whose temper with the deputy minister was unclear. "Well, then what you were like before is still the same now." Yin Lai nodded. "How can the minister be in charge of everything? Mainly depends on the people below." "Okay." Rona nodded, it seemed that the minister was very good at talking. "Okay, that's it, I'll talk about it later." Yin Lai nodded and prepared to leave. At the same time, Erdo had just finished introducing Rawls. Rawls also nodded. He looked towards Ji Yin, and he also inquired about Yin Lai. The information said that this person is usually very leisurely, he can almost lie down instead of sitting, he is very salty, and he often goes to entertainment venues. Such a person is really the cancer of the camp. Rawls shook his head, looking down on Yin Lai a little. He hates people who are lazy and don't do things. Life should work hard. See him manage it well at that time, strive to increase the output and sales of his side at that time, and then kick Yin Lai out of the demon planting department. After all, 2 ministers in one department always made him feel awkward, and the potions department's profits were quite large. At this time, in his eyes, Yin Lai was ready to leave after understanding. "Herman, are you ready to leave now? Otherwise, don't you understand everything?" Yin Lai asked strangely. "Rawls." Looking at the back of Yin Lai's departure, Rawls' mouth twitched, and he said to Erdo who was beside him, "Go ahead and get all the information on the potion field. I have to study it carefully so that we can cultivate it better." He also has a certain understanding of magic planting, otherwise it would not be possible to come here. "Okay." Erdo went to get it immediately, but there was a twitch on his face. "Are you going to work today?" He suddenly felt that his choice to follow Rawls might not be a good idea. He looked at Rona, who was also preparing to leave next door, with an envious look. "Is the king the boss?" Rona was already starting to feel bad. Yin Lai, who left, didn't know what Rawls was thinking, and he couldn't wait to go to another department of his to have a look. Wizard's Relic Disposal Department. This is simply what Yin Lai prepared. Soon, Yin Lai crossed several trails and saw the department in a remote corner of the camp. But looking at the overgrown ground and the low 2-story building not far away, I suddenly realized that this department seems to be far inferior to the demon planting department. However, Yin Lai still followed the road and walked in. Soon, someone will bring Yin Lai to get acquainted with. "Paul, is there only 6 people in our department?" Yin Lai confronted Paul on the side. Paul is the deputy head of the department, a thin old man with few hairs, looking very thin. "Well, my lord, it's just a few of us." Paul nodded. Yet, Yin Lai could only accept his fate. Soon, Paul introduced him to the job, which is to store and transport the useless things after exploration. Often he can be idle for a few months a year. This may be because Yin Lai is already the minister of another department, but he is still being used by him. "Assigned here. Forget it, let me go to the department warehouse." Ignoring these details, Yin Lai said to Paul. Yin Lai is interested in the legacy of the wizards here. I don't know if the warehouse here has what he wants. The new revision and upgrade address of the mobile station, https:// data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station, no ads, and fresh reading. Chapter 143. The warehouse is located halfway up the mountain behind the department. A space is dug out directly from the middle of the mountain for storage. Although there are many things in it, most of them are worthless. Because those who explore will take away valuables when they explore, but they will not leave valuables to Yin Lai. Of course, for warlocks, for wizards, there are still some that can be used. At the foot of the mountain, Yin Lai's mouth twitched as he watched Paul take out a bunch of keys from his waist and skillfully open the door locked with iron chains. This is the first time he has been in the camp for such a long time. Whether it is the potions department or the magic planting department, there are not only various witch formations, but also warlocks patrolling. Such a gate that exists in name only. Will this protective measure be too hasty? Yin Lai asked with a deep breath. Sloppy. Paul wondered for a moment, then said, but there is nothing valuable in the adults, most of them are useless waste. Yin Lai. Well, it seems that he thinks highly of this department. Okay, I'll go in and have a look. Shaking his head, Yin Lai followed Paul into the open door. Using a simple zero-ring magic, the entire space is instantly illuminated. There is a huge space in front of you. The ground area is about the size of a football field, and the height is about 10 meters. Various items are placed on the shelves on both sides, and more are piled up in the depths. It's more of a garbage dump than a warehouse. My lord, this is all the stuff. If your lord sees something, just take it as you like. There is no record of these things, and no one cares. Paul reminded. Yin Lai nodded and walked inside. Hey, this is it. Yin Lai was surprised by the things on it as soon as he walked to the first shelf. On the third layer of the shelf, there is an item like a monocle, with a golden frame, and the other section is a chain, which looks a bit interesting. My lord, this is dug up from a ruin, belonging to the legacy of a former wizard. It seems to be a thing to observe the fluctuations of the soul. Unfortunately, it seems to be connected to the spiritual power. Only wizards can use it. It is estimated that it has some value in the former wizarding world, but no one needs it now. Yin Lai blinked. Observe the soul fluctuations. This seems to be exactly what he needs for his experiment. It looked good, so I took it. Yin Lai took it directly. Paul nodded, it didn't matter. Taking away the glasses, Yin Lai continued to look inside. He thought that the good things here should be good, but he realized that he was completely wrong. There were hardly many, only a few bits and pieces. The glasses before may already be the high-value thing in this place. Why? Yin Lai was a little disappointed. Sir, you have to go inside. Going further, there are some books that the wizards used to be, basically introducing the world, and other things. Paul kept walking and said, telling Yin Lai to all the people here. Kind of thing. Oh. Hearing this, Yin Lai's interest rose again. At the end of the warehouse, there were various books piled up on the ground, some of which seemed to have been bitten by insects, and many of the rest were somewhat rotten. Yin Lai looked at it with great pain. Damn, don't these warlocks know how to keep books well? Paul, go find a few people, sort out the books on the left and right, and send them to me. I'll take a look at them, and I'll take care of the garbage. Yin Lai frowned, as if he was a little uncomfortable with the pile. Shoy. Okay, Minister, I also think it's time to clean up, so many books are not as good as the previous pair of garbage. Paul nodded, and then suddenly felt a cold behind his back. Turning his head to the side, Yin looked at him, still smiling kindly. Strange? Paul asked curiously. Well, that's it, I'll come over once in a while in the future, and it's still up to you to manage this place. Nodding, Yin Lai said to Paul. Okay, Minister. Paul smiled. After dealing with the department's affairs, Yin Lai's life is back on track again. Everything is developing in a good direction, as if it is a life of 2 points and 1 line again. I go to the potions department for half an hour every day, and then I usually do experiments at home. And the gold wire glasses also helped Yin Lai a lot. In the laboratory, a blood bamboo flower was put in again. With the activation of the instrument, a few elemental particles penetrated the blood bamboo flower. In a state of extreme speed, mysterious fluctuations reappeared, directly sucking the blood in the blood bamboo flower to empty, but the fluctuation was caused by Yin Lai on the side. Keep watching. So it is. Under the lens is another world. At the moment when the fluctuations appeared, Yin Lai saw that the Suezu words first generated a rapid frequency, then a dozen small fluctuations, and finally the power was generated. This was also the first time Yin Lai felt that he was so close to this power. However, it is close, but it seems that the experiment time is longer than Yin Lai expected, mainly because the frequency is too long, but it is too fast. If all of them are analyzed, it may take a long time. So, everything has to be overturned and restarted. The corners of Yin Lai's mouth twitched. After today's observation, he realized that his previous thinking was completely wrong. He originally thought it was just a fluctuation, but he didn't expect that it was actually a dozen short paragraphs put together, and the direction was completely wrong. It has to start from scratch. Decades of hard work are broken. If there are other wizards, it is estimated that they will vomit blood, but Yin Lai shook his head and started to arrange the direction of the experiment again. It took decades of trial and error, and that's a thing. Anyway, I don't expect this short-term solution. Re-experiment. Yin Lai's eyes gradually became firmer, which was also his advantage. In an infinite time, his trial and error costs would be infinitely compressed, and time would always be with him. Just after the failure of the experiment, Paul also sent all the books to Yin Lai. Yin Lai starts. Among them, 40% of the books have been damaged and cannot be read, the remaining 50% are basically popular science, and 10% are sporadic knowledge, which is very broken. Yin Lai first looked at popular science, basically introducing some places in the wizarding world, or the geography of the world, or the other worldly enemies he encountered. He watched it with relish, and at this time he also understood how powerful the former wizards were, and the different worlds surrendered at their feet, and even had the title of slave owner of the endless world. But it was such a huge civilization that suddenly changed more than 4,000 years ago. The wizards who had the ability left the wizarding world, and the incompetent stayed here. As a result, it developed into the world it is today. But Yin Lai also found some clues from it. Such a passage in one of the diaries caught Yin Lai's attention. This is a horrible, we are not opponents, we have failed. What is it? The time of this log is almost the world from which the wizard escaped. Yin Lai was very curious as to what it was. It was this wizard who didn't even dare to write his name. What happened to them? A world with many 7 rings, even 8 rings, turned into this in an instant. Forget it, this is not something I can think of. Yin Lai shook his head and continued to read other books. As for other knowledge books, most of them are limited, but they also gave Yin Lai some new ideas. In short, Yin Lai in this department is still right. Time passed little by little. This morning, Yin Lai went to the office of the Mazai department as usual. He lay on the recliner, looking at the reports these days. Roan was also sitting on the sofa not far away, drinking tea, and the years were peaceful. On the other side, Rawls was sitting in a chair, seriously dealing with various matters in the potion field, and actively arranging various matters. Erdo on the side was also constantly flipping through the documents. For a time, the whole office is 2 kinds of pictures. Erdo is busy with his work, and looks at Rona enviously from time to time, so cool. Rawls also kept his eyes away from packing up the documents, but when he came out to play and saw Yin Lai who was ready to read the documents and was about to leave, he couldn't bear it any longer. Yin Lai, are you leaving again? Yes, it's time. Yin glanced at Herman. Then why don't you carefully check the properties of the potion field, the spraying of various nutrients, and other matters? No need, I've already arranged it, that's it. Yin Lai glanced at Rawls inexplicably. Rawls was speechless for a while, and said, you are so careless, the output of the potion field will not lie, I forgot to tell you, I have already told Kratos' battalion commander, if you too bad, I'll definitely let you out of this department. Of course, it mainly refers to the potion field. The cultivation of potion is very complicated. I suggest you practice more instead of sitting here. I will go there in person every day, how about you? Yin Lai glanced at Kratos, I have been farming for more than 100 years, and I still need you to teach me. Oh! Yin Lai snorted and left without caring. Rock was also surprised that their minister was so brave, but he followed up immediately. Rawls' mouth kept twitching. Could you look at me more? Oh, what do you mean? Don't care about me at all? Erdo on the side also opened his mouth wide, but when he saw Rawls looking over at random, he immediately lowered his head. Erdo, you go to get all the materials in the potion field today. I will study it carefully and redistribute the planting modules to increase the output. Erdo's mouth twitched. Brother, can you stop working so hard? He hasn't left here for over a month. Humph, as soon as the output comes out, you'll know who is more suitable here. Rawls glanced at Yinla's back and said angrily. Work, how can you be so fishy? This is the minister's confidence in them. The new revision and upgrade address of the mobile station, https:// data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station, no ads, and fresh reading. Chapter 144. The experimental potion fields are located on both sides of the camp. Yinli is in the east, and Rawls is in the west, so if nothing else, the two sides are almost invisible. Rawls wants to drive away Yinli, of course he will not do nothing. Yinli was already very proficient at planting the potion field, so he spent half an hour replanning, and then instructed how to plant each potion and how to configure a specific nutrient solution. It took a few minutes. Hours. After that, Yinli completely ignored the potion field, and only went to see it occasionally, and even the department went there once in a while Rawls often went to the potion field. And Yinli also received news about TIG. The new wizard camp is located in the Chris Mountains, far away from the warlock forces. He took the potion that Yinli gave him, advanced to the first stage, and has become the leader of the camp. Head of a small department. TIG is Yinli's servant, but Yinli's idea for him and her is to let him help him explore the current influence of the wizarding world, so he still gave some investment to help him climb up. Of course, the same is true for little Ross. Yinli will invest when necessary. Yinli expects that he can become stronger and climb higher in the Shadow Monitor Lizard Wizarding Academy. Of course, this is just one of his investments. It doesn't matter if he succeeds or not. Anyway, he has invested in a lot of people. Even if one of them is successful, Yinli's cost will be paid back. This is also one of the joys of the Eternal, cultivate it. He was just repeating what he had done in Bern. Speaking of cultivation, of course Yinli will not forget his two resentful students, Vivica and David. Judging from the perception, it seems that David is no longer here at this time, and the path he chose seems to be a wizard, and it is a shame that he has already broken through the second ring and surpassed Yinli. Vivica, on the other hand, has gone all the way through the bloodline, and may still be in this continent, but she is not very close to Yinli. She is currently at a limit level, and she is about to break through. Yinli feels that it should be soon. As for other information about the two, Yinli didn't know. As for whether or not to meet in the future, it depends on fate. The two of them still have Yinli's imprint in their minds. Yinli is not too worried at the moment, but just feels a little embarrassed, and feels that the level of both of them has surpassed Yinli. Hey, but they all have to die. Shaking his head, I hope they can last until the day they meet him. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Everything in the camp is slowly recovering, but there is a small problem in the potion field in the camp. What kind of bug is this? Yinli frowned, looking at the small bug on Silent Crescent Moon. About half the size of a fingernail, the whole body is blue and white, with black spots all over it, and they are clinging to the Silent Crescent, destroying the enchanted plant. This is a small bug that suddenly appeared in the Silent Crescent planting area in the camp yesterday. The current number is not very large, but it does great harm to Silent Crescent. It will continuously release a pheromone and destroy the extraordinary characteristics of the plant. My lord, this kind of bug was discovered yesterday, but we have already used a lot of methods, and it doesn't work at all. What's more troublesome is that this kind of bug reproduces very quickly. Rona said anxiously. Silent Crescent is the most planted magic plant in the potion field, so it can't be unexpected. Well, I see, have you done ultrasound, magic medicine and blood pressure suppression? Yinli asked with a frown. Currently our potion is useless, and this bug seems to be very resistant to sound waves, and the bloodline is useful, but only if the bloodline above the second ring continues to emit breath, these bugs will leave slowly. Said. Is that so? Yinli frowned. The reduction in the production of potion must have an impact on him. As the minister, they will take part of Mazai's profits. This is destroying Yinli's property. As for the bloodline, it's okay, but Yinli doesn't have the heart to stay here all the time. Well, you guys use other methods first, I'll go back first. Frowning, Yin Lai thought for a while, caught a few bugs and left. The other side. Rawls also frowned at this bug. This is not what he is good at. He immediately found some wizards of the insect bloodline that he knew and began to understand, but these wizards only studied their own bloodlines, so how did they know about insects? He walked around and found that none of the warlocks understood. These people only study their own blood. Rawls finally sighed helplessly. Isn't this the current status of the warlock world, even if he is? Leaving the family again, he came to Yin Lai's potion field by ghosts and spirits. This was also his first time here. Hey, he actually made some adjustments. Rawls was surprised to find that the layout of the potion field was different from before, and he thought he didn't do anything. Yin Lai is not lazy either. Rawls recognized Yin Lai a little, but when he walked to the silent crescent area and saw that there were only a few people using human power to expel him, the corners of his mouth twitched. He was the one who looked up to Yin Lai. Really, it seems that it will be stable to drive him away. Rawls relaxed a little bit. Since Yin Lai is so loose, then it will be much easier to drive Yin Lai away. However, Rawls always felt that other potions seemed to grow well. Illusion. Most of the plants here are biennial, and he can't see anything now. He just thinks it's an illusion. After observing for a while, he left here. Back to the lab with the bug. Yin Lai started a new experiment, began to study this bug in a targeted manner, and prepared to solve the bug problem. The method Yin Lai chose was to prepare for a change in reproduction. It would be difficult to kill directly, but it would be alright to make it lose fertility after taking it. Anyway, the lifespan of this bug is very short. It is estimated that it is only 1 or 2 days, so it is very suitable. For similar research, Yin Lai did a lot when he was studying bloodline creatures, and now he is just doing it simply, so 2 days later, Yin Lai made the potion. Take the potion to the potion department, let Yin Fana make the members produce a lot, and then return to the potion field. Minister, does this really work? Rona asked suspiciously, looking at the potion sprayed. Tomorrow you will know. Yin Lai smiled. The next day. My goodness. Rona knelt on the ground and picked up the corpse of the bug in the potion field, looking shocked. On the ground, there are small rice-like insects from the production place, but these insect eggs have not hatched, there is no breath of life, and they are almost completely dead. It's all made by that potion. Boss, this isn't something you configured, right? Rona said with a stunned expression. Nonsense. Yin Lai glanced at him. Roan was convinced. Soon, the matter of the potion gradually reached Rawls's ears. However, he only knew that the potions department had potions that could solve this bug, but he didn't know who configured it, so he could only go to Yin Fana and ask for some of them. Yin Funa did not give an answer that day, but came to ask Yin Lai. Give it to him, it doesn't matter. Yin Laike didn't care about this. In fact, Rawls is just like that, but the layout is a little small. Yin Lai, who has seen a lot of them, doesn't care, just tell Yin Fana not to tell him that the potion is configured by him. Soon, Rawls also got the potion. That night, he looked at the bottle of potion with deep puzzlement. How is this configured, and what is the principle? The Rawls people are stupid and don't understand the principle at all. After simply analyzing the potion, he became even more lost in the lake. Which master configured this? Rawls shook his head, feeling that no one in the camp could develop a potion so quickly, which was outrageous. Others don't seem to care, but only he knows how high the level of this potion person is. It's a pity I don't know each other, if only he taught me potions. Rawls sighed, no, am I worthy? I do not deserve. This kind of potions master must be at least a second ring warlock to have such in-depth research. The current level of potions is really average. From the wizarding world to today's world, warlocks have given up too much, and potions have declined. The formal warlocks are insensitive to some elements because their bloodlines are insensitive, so the number of pharmacists is very small, and there are even fewer high-level pharmacists. At least in the field of potions, Yin Lai is the strongest in the camp, and there is no doubt about his mother. In this way, Rawls used Yin Lai's potion without knowing it. After seeing the effect the next day, I also sighed. So amazing. He finally breathed a sigh of relief when the bug thing was resolved. For him, as long as this matter is resolved, it will be time for him to slap Yin Lai in the face after a year. How can a department have 2 ministers? Rawls sneered. He just wants to defeat Yin Lai upright, so he must be very easy to work so hard. In this way, Erdo spent the busiest year of his life. Every day, watching Rawls down the potion field, he worked diligently to handle potions, disperse bugs, etc. Yin Lai heard about it, and turned over from the reclining chair. He rolls as he rolls. He has done a lot of work, and it's all very scientific. If he needs to do it himself, it's too fishy. Rawls is very convoluted, but he is a warlock. Although he has research, compared with Yin Lai, a wizard, he lacks research and practice. Some things are done according to experience without understanding the reasons. There is no comparison. It can be said that this is both a match between Rawls and Yin Lai. It's also a battle of minds between wizards and warlocks. Warlocks who have lost their longing for truth rely on digging power to become powerful, but wizards, knowledge and truth are their weapons, and potions is one of them. I miss the wizarding world of the past. In the office, Yin Lai looked at Rawls, who went out again, sighed, and then turned his body over again. It is comfortable to lie on your side at work. The new revision and upgrade address of the mobile station, https:// data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station, no ads, and fresh reading. Chapter 145. A year has passed in the blink of an eye. For Yin Lai, this has no special meaning, but for Rawls, his mood is complicated and excited. After 2 years of growth, the latest batch of magic plants in the potion field has basically matured and can be picked. He also thinks this is a good time to drive away Yin Lai. Such a person is too bad. Rawls shook his head, disliking Yin Lai very much. Although he didn't go to Yin Lai's potion field to see it again, it can be seen from Yin Lai's leisurely life that he is not too concerned, and he is conscientious like him. Still working every day after work. Tomorrow is the time for the report. In front of the Kratos battalion commander, I must make a good complaint. Rawls looked at the production report in his hand and smiled. He is very confident. The next day, Yin Lai and Rawls came to Kratos' office. In fact, each department needs to report the development of the department to Kratos, and the speciality of the magic plant department requires a summary of the growth of the magic plant every 2 years. When he came here again, Yin Lai didn't feel anything, holding a document in his hand, while Rawls stood upright with a confident smile on his face. Tell me, how have you been in the past 2 years? Kratos asked with a smile. Yin Lai and Rawls are his new generation of subordinates, and it is difficult for him to say who he prefers, but for Rawls, a warlock of the second ring bloodline, although there is a small problem, he is also serious in his work. He is very optimistic. Sir, the magic plant department has been very successful this year, especially the part where I am. The output of all magic plants has been greatly improved. Among them, the silent crescent has increased by 10% compared with the previous year, and other crops, such as the sunflower crown, snake fruit grass and the like, also have different degrees of increase in production. Rawls said proudly. The specific values are 1,200 caddies of the silent crescent moon ring, 100 caddies of the one ring, 700 caddies of the sun Kerala 0 ring, and 80 caddies of the one ring. Rawls held the document and talked eloquently. Kratos also nodded with satisfaction and said in appreciation, Rawls, well done. He is really satisfied. This is already the highest output of the camp in 10 years. Compared with the previous year, the output has increased by about 20%. Although this does not seem to be much, it is already very terrifying. This is what I should do. I go to the potion field every day, and I use a lot of methods, and often work late at night. Rawls smiled and showed his efforts. It is said that hard work is more valuable when the boss sees it. Herman, what about you? I think you are very true in the past 2 years. Maybe the potions department is used to that kind of life, but you can't do this. What the magic plant department needs is hard work. Rawls said with a smile. As for his heart, he was already thinking about what to say in order to drive Yin Lai away. Yin Lai. Herman, how about you? Kratos asked after dealing with Rawls. It's a little bit worse than in previous years. Yin said. Oh, how much? Kratos asked curiously. 4%. Puff. On the side, Rawls covered his mouth, smiling inwardly, and said apologetically, sorry, I didn't expect you to be able to do this, to be so bad. Indeed, it's a bit bad. Kratos also frowned, 40% less than in previous years. What is this? Although there was a pest plague last year, it wasn't like this. It's really a little bit bad. I thought it would increase production by at least 60%, but it's only a little bit worse than I expected. Yin Lai nodded in agreement. Kratos? Rawls? What did you say? Increased production. Rawls exclaimed, looking confused. Yeah, this year, the Silent Crescent is 1,400 Jin for 0 rings, 120 Jin for 1 ring, and 900 Jin for the Sun Kerala. The odds and ends should be a little over 40%, and the rounding should be 40%. Yin Lai looked at it strangely. Aren't we talking about the same thing? Round up. The corner of Kratos' mouth twitched, and God rounded up. But what shocked him even more was that this was actually an increase in production. 4%? How did this happen? How did you do it? Kratos looked incredulous. Is it difficult? Yin Lai said strangely, the previous planting techniques and process were too rough, I just improved it a little. Kratos took a deep breath, feeling that there was a generation gap between him and Yin Lai. Rough? Kratos thought for a moment. It seems that their planting method was updated 30 years ago, so I don't know who taught it, and they have always used it like this. Is it rough? Why do I think it's fine? Kratos doubts his own knowledge. 40%, 40%. On the other side, Rawls was still muttering these 4 words. No, I think I still need to see it on the spot, I don't believe it. Rawls shook his head and said. A 40% increase in production is outrageous. He was conscientious and checked every day, only to get such a result. As a result, someone suddenly told him that he had been insisting on a bad method, and the efficiency was not even as good as that of Yin Lai, which made him a little unacceptable. Well, since Rawls said so, let's go and see. Kratos is also a little bit unconvinced. Of course you can. Yin Lai nodded and looked at it. Planting potions is also a kind of knowledge. It needs to be adjusted at any time. It is a bit of a dream to rely on one method to ensure high yields. Soon, Kratos, Yin Lai, and Rawls came to Yin Lai's potion field. Master Minister, Master Battalion. Paul happened to be here at this time, and saw the 3 exclaimed. Well, let's come over with the battalion commander. Yin Lai nodded and motioned him to do his own thing. Kratos and Rawls didn't even bother to pay attention to him, because at this time they looked at the potion field in front of them, and it was silent. The once sparse silent crescent moon grew like wheat, as did other potions. What surprised them even more was that the overall quality of the magic plant was also very high. Yes, really good. Kratos smiled and nodded. You must know that the potion field is also his property, and he can also make a lot of profits from it. Of course, the ministers like Yin Lai are indispensable. Indeed. At this point, Rawls was speechless, just kept breathing deeply, feeling a little uncomfortable. It is better to work hard than Yin Lai lying on the reclining chair. This made his worldview collapse a bit. Hey, wait a minute. Suddenly, Rawls walked towards a potion field as if he saw something. This place has also been invaded by that kind of bug. Rawls affirmed. Well. Yin Lai naturally understood what he was talking about. The potion that has been eaten by the seeds will generally have a little trace of it, and the medicinal properties will also be reduced, which can be seen. Kratos watched this scene with interest. He knew everything about the bug, but it was resolved quickly, so he didn't pay attention. It's still the same, is there any secret? Well, if I remember correctly, when I came, there were more bugs in your place than mine, but how come there are so few? I only used the potions from the potions department later, but what about you? You must have used this too, why did you get the potion before me? Rawls stood up and looked at Yin Lai seriously. Since the output is not comparable, this detail was indeed discovered by him. Did you deliberately hook up with the potions department? I remember that you were the deputy minister there before. Show me a good look. Rawls looked at Yin Lai sharply. Standing aside, not saying a word, the scene is solemn. Yin Lai looked at a few people, a little speechless, and didn't really want to explain. But the potion was developed by Minister Herman. Suddenly, someone spoke, it was Rona who had been following not far away. What? Rawls suddenly broke down and looked at Rona. That potion was developed by the minister, and then sent to the potions department. Otherwise, Minister Rawls, you may not use it. Rona hesitated for a moment, but still said, he felt that he couldn't slander his good minister so much. That potion was researched by you. Rawls couldn't help but looked at Yin Lai. Yin Lai said nothing, nodded, and looked at Rawls like a fool. Rawls. Then why didn't you say it earlier? Kratos also suddenly realized, and then he looked at Yin Lai with admiration. Although this subordinate is only a part, he is indeed a talented person. It seems that he should pay more attention to it in the future. Yin Lai. Rawls wanted to say something, but was stopped by Kratos, saying, "This is how it is, Rawls, I have to criticize you. With such a good example, how can you not learn from him?" Rawls was about to spit out a mouthful of old blood. Example? Learn from him and go to class once every 3 days, and learn to use a reclining chair when he comes? He suddenly felt that the world was dark. Hey, I lost this time. Rawls looked at Yin Lai and sighed. We lost, do we have a test? Yin Lai was puzzled. Rawls was stunned. He did so much with him, and you didn't care at all, or didn't pay attention to him at all. Rawls clutched his chest and took 2 steps back. For the first time in his life, he felt that the world he encountered was grey. Silence is today's Rawls. On the way back after that, Rawls walked behind, bowed his head. Kratos and Yin Lai chatted freely. Kratos began to ask for some experience, and later began to talk about his own stories, etc., mainly because of potions. Can't understand. Back at the tower, Kratos looked at Yin Lai and praised. Herman, you have to teach Rawls well in the future. He may not understand this yet. Yin Lai nodded. Rawls closed his eyes. He didn't understand that without Yin Lai, he would have been the most productive in recent decades, but he didn't bother to refute it, because he was hit too hard today. Simply put, it's numb. The new revision and upgrade address of the mobile station, https:// data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station, no ads, and fresh reading. Chapter 146. Rawls is gone, and he is gone. He looked at Yin Lai's back and sighed, but then cheered up again, silently vowing that he must surpass Yin Lai and hit him hard. Wait, Rawls snorted coldly and left here. Yin Lai sensed Rawls' voice behind him, glanced at it, said something inexplicable, and turned to leave. The reporting work of the potion field has ended, and the magic plant has begun to be sold, and Yin Lai also began to collect part of the magic plant that he mixed in the secret realm in the process. To be honest, this part is no better than the camp at all. So Yin Lai only sold a small part, waiting for the gradual sell-off after getting familiar with it. And Kratos also gave some benefits. Yin Lai's magic stone reserve came to the terrifying number of 5,000 for the first time, which was a lot for him. However, although he has gained a lot, Yin Lai has also consumed a lot, especially the experiment of the power of devouring. He needs at least a few hundred magic stones every month, which is why he can support it now, otherwise he would have let him directly in the past. Bankruptcy. During this process, Rawls also checked Yin Lai, and wanted to see if Yin Lai had any secrets. After all, many ministers used to do this for profit. But after checking, he found that Yin Lai was really clean and outrageous. He can hardly take any part of the department, which makes his idea of using this to take down Yin Lai shattered, and what makes him even more aggrieved is that he has to learn how to grow potions with Yin Lai. After the process, he was also a little convinced that he was not wrong to lose. Of course, this is another matter, whether it is pleasing to the eye or not. He still wanted to drive away Yin Lai and enjoy it all, but he had no chance. Facing a seamless egg, he was helpless. How could he be so disciplined? And when Yin Lai heard him check the accounts, he smiled. Just take it slow, why take the risk? Time blinks past 5 years. Yin Lai went to the potions department as before. Walking on the road, I can hear a lot of gossip, mostly about the Shadow Monitor Lizard Wizarding Academy, and about the battalion commander, as if something happened. Yin Lai came to the office with doubts. Rona, what happened recently? Yin Lai asked the deputy minister, Ron. Did the minister also hear about it? Rona stood up straight. Compared with 5 years ago, his hair had a lot of white threads. I heard that a large wizard relic was found nearby recently, and then a group of people from the Shadow Monitor Lizard Warlock Academy went there. As a result, many people died, and a few were trapped in it. Then the academy ordered the battalion commander Kratos to go and take care of the people, but the battalion commander refused, resulting in the deaths of all the people in the academy. After that, they sent people to explore the ruins and pull the things back. Rona looked at there was no one around, he whispered. That's it. Yin Lai frowned. He was in the secret realm all the year round, and often only came out once a few days. This time, this happened when he was in the secret realm these few days. No, someone from the academy took the things away yesterday, but the commotion was very stiff. Rona spread his hands and said helplessly. It was moved away. Yin Lai hissed, a pity. He just wanted to say go and see if there is anything that can be used. Bai was happy. Okay, I'll just come over, it's time to go. After a brief look at his work these days, Yin Lai turned around and left. The next purpose is the Wizard Relics Disposal Department. Lord Minister, walk slowly. Rona sent Yin Lai out of the department. 10 minutes later, Yin Lai came to another site of his. Minister, recently, there are some of your favorite book junk, items, do you want to take a look? In the department, Paul asked. New thing. Yin Lai was surprised. Yes, it's the most recent ruin, Paul replied. Didn't they all be moved away? Yin Lai looked strange. My lord, the things in the ruins were indeed taken away, but the garbage was sent over before, and then they didn't seem to want it, so they stayed here. Paul accidentally said what he said in his heart. Take me to see. Yin Lai came interested. Soon, they came to the warehouse, opened the warehouse, and Yin Lai walked in. At the end of the warehouse, there was a pile of new books, his eyes lit up when he saw it, and he walked over quickly. There are about a dozen new books, and they are very new. Although there are some traces of history, there is no problem in preservation, book cover, or other. Open 1. A preliminary understanding of conjuration witchcraft. Seeing these 10 words on the first page, Yin Lai took a deep breath. It was knowledge that he didn't know before. What is this garbage? This is a treasure. After flipping through a few pages, Yin Lai determined that this was new knowledge, and Yin Lai asked Paul to leave first. Yin Lai began to read carefully again, and as time passed, he also learned about the terrifying black witchcraft of curse witchcraft, and was even more pleasantly surprised. According to the book, curse witchcraft is divided into main parts. One is the target, but the medium, and the final price. The target is well understood, that is, the person who needs to cast a spell, and the medium is the object related to the target. Of course, it is not only the object, but even information, such as the name, etc., but if you choose this medium, it is necessary to prepare for failure. Of course, strength is another matter. The final price is the most important to the caster. In fact, to a certain extent, the conjuration system has a certain relationship with fate. If you pay, you will inevitably pay a price. Generally, black wizards will cultivate parasites in their bodies to offset the price, or other methods. Therefore, even if it is black wizard, also rarely used. It is a real witchcraft that hurts the enemy and also hurts itself. However, Yin Lai was still very happy. After all, it was new knowledge, and it was free. This could only happen if you pressed it for the second time. If you put it in the former wizarding world, no one would let it be thrown here. Respect for knowledge is the education that every wizard has received. In Saren's notes, it was also emphasized many times that it also had an important impact on Yin Lai. Just like that, Yin Lai went home with books. 2 months later, Yin Lai took a deep breath and put the last book of cursing witchcraft aside, feeling stronger again. Since you have learned it, you must practice it. Yin Lai thought to himself after pursing his lips. But who should test the waters? Yin Lai's eyes lit up, yes. Yin Lai sat on the side, and suddenly, under the influence of spiritual power, runes appeared on the ground, large shadows also appeared, and all kinds of strange breaths were emitted. Darkness deeper than darkness, and weirder than poisonous. Today, I, Yin Lai Lucifer, at the cost of my 1-year life force, curse rolls cling, I want him. Yin Lai closed his eyes and began to perform the spell. The price was that the curse was very valuable, but the life force that Yin Lai could use indefinitely was his price. As for the target, it was Rawls. The curse has been established, and Yin Lai is over. At the same time, Rawls was standing in the potion field at this time, smiling at the large potion field in front of him. After learning, the output really increased a lot. Just when he was about to leave, he stepped out, and suddenly, the ground in front of him collapsed directly. Rolls stared, his body had already fallen in, and then the ground collapsed again. Rolls directly supported on all fours, just on the ground. Rolls took a deep breath and looked into the depression. It turned out to be a snake nest, and a dozen or so poisonous snakes with 0 rings knit and intertwined with each other. It's dangerous. Rolls felt cold sweat on his forehead, and there was actually a nest of devil snakes here. Just when he was about to use his strength, suddenly above the sky, a huge bird was holding a wild boar in its hand. Suddenly, the wild boar struggled and slowly fell down, hitting the ground like a cannonball, making a sound. What? Rolls looked at it slightly out of the corner of his eye, puzzled for a while. Pig? Pig in the sky? Rolls' eyes widened, but the wild boar had already arrived and smashed on Rolls' back. The damage was not great, but with this power, the soil layer in front of him changed again. Do not! Rolls let out a whimper, and was led by the wild boar all the way into the snake's den. At the same time, the ground sank again and buried it intimately. Yin Lai was in the department when he saw Rolls again the next day. Seeing that Rolls' front body was swollen, and there were several wounds all over his face, Yin Lai laughed. Ka! Rolls said in a calm voice, but he couldn't say a normal word. The snake with 0 ring was originally nothing, but he was buried, 7 or 8 meters deep underground. Even he has lost a lot of effort, especially those poisonous snakes, they really drill everywhere and bite. Rolls still trembled when he thought of what happened yesterday. Mental damage far outweighs physical damage. Rolls, this is my potion. It works very well and can be used. Yin Lai threw a potion. Rolls stared, but he didn't expect Yin Lai to actually give him the medicine. How could he be moved? How do you feel that Yin Lai is a good person? Crab. Rolls endured the pain and said. It's okay. Yin Lai left with a smirk, left the department, and laughed out loud. There was no way, he really wanted to laugh. The effect of this curse and witchcraft is much better than Yin Lai imagined. It was only 1 year. If it were replaced by 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, or even 100 years. Yin Lai sucked in a breath of cold air. It feels like he may have really found a treasure. Would you like to try it? But looking at Rolls who left without work today, Yin Lai shook his head and turned to leave. It was really bad to hurt the fragile Rolls, so he turned and left. While Rolls watched Yin Lai leave, the medicine he had just taken seemed to have begun to take effect. The swelling was rapidly decreasing, and the toxins were also melting. This medicine was estimated to be very precious. People are still good. Rolls commented. Chapter 147. Just when Rolls sighed, some people came to the camp. Kratos, you have gone too far this time. A 1-ring limit warlock looked at Kratos and said angrily. He was wearing black clothes and a belt made of snake skin. His face was long and childish black, like a man devouring lizard, staring at Kratos. Kratos nodded, but didn't make a move. The visitor is Mick Jalger. Although he is only a limit warlock, he came on behalf of the Shadow Monitor Lizard Wizarding Academy and was also sent to supervise the camp, so he could not do it. Kratos nodded. You. Mick's mouth twitched, and he stretched out his hand, even wanting to do it, but withdrew it. There is no way, as long as he doesn't do it, it's fine, if he does, he is afraid that he will be beaten to death. Kratos, anyway, the Academy has seen what you did, and you fought passively with the foreign warlock last time, and gave a sloppy report. Do you think I didn't see it? Mick sneered. Don't think it's great that your teacher is the dean of the Academy. He's old and forgot to tell you that he will be replaced next month. Mick gave him a calm look. He came here this time to see if he could occupy this place. Oh, I still have something to do, you can go first. Kratos glanced at him calmly. Mick felt a chill in his heart, and turned to leave. After Mick left, Kratos shook his head. It still takes time, 15 years should be about the same. As for Mick, as long as it's not too much, he'll be fine, but if it's too much, he'll let him know what the second ring is. A month has passed in the blink of an eye. Since Mick came, the camp has also undergone a lot of changes. This time Mick didn't come alone. There were about a dozen people under his command, including 5 or 6 official wizards. This was a lot of power. And Mick wants to do nothing more than take over the camp, and he has made a lot of efforts for this. Potions Department. Well, if you follow me, I can make you have greater interests, and the conditions are negotiable. Kratos said looking at Yin Fana opposite, and every time he looked at Yin Fana, there was always a trace of greed in his eyes. I'm sorry, please leave. Yin Fana frowned. Don't be so heartless, as far as I know, you seem to be short of money all the time. Here are the 50 middle-grade magic stones. Mick took out a bag, revealing the shining magic stones in it. Mid-grade magic stones are much higher than low-grade magic stones, both in terms of magic content and quality, so the current market ratio is generally 100, and the same is true for high-grade magic stones, which are equivalent to 100 middle-grade magic stones, but the quantity very little, almost no circulation. It can be said that Mick is quite arrogant to take out the equivalent of 5,000 low-grade magic stones at a time. Obviously, he is not alone, but has forces to support him in doing this. The camp managed by Kratos is the largest camp of the Shadow Monitor Lizard Wizarding Academy. The annual profit is very objective. They want to make it more academy, not the current status quo. Let's think about it. Mick said with a smile. Yin Funa was willing to gamble to the point that she often borrowed money, which must be very necessary. Roll. But what he didn't expect was that Yin Funa just said calmly, as for the magic stone, she just picked it up and threw it out the window behind her. My magic stone. Mick's eyes widened, and he immediately went out to pick up the magic stone. A few minutes later, he looked at the bag with a few mid-grade magic stones missing, gritted his teeth and left here. It doesn't matter, Yin Funa can't, and there are others. Next, the magic plant department. So Mick went to Yin Lai first, but after seeing that Yin Lai hadn't found anyone for 5 days, Mick left with a twitch in his mouth. Find Rolls. Sorry, I refuse. Rawls said righteously. At present, although I am also the head of the potions department in name, in fact, Yin Lai is the one who manages it. Kratos trusts him more. It doesn't make any sense for you to recruit me. Okay. Mick sighed, the people in this department are a bit tough. Hey, what if you're the manager? Suddenly, Mick asked a question. I can think about it. Rawls just calmly said. Well, I see. Mick nodded. Finally got a bit of a harvest, but he didn't plan to do anything about it, so let's ask other departments how they are doing. Soon, Mick's solicitation quickly paid off. Slowly, someone secretly accepted Mick's solicitation, and the team was still expanding, because everyone knew that behind Mick, standing behind him was his teacher, who was about to take up the post of the Academy of Shadow Monitor Lizard Wizarding Academy. Long. And 3 months later. At this time, the only departments left were the Potions Department, the Magic Planting Department, the Wizard Relics Processing Department, and the other 2 departments. Cole, I want you to go to Yin Lai and talk about it. In a room, Mick's face was full of spring, and he asked a one-ring warlock beside him. My lord, I have seen him, but he doesn't talk to me at all. A ring wizard named Cole sighed and said to Mick. That's it. Mick nodded, and the other 2 departments were almost done. At present, only Yin Lai and Yin Funa were unable to do anything. Yin Funa has been following Kratos since she was a child, so it was difficult, but they never thought that Yin Lai would be like this, which made it difficult for them. Forget it, I'll go find him myself. Shaking his head, Mick was going to visit Yin Lai in person. The next day, Mick was waiting at Yin Lai's door early. As time passed, the door finally opened, and Yin Lai walked out. He cast a sideways glance at Mick and walked on. Wizard Yin Lai, I think we can have a good chat. Mick asked with a smile. Nothing to say, can you let me continue to manage these 2 departments in the future? Yin Lai was walking on the road. Mick followed Yin Lai, but when he heard Yin Lai's words, he was stunned. There were quite a few of them. How could it be possible that after taking over the camp, they still gave Yin Lai the power, or 2 departments? Sorry, this can't be done, but we'll give you other benefits, whether it's blood, magic stones, and of course women can. Mick tentatively said. Trash. Yin Lai said calmly. For him, except for the magic stone, which has a little value, other things are useless. Mick's mouth twitched, looking at Yin Lai for a long time and being speechless. Sorry, I'm here, don't look for me. At this time, he has arrived at the department. Mick watched Yin Lai swagger in, the corners of his mouth twitched, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes at the same time. A one-ring warlock, a little too arrogant. Killing intent. Yin Lai felt a strong killing intent before turning his head. Although it is not strong, it makes Yinlai feel a little dangerous. Sighing, he walked in. He finally stabilized, but it turned out to be like this, and he was very helpless. Whether it's the demon planting department or the wizard's relic processing department, it's what he needs right now. After leaving here, Yinlai's growth rate and other progress will drop at a rapid rate, which Yinlai doesn't want to face. So, it seems to have to figure out a way. Mick went to Herman, but was rejected. In Kratos' office, a wizard and Kratos report. Well, that's it, I see, you step back first. Kratos nodded, and the wizard walked out. As the door closed, he also walked to the window and sighed. My teacher hasn't died yet, so many people can't stand it anymore, but I didn't expect that there were only so many people standing on my side in the end. Yufna, Rawls, Herman. There are only 7 or 8, but you must know that there are dozens of people in the camp management. Forget it, this way I can make up my mind better, but not yet. Kratos said seriously. It seems that we can only get rid of Mick. This guy, a one-ring warlock, has not seen such an idiot for a long time. It's just a tentative pawn. Kill it. Immediately, he walked towards the door. He had already found out where Mick lived, just on a hill outside the camp. Tonight, he would just kill him directly. Night. Kratos quietly left the wizard tower. Darkness deeper than darkness, and weirder than poisonous. Today, I, Yinlai Lucifer, curse Mick Jalger at the cost of my 500 years of life, and I want him to die. On the other side, a curse that sacrificed huge vitality was going on. Yinlai began to curse Mick at the cost of 500 years of vitality. From revealing a trace of murderous intentions, Mick is the one who will kill Yinlai. It is a pity that his current level is limited, and the lifespan of 500 years is already the limit, otherwise he would have to come to 1,000 years of life force to cause a wave of curses, and this life force is already the lifespan that a normal second ring wizard can achieve. Yinlai is also looking forward to what it will be like to curse. With the gradual disappearance of the curse mark, Yinlai's vitality dropped for 500 years in an instant, his body began to wilt in an instant, his hair turned white, his skin began to wrinkle, and he instantly turned into an old man who was about to wither. But the white light beam in the body is still bright, and a little vitality begins to slowly replenish. Yinlai's condition is gradually recovering. Half an hour later, Yinlai felt a little better. I'm going, I've consumed too much all of a sudden, I almost can't make it up, but fortunately I can only consume 500 years of vitality. Yin Laxin has more than one season, and for a moment, he even felt that he was really going to die. A little sloppy. This is also the first time that he has consumed 500 years of life in an instant. It used to be slow, and it seems that he will do so less in the future. I'm so miserable, I don't know what happened to Mick. Yin Lai stood up. With 500 years of life, curse a one-ring warlock. Yin Lai has no doubt that he will die, but does not know how he will die. Chapter 148. The other side. Shadows appeared around Kratos, and he quickly moved towards the area where Mick was. In less than a minute, he had come to a mountain not far from there. On the big tree on the mountain, Kratos was hidden in the shadows, and his eyes turned to a building on the opposite side of the mountain. The wizards from the Shadow Monitor Lizard Wizard Academy lived here, including the leader Mick. Hey, you killed yourself, no one can blame others. Kratos shook his head, the shadows around him spread their fangs like a man-eating beast. Hey, why is it so bright today? Suddenly, Kratos noticed that today's light was not quite right, and looked towards the sky. In the dark night, the stars are dotted in it, and closer to the wizarding world, you can see that the light spots flashed away, and there were traces of meteor showers. A rare celestial phenomenon, it's so beautiful, but unfortunately it's too short. Kratos sighed, and suddenly found that a bright spot of light suddenly appeared in the meteor shower. The light spots were like small fish straying into the shark's area, dodging left and right, avoiding one by one meteors, but there were too many meteor showers. After 10 minutes, with more meteors, the small light spots had nowhere to escape. Finally, under the stunned gaze of Kratos, the light spot collided with a huge meteor, and then suddenly a little brilliance bloomed, the meteor shattered into many fragments, and the light spot also fell toward the wizarding world. That direction is the direction of the Endless Sea, it seems to be another area. Kratos knew that there were other places in this world, but he was not very clear. The scene he saw today really opened his eyes. Don't know what that light spot is? It seems to be an object that entered from outside. Kratos shook his head and was about to continue to set off, but just after taking a few steps, he glanced at the sky, and instead of advancing, he quickly retreated. Because in the sight of Kratos, the fragments of the broken meteor actually smashed in this direction. If you guessed correctly, the area should be here. How is this possible? Kratos quickly stepped back. In the sky, the fragments of the meteor with a long tail flame, streaked a shining trace in the dark night, with a terrifying shriek, approaching this area little by little. Kratos stepped back quickly, with an incredible look on his face. The meteor fragment was really close to here, and if he read it correctly, he would accurately fall on the mountain of his target. No way! Kratos was a little dumbfounded. Even if this is only a part of the meteor, but the power given to it by the speed, even the three-ring wizard may not be able to resist. Will the meteor really fall here? Time will give the answer. 3 seconds later, accompanied by a terrifying screeching sound, the fragments of the meteor swept across the sky, finally arrived here, and then smashed straight into Mick's area by coincidence. With the roar of an explosion, a flame like a small mushroom cloud rose. In an instant, the hill where Mick was located was directly torn in half. As for everyone in it, even without consciousness, they all turned into fly ash in the explosion. Kratos was stunned. Although he was separated by a few kilometers, he could feel the scorching temperature in it. That kind of power, even he might not be able to survive in it. He has a dirty word, I don't know if I can scold him. This, even if it's resolved. Kratos said in an uncertain tone. On the other side, the huge explosion sound and the rising fire cloud also woke up all the people in the camp. Everyone went out and stared at this terrifying scene. The power of nature was so terrifying. And all the people who Mick gathered, looked at the place where the fire cloud erupted, and the corners of their mouths twitched. No way! That seems to be the area where Mick is. How can that be? Everyone felt that they had betrayed a little too early, but who would have thought that such a ridiculous thing would happen and be hit by a meteor? Did this destroy the wizarding world in a previous life? Yin Lai was also standing on the roof, watching this scene from a distance. Just now, he suddenly felt a violent vibration. Through the detection methods around him, he saw the outrageous scene just now. To be honest, Yin Lai didn't expect this curse to be so evil. A 500-year lifespan is the normal lifespan of a second-ring wizard, but it must not be that long when he is promoted, so Yin Lai is equivalent to contributing all the lives of several second-ring wizards, and he may have to be lucky. The curse happened to encounter such a thing, and this happened. It can only be said that, by chance, it should have been possible that the curse of the second ring's extreme level broke out the destructive power of the third ring, which is still considered powerful in the third ring. Hey, what a pity! Yin Lai shook his head and returned. 500 years of lifespan was suddenly taken away. Even him, it was really painful. In the future, I am afraid that such an attack can only be replicated by the second ring, which is a pity. Just don't know what that light spot is? At the same time, I rely on me. In a huge flying instrument, the four-ringed true spirit wizard Constantine looked bewildered. He was really out of luck. He was one of the wizards who left with the wizards at the beginning. He was promoted to the fourth ring outside. This time he returned to do something, but he never expected that he would encounter a huge meteor shower. What's more unfortunate is that because he was in an awkward place at the time, there were several latitude gaps, and he didn't dare to do it, so he could only dodge, and was eventually shot down. Damn it! Constantine had already entered the wizarding world at this time, and felt the corners of his mouth twitching at the loss of his vitality nearly 3 or 4 times faster. Depend on. This is not the worst. At this time, his aircraft is severely damaged. If there is no aircraft, even now he would not dare to pass through the wizarding world, which involves thousands of years of cataclysm. Damn, I can only force the landing. The central continent is the best, but the distance is too far. It seems that I can only land on another small road. Constantine looked down, and in the endless sea, there was another small the mainland, which he finally chose as the place to land. Damn, the aircraft must be repaired, but today's continent may take a lot of time, and there are those warlocks who are now exclusive in the central continent. It's good here, but it's estimated that it will take a long time. Constantine's mouth twitched. Damn, how could there be a meteor shower? Constantine fell rapidly, and he never understood, is he so unlucky? Constantine's grief is unknown. But Kratos knew he was responsible for it. After all, Mick died in his area. He had to give an explanation. In fact, he was going to kill Mick and find a relationship, but he didn't expect that he didn't do anything, and this happened. But fortunately, no one can do anything to him about the meteor shower. Still, he wrote a letter, which was quickly answered. As long as I'm here, no one can move you. Seeing the teacher's letter, Kratos sighed. Burning the letter, he turned back to the room. Is it so outrageous? On the other hand, Rawls also knew about it the next day. Unbelievable. What the heck, the meteor fell, and it happened to kill the people of the Shadow Wizard Academy. This is too bad luck. Originally, he wanted to see if he could drive Yin Lai away, but it seemed that he thought too much. Forget it, let's go to work. Rawls sighed, looked at the work manual Yin Lai gave him, and planted the plants according to the above. The matter of defeating Yin Lai will be discussed later. 10 years later. Yin Lai's laboratory. Yin Lai looked at the recorded fluctuations of the 18 stages of devouring power, and felt a burst of joy in his heart. Finally, it was all recorded. The only pity is that it was only recorded, but if it was reproduced through the witchcraft model, it would be another huge task. This work, Yin Lai handles alone for a long time, and it takes up a lot of time. Hey, it would be great if I had a wizard power in my hand, I could spread it out, and then let my subordinates help me deal with it. Yin Lai shook his head. At this time, there are half of the wizard camps under his hands. That is Tig. At this time, she is already in the middle stage of the first ring, and she is already the deputy battalion commander of the wizard camp. Unfortunately, Yin Lai has never had time. Of course, he is not the strongest. In fact, he should be the weakest under Yin Lai at the moment. At this time, Viveka has already broken through the second ring, and David, already the second ring, and Viveka seems to have been in that bloodline. In the power of the tower, David even more do not know where. Yin Lai, the Tower of Blood, also inquired about it, but maybe because the level of the camp was too low, he only knew that it seemed to be a big force on the west coast, but Yin Lai didn't know how big it was. There is also Ross, this guy has also become a wizard apprentice. Because of his outstanding talent, he is the dean's disciple and the hope of the future academy. He is expected to inherit the academy in the future. Of course, 5 years ago, his grandfather died, and he sent Yin Lai several hundred magic stones as a reward for saving Ross back then, a very particular old man. And of course Yin Lai himself. Elementalization is 56%, mental power is 60 points, and bloodline compatibility is 54%. The wizard is barely in the late stage, and the warlock is in the middle stage. All kinds of methods are already very skilled, and the combat power is much stronger than before. There is also the curse of witchcraft at the bottom of the box, which is a killer move. There is also the work of the department. The magic plant department is already under the jurisdiction of Yin Lai. It provides Yin Lai with a lot of resources every year. Yin Lai will also take action on the magic plants in his hands. It also brought a lot of new knowledge to Yin Lai, constantly supplementing Yin Lai's new knowledge. I really hope it goes on like this. Yin Lai sighed. Such a peaceful life is what he yearns for. At this moment, the token on the waist trembled for a while, and opened it to take a look. Come to the wizard tower. Signed Kratos. Chapter 149. Upon receiving the news from Kratos, Yin Lai soon came to the wizard's tower. But when they got to the door, they found that Yin Lai was not the only one, but also Rawls and Yin Fana. Herman, Rawls, you have also been called. Yin Fana pricked up her ears and looked surprised. Yes, it looks like something is wrong. Rawls nodded and glanced at Yin Lai subconsciously, who was almost equivalent to his boss at present. Yin Lai has been pressing Rawls since 10 years ago. Rawls tried his best, but he still did this all the time, which made him already numb. Well, don't think about it so much, let's go in. Yin glanced at the two of them and said that the core characters that Kratos trusted were all open today, and it seemed that something major happened. Walking through the door, I saw Kratos sitting on a chair. At this moment, he was frowning, as if something was bothering him. Seeing that Yin Lai and others were coming, he relaxed a lot, stood up and walked outside, saying, "Let's talk next door." "Okay." The three of them said in unison and followed Kratos. Soon, they were taken to another room, and as soon as they sat down, they saw Kratos covering the glass, and several witch formations also opened when it was used. Seeing Kratos being so cautious, Yin Lai felt that something was wrong, maybe something big happened. Don't worry, it's just that no one else can know about today's affairs except you. Kratos shook his head and said while looking at a few people. 8 eyes looked at each other, and the atmosphere was dignified. Sir, just tell me what happened. Yin Funa was the first to speak. Well, in fact, the purpose of coming today is only one thing, the war is about to start. Kratos threw a bomb. War. The three looked at each other, Yin Funa let out an exclamation, Rawls also stood up directly, Yin Lai was also a child whole, which was a little incredible. War? So who to fight? There seems to be only the Shadow Monitor Lizard Wizarding Academy nearby, isn't it? Boss, what war? Rawls asked. Shadow Monitor Lizard Wizarding Academy and 10,000 Blood Alliance. Kratos replied. Everyone knows the Shadow Monitor Lizard, I won't say it, and the 10,000 Blood Alliance is another force nearby. This time it is them who will attack the academy. They want to take this prosperous area into their pockets. The boss, you. At this time, the three of them already felt that something was wrong. Why did Kratos know that the war was coming? Obviously, it was not the news from the Shadow Monitor Lizard Warlock Academy, otherwise, how could there be no action? After all, they are the weaker party. This time, I am on the side of the 10,000 Blood Alliance. Kratos cast a glance at the three of them. The three were at a loss for words. Looking at the stunned look of the three, Kratos laughed, but then calmed down and smiled mysteriously at them, just kidding, we are on our side. Before the three could recover, they heard Kratos' puzzling words again. Myself? Yin Lai asked. That's right. Kratos nodded and looked out the window, the 10,000 Blood Alliance knows that I have a missing sister, and they told me that as long as I join them, I can get specific information, but they also underestimate me. Toss. Kratos' face gradually became firm, how could there be such a coincidence? I don't believe it, they absolutely don't know where, if they really knew, they wouldn't just tell me about Hanhu. And I, Kratos, always rely on my own strength, and only I can be reliable. Since they want to use me, it doesn't prevent me from using them. The two forces are tit for tat, and I want to forge a path in it. My teacher and I have been planning for a long time. Since my strength can't do what I want, we will rely on more people. Kratos' tone became more and more passionate, and his eyes gleamed, and Yin Lai seemed to vaguely understand what Kratos wanted to do. Rolls, Herman, Yin Fana, do you understand what I'm going to do? At this time, Kratos walked slowly to the chair, sat down and asked with a smile. Does your lord want to leave here? Rawls said with a frown. My lord should be trying to gain benefits from here. Yin Funa had a different answer. Wrong. Kratos shook his head one by one. My lord should want to establish a new force in the chaotic situation. At this time, Yin Lai was also surprised by Kratos' thoughts. Ha ha ha, Herman, as expected of you, you have always been very thoughtful. Kratos did not deny this time, nodded and said. What I want to do is to establish a new order on the corpse of the Shadow Monitor Lizard Wizard Academy. As soon as these words came out, Kratos and Yin Fana opened their mouths and looked shocked. Yin Lai was also a little surprised by Kratos' courage when he heard this affirmative answer. New power. New order. The three of them took a deep breath. The amount of information in it was too much. After all, it was not that simple to establish a power. There were too many things to consider. How is your preparation? Yin Fana asked carefully. It will be ready soon. Kratos nodded and said, my teacher and I have been planning for a long time, you don't need to worry about this, just wait for the war to start. Of course, this matter is very difficult, and we alone can't do it. Yes, there are many people in my teacher, but there are not many people here, are you willing to help us? I do. The three of them said in unison, they have reached this stage, and there is nothing to say. Then what do you need us to do? Yin Lai asked. If you really want to build power, then Kratos' call for Yin Lai and others to come over is absolutely impossible. Well, there is indeed something. Kratos nodded. The Shadow Monitor Lizard Wizarding Academy's forces are intertwined here. It is difficult to have a big chaos by relying on war alone. It is also difficult for us to act, so I need you to go to other places in the Shadow Monitor Lizard camp and create chaos. Kratos said calmly. Making chaos. The three looked at each other, feeling a little tricky. After all, although the Shadow Monitor Lizard Wizard Academy does not have the third ring, it does have the second ring. If it is discovered, it may face a large number of pursuits from the first ring. This is not good news. Yes, it is to create chaos, create enough chaos in the Warlock territory, and then in the end I will reward you based on your credit, and even fight for the opportunity to enter the council for you. Kratos said calmly. Oh, I forgot to tell you that after the establishment of the new force, the name will be called Beta, and it will not adopt the ordinary academy structure, but the parliamentary system. The parliament will decide everything, and then my teacher will become Beta. Tower Master, I will become one of the 3 deputy Tower Masters, and there will be 12 members, and I have 3 of them. Kratos looked at a few people and said. Needless to say, the congressman is the real high-ranking person in the White Tower, the kind who holds the power. For a time, in addition to Yin Lai, Yin Fana and Ral's eyes shone brightly. They were just the ministers of a camp and had so much interest every year, not to mention a high-level wizarding force. That would allow them to make a complete class leap. Yin Lai thinks more, a new force, if he can join the high level, then many things will be much more convenient than now, and the force will grow. If one day this force becomes the master of this area, so wouldn't it be the same as the original Burn, it will become his private land. Done. Yin Lai immediately made a decision and created chaos. Yin Lai thought about the wizards who once conquered the world in the Endless World, and he had already thought of a good way. What time is the adult time? Yin Lai asked. After 3 months, get ready. Kratos looked at the 3 and said. I don't have many people. You are one of the few I can fully trust, so I hope you can cheer up a little bit. If you can become a member of parliament, I will be a lot easier. Kratos sighed, there are really few people he can use. Don't worry, my lord, I will definitely work hard. Rawls immediately assured that the pursuit of rights was one of his pursuits. After he finished speaking, he looked at Yin Lai with burning eyes. He couldn't plant potions, but he couldn't believe it if it was chaotic. I'll try my best. Yin Funa maintained her modesty. Me too. Yin Lai nodded and asked another question at random. So where do we go, my lord, after the destruction? This is also a key question. You may always need to maintain destruction during the war, and it is estimated that this war can last for a long time, you only need to do one thing. Kratos said euphemistically. The implication is that their mission is to continue until the end of the war, with no rest. And if it is the establishment of a wizarding force, then this may last for several years or even a dozen years, which is undoubtedly very dangerous. Well. Yin Lai said he understood. Okay, if you have other questions, you can also ask me. Kratos looked at a few people and smiled. Sir, since this is a long-term job, we definitely can't come back for resources at any time. Can we take away certain resources when we leave? Yin Funa asked. This is indeed a problem. Kratos touched his chin and made a final decision, when the time comes, you will take away the resources of 5,000 magic stones. This is my permission. As long as it is really successful, let alone 5,000, there are 50,000, so Kratos is also very generous at this time. Okay, then I'm fine. Yin Fana took a step back. Neither did I. Rawls shook his head. At this moment, he had all kinds of wants in his mind, such as sneaking in, or something else. Neither do I. Yin Lai did the same. The discussion was over, and then Yin Lai and others gradually left. Yin Lai walked out of the gate, glanced at the wizard tower behind him, and sighed. It's going to change. Chapter 150. Destroying a world is what wizards are good at. From the 4 rings Truling Nick and the books collected, there are many procedures for wizards to conquer the world, including a set of procedures on how to destroy other worlds, including the collapse of continental plates, rules and traps, virus spread, and the source of blood is cut off, causal replacement and so on have impressed Yin Lai deeply. Since it is going to be destroyed, there is no need to care about it. It is better to be more ruthless. Yin Lai's idea is to develop the virus. By creating a suitable virus, and then spreading it first, letting them break out at the right time to create chaos, this is Yin Lai's basic idea. And what to do with the virus, Yin Lai also had some ideas. That is based on a certain virus, and then transform it. Of course, the biggest question now is how the virus came, and where is the most virus in the entire camp. It is a coincidence that it is all there. It is the Ministry of Magic Plants. As a department for planting magic plants, the Ministry of Magic Plants will have viruses that contaminate plants or viruses that plants often infect every few years, just like the kind of bugs that happened more than 10 years ago. After the General Department solves the problem, it will keep a part of it for preservation, not for research, but for the convenience of encountering the same good solution in the future. Therefore, soon Yin Lai found Rona. Rona, go and help me find all the viruses in the Demon Plant Department. Yin Lai sat on a chair and said calmly. Sir, this is not allowed. Rona exclaimed, all viruses are very dangerous, and the solution of some viruses is completely by accident. If they are accidentally released, it will cause great damage to the camp. Unless you have the battalion commander's token, Minister, it is not acceptable. Rona said quickly. Is that so? Yin Lai nodded and motioned for Rona to leave. After Rona left, he quickly went to find Kratos. Sir, I need your order, and I need the virus inventory of the Demon Plant Department. Yin Lai lost. Yes. Kratos agreed directly. Now is an extraordinary period. In addition to relying on others, there are more people who are already in action. The work of Yin Lai and others is also very important, so he will do his best to satisfy. Soon, Yin Lai with Kratos' orders returned to the department again. Rona, who knew that Kratos had agreed, was surprised and couldn't believe it. Let's go, our time is also very tight. Yin Lai glanced at Rona. Okay, Minister. Rona nodded, puzzled. Soon, Yin Lai was taken before a building. The exterior is a dark tower, and the tower body is clinging to various plants, but when Yin Lai walked in, he found that there was actually a staircase extending down. My lord, all the dangerous things in the camp are kept here. Rona introduced. Rona lit the element lights on the side, and the dim lights turned on one by one, illuminating the way of the stairs for Yin Lai, and after glancing at the bottom of the tower, which was estimated to be tens of meters deep, Yin Lai walked down. A few minutes later, the two came to the bottom of the tower. At the bottom is a huge space with several gates inside. 2 warlocks are guarding the door, both of them are warlocks of the Zero Ring, with firm eyes. After showing Kratos' token, the 2 guards operated and opened one of the stone gates. Sir, I won't go in here. Rona glanced inside and his throat moved slightly. Yin Lai also looked inside. It was a small room with only one shelf. There were several bottles and jars on the shelf, and most of them were dark or green. One of the bottles seemed to have it was revealed that the surroundings were covered with green mildew spots, as well as spider webs. Is there only 10? Yin glanced at the bottle above and walked in, while Rona stood outside the door in fear. Yin Lai took out a rectangular box, opened it, and then under the control of mental power, 10 bottles slowly flew up one by one into the box, and the box closed again. This goal has been completed. With the box, Yin Lai walked out of the gate. Let's go. Saying hello to Rona, Yin Lai left first. Rona looked at Yin Lai in horror, his heart was already in his throat. God, what is the minister doing to take away so many viruses? To destroy the camp? A month has passed in the blink of an eye. In the laboratory. On the large white table, 10 culture mediums were lined up, and inside were the viruses that Yin Lai brought up from the bottom of the tower. Yin Lai was sitting for protection, observing 10 viruses in turn, and after a month of cultivation, he needed to make a preliminary choice. This dependence on the environment is too weak, and it is estimated that it cannot be expanded too much. This doesn't work either. This contagion is too rubbish. At most, it will destroy a small town. This is okay, but the outbreak period is too short, which is not suitable. That's about the same. Yin Lai observed one by one and marked each with a serial number. In the end, number 1, number 5 and number 6 stood out. However, the strength of these viruses alone is not enough. Yin Lai took a deep breath and decided to add some other things to these viruses. The operation started again. At this time, the laboratory had been completely disinfected. Yin Lai continued to ensure that the contents inside would not leak out, otherwise the secret realm would be troublesome. Another month later. The fertility of number 1 is too strong, it needs to be moderately weakened, and the pollution is not enough. Number 5 seems to be infectious to apprentices. Is it so good? It needs to be studied. I pulled number 6. I made a wrong choice at the beginning, but the incubation period will detonate when it encounters strong mental power. It's not bad. Maybe I can use it to detonate it remotely at that time, so I don't need to enter the battlefield in person. The research work was getting more and more urgent. On the other hand, Yin Lai wondered if it was an illusion, and the environment around the camp began to become a little bit tense. Kratos went out to bring back a lot of people, and all the resources in the camp were tightening. Even the magic plant department began to harvest in advance, and the potion department was suddenly asked to work overtime. Under the will of Kratos, the low-level rhythm of the camp suddenly accelerated, but it was only the camp staff. The outsiders didn't feel anything and lived normally. In their eyes, this is just a camp. The place where everyone gathers and communicates belongs to the Shadow Monitor Lizard Warlock Academy. Whether the battalion commander is Kratos has nothing to do with them. It has nothing to do with him. Come to think that this may be one of the reasons why Kratos wants to form a force. The academy is an academy, it is itself, and only one's own is the most reliable. Yin Lai expressed his support. If it succeeds, it will be very different for Yin Lai. If it fails, the problem is not that big. When the time comes, it's better to change face and join other forces. These are small problems. But after all, no one wanted to fail, so he concentrated more on the virus. Another half-month has passed. In the laboratory, Yin Lai looked at the remaining number 1 virus with a smile on the corner of his mouth. It worked. Almost only a few days off in the past 3 months, but the effect is also remarkable. This virus is a fungal virus with a long incubation period, but as long as there is a lot of mental power, it can erupt at any time. The most interesting thing is that it also has a certain infectious power to apprentices, and it is a real powerful virus. The only pity is that its lifespan is very short, but it is good to avoid its widespread when it arrives. Almost. Looking at the virus, Yin Lai nodded. With this, it is much easier to cause damage. Instead of causing small-scale damage individually, it is better to come with a large one. Although this virus is ineffective against the first ring, even the 0 ring is already very ruthless. Virus. Hey, I'm still too kind and deliberately shortened my lifespan, otherwise, tisk tisk tisk. Yin Lai shook his head, just like the Warlock's method, he doesn't know how long it will take to develop a countermeasure, and when they can solve it on their own, the war is almost over. At this time, the 3 months are getting closer and closer. Yin Lai also began to collect supplies. The items from the Witcher Relics Disposal Department were packed and taken away, while the Magic Plant Department also took away items worth thousands of magic stones and replaced them with all kinds of needed resources. By the time everything was over, half a month had passed. It's almost time, you should leave too. The time for the start of the war has also been determined, which is 1.5 months later, so if you want to arrange it in advance, just leave quickly. Kratos looked at the 3 of them seriously. Yet. Rawls nodded, showing a confident smile. He has done something big in the past 3 months. If he doesn't believe it, he can't handle Yin Lai. We're going to leave now. Yin Funa and Yin Lai naturally had already made their best preparations. When the token contact comes, I still have something to do here, so I won't leave you. After a simple instruction, Yin Lai left with the map of the Shadow Monitor Lizard Warlock Academy. He returned directly to his home, confirmed that everything was taken away, and left. On the way, Yin Lai met Alice. Sir, do you want to leave? Alice asked curiously, looking at Yin Lai who was ready to go. Yet. Yin Lai nodded. This girl has known him for many years, and has been growing up in the camp. Unfortunately, she didn't know that the camp was almost gone. Alice, if possible, I suggest going out for a walk more recently. Yin Lai suggested that this was the limit of what he could say. Let's go out? What happened? Alice raised her brows, she didn't understand the meaning. Just as she was about to ask, she found that Yin Lai had already walked along the road towards the outside. Inexplicable. Alice blinked. But it seems to be good to go out and play recently. It just happened that she felt a little stuffy in the camp recently, which made her feel the oppressive feeling before the storm. Weird. Since Yin said it, let's go out for a walk.